Chapter 12, Part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro MANZONI. Chapter 12, Part 2. In the meantime, the masters and shop boys appeared at the upper windows, armed with stones (they had probably unpaved the yard), and crying out to those below, with horrible looks and gestures, to let them alone. They showed their weapons, and threatened to let fly among them. Seeing that nothing else would avail, they began to throw at them in reality. Not one fell in vain, since the press was such that even a grain of corn, as the saying was, could not have reached the ground. "Ah, you great vagabonds, you great villains, is this the bread you give to poor people? Ah, alas, oh, now at us," was raised from below. More than one was injured, and 2 boys were killed. Fury increased the strength of the people, and the doors and bars gave way, and the crowd poured into the passages in torrents. Those within, perceiving their danger, took refuge in the garrets. The sheriff, the halberdiers, and the few of the household gathered together here in a corner under the slates, and others, escaping by the skylight, wandered about on the roof like cats. The sight of the spoils made the victors forget their designs of sanguinary vengeance. They flew upon the large chests, and instantly pillaged them. Others, instead, hastened to tear open the counter, seized the tills, took out by handfuls, pocketed, and set off with the money to return for bread afterwards, if there remained any. The crowd dispersed themselves through the interior magazines. Some laid hold of the sacks and drew them out. Others turned them wrong side upwards, and untying the mouth to reduce them to a weight which they could manage to carry, shook out some of the flowers. Others, crying out, "Stay, stay," came underneath to prevent this waste, by catching it in their clothes and aprons. Others, again, fell upon the kneading trough, and seized the dough, which ran over their hands and escaped their grasp on every side. Here, one who had snatched up a meal sieve came brandishing it in the air. Some come, some go, some handle. Men, women, children swarmed around. Pushes, blows, and cries are bandied about, and a white powder that rises in clouds and deposits itself in every direction, involves the whole proceeding in a thick mist. Outside is a crowd composed of 2 reverse processions, which alternately separate and intermingle, some going out with their prey, others entering to share the spoil. While this bakehouse was being thus plundered, none of the others were quiet and free from danger. But at none had the people assembled in such numbers as to be very daring. In some, the masters had collected a few auxiliaries, and stood upon their defense. Others, less strong in numbers, or more terrified, came to some kind of agreement. They distributed bread to those who had begun to crowd around their shops, if they would be content with this and go away. Those who did withdraw, did so not so much because they were contented with their acquisitions, as because the halberdiers and police, keeping at a distance from the tremendous scene at the Bakehouse of the Crutches, appeared nevertheless elsewhere in sufficient force to keep in awe these smaller parties of mutineers. By this means the confusion and concourse continued to augment at this first unfortunate bakehouse. For all those whose fingers itched to be at work, and whose hearts were set upon doing some great deed, repaired thither, where their friends were in greatest numbers, and impunity was secure. Such was the state of things, when Renzo, finishing, as we have related, his piece of bread, came to the suburb of the Porta Orientale, and set off, without being aware of it, exactly to the central scene of the tumult. He continued his way, now urged forward, now hindered by the crowd, and as he walked he watched and listened, to gather from the confused murmurs of voices some more positive information of the state of things. The following are nearly the words he caught on his way. "Now," said one, "the infamous imposture of these villains is discovered. Who said there was no more bread, nor flour, nor corn? Now we see things clearly and distinctly, and they can no longer deceive us as they have done. Hurrah for plenty!" "I tell you all this just goes for nothing," said another. "It is only like making a hole in water, so that it will be worse for us. If we don't get full just as done us, bread will be sold at a low price, but they will put poison in it to kill us poor people like flies. They've said already that we are too many. They said so in the council, and I know it for certain, because I heard it with these ears from an acquaintance of mine, who is the friend of a relation of a scullion of one of these lords." "They are not things to be laughed at," said another poor wretch, who was foaming at the mouth, and holding up to his bleeding head a ragged pocket handkerchief, some neighbor, by way of consolation, echoing his remark. "Make way, gentlemen, pray be good enough to make way for a poor father of a family, who is carrying something to eat to 5 famished children." These were the words of one who came straggling under the weight of a large sack of flour, and everybody instantly drew back to attend to his request. "I," said another, almost in an undertone, to his companion, "I shall take my departure. I am a man of the world, and I know how these things go. These clowns who now make so much noise, tomorrow or next day will be shut up in their houses, cowering with fear. I have already noticed some faces, some worthy fellows, who are going about as spies, and taking note of those who are here and not here, and when all is over they will render in an account, and bring punishment on those who deserve it." "He who protects the bakers," cried a sonorous voice, which attracted Renzo's attention, "is the superintendent of provisions." "They are all rascals," said a bystander. "Yes, but he is at the head of them," replied the first. The superintendent of provisions, elected every year by the governor, from a list of 6 nobles formed by the council of the decurioni, was the president of this council, as well as the court of provisions, which, composed of 12 noblemen, had, together with other duties, that of overlooking the distribution of corn in the city. The person who occupied this post must necessarily, in times of scarcity and ignorance, have been regarded as the author of the evil, unless he had acted like Ferrer, a course which was not in his power, even had the idea entered his mind. "Rascals!" exclaimed another. "Could they do worse? They have actually dared to say that the high chancellor is an old fool, to rob him of his credit, and to get the government into their own hands. We ought to make a large hen coop, and put them in, to live upon vetches and cockleweed, as they would have treated us." "Bread, eh?" said one who was making as great haste as he could. "Bread? Blows with stones of pound-weight stones falling plump, that came down like hail, and such breaking of ribs. I long to be at my own house." Among such sentences as these, by which it is difficult to say whether he were more informed or perplexed, and among numberless knocks and pushes, Renzo at last arrived opposite the Bakehouse. The crowds here had considerably dispersed, so that he could contemplate the dismal scene of recent confusion. The walls unplastered, and defaced with stones and bricks, the window broken, and the door destroyed. "These are no very fine doings," thought Renzo to himself. If they treat all the bakehouses in this way, where will they make bread? In the ditches? From time to time somebody would issue from the house, carrying a part of a bin, of a tub, or of a boiling hutch, the pole of a kneading instrument, a bench, a basket, a journal, a waste book, or something belonging to this unfortunate bakehouse, and, shouting, "Make room," would pass on through the crowd. All these, he observed, went in the same direction and to some fixed place. Renzo, determined to find out the meaning of this procedure, followed behind a man who, having tied together a bundle of broken planks and chips, carried it off on his back, and like the others took the road that runs along the northern side of the cathedral, and receives its name from the flight of steps which was then in existence, and has only lately been removed. The wish of observing what happened did not prevent our mountaineer, on arriving in sight of this noble pile, from stopping to gaze upwards, with open mouth. He then quickened his pace to overtake his self-chosen guide, and, on turning the corner, gave another glance at the front of the building, at that time in a rude and far from finished state, keeping all the while close behind his leader, who advanced towards the middle of the square. The crowds became more dense as he went forward, but they made way for the carrier, and while he cleft the waves of people, Renzo, following in his wake, arrived with him in the very center of the throng. Here was space, and in the midst of the bonfire, a heap of embers, the relics of implements before mentioned. Around, the people were dancing and clapping their hands, mingling in the uproar 1,000 shouts of triumph and imprecation. The man with the bundle upset it into the embers. Others, with the long half-burned pole, gathered them up and raked them together from the sides and underneath. The smoke increased and thickened. The flame again burst forth, and with it the redoubled cries of the bystanders. "Hurrah for plenty! Death to those who would starve us! Away with the famine! Perish the court of provision! Perish the junta! Hurrah for plenty! Hurrah for bread!" To say the truth, the destruction of sieves and kneading troughs, the pillaging of bakehouses, and the routing of bakers, are not the most expeditious means of providing a supply of bread. But this is one of those metaphysical subtleties which never enter the mind of the multitude. Renzo, without being of too metaphysical a turn, yet not being in such a state of excitement as the others, could not avoid making this reflection in his mind. He kept it, however, to himself, for this among other reasons, because out of so many faces there was not one that seemed to say, "My friend, if I am wrong, correct me, and I shall be indebted to you." The flame had again sunk. No one was seen approaching with fresh combustibles, and the crowd was beginning to feel impatient, when a rumor was spread that at the Carduzio, a small square or crossway not far distant, they had laid siege to a bakehouse. In similar circumstances the announcement of an event very often produces it. Together with this rumor, a general wish to repair thither gained ground among the multitude. "I am going. Are you going? Let us go. Let us go," were heard in every direction. The crowd broke up, were set in motion, and moved on. Renzo remained behind, almost stationary, except when dragged forward by the torrent, and in the meanwhile held counsel with himself, whether he should make his escape from the stir and return to the convent in search of Father Bonaventura, or go and see this affray too. Curiosity prevailed. He resolved, however, not to mingle in the thickest of the crowd, at the risk of broken bones or something worse, but to keep at a distance and watch. Having determined on his plans, and finding himself tolerably unobserved, he took out the second roll, and biting off a mouthful, moved forward in the rear of the tumultuous body. By the outlet at one corner of the square, the multitude had already entered the short and narrow street Peschiera Vecchia, and thence through the crooked archway into the Piazza de' Mercanti. Very few were there who, in passing the niche which divides, about the centre, the terrace of the edifice then called the College of Doctors, did not cast a slight glance upward at the great statue that adorns it, at that serious, surly, frowning, morose countenance of Don Filippo II, which, even in marble, enforces a feeling of respect, and seems ready to say, "I am here, you rabble." This niche is now empty by a singular accident. About 170 years after the events which we are now relating, one morning the head of the statue that stood there was exchanged. The scepter was taken out of his hand, and a dagger placed there instead, and on his statue was inscribed the name of Marcus Brutus. Thus adorned it remained, perhaps, a couple of years, but one morning some persons who had no sympathies with Marcus Brutus, and who must have even had borne him a secret grudge, threw a rope around the statue, tore it down, and bestowed upon it 100 injuries. Thus mangled and reduced to a shapeless trunk, they dragged it along, with a profuse accompaniment of epithets, through the streets, and when they were well tired, threw it, no one knows where. Who would have foretold this to Andrea Biffi when he sculptured it? From the squares of the Mercanti the clamorous multitude turned into the by-street de Fustigani, whence they poured into the Corduzio. Everyone, immediately on entering the square, turned their eyes towards the bakehouse that had been indicated to them. But, instead of the crowd of friends whom they expected to find already at work, they saw only a few, irresolutely hovering above at some distance from the shop, which was fastened up and protected by armed men at the windows, who gave tokens of a determination to defend themselves in case of need. They, therefore, turned back and paused, to inform those who were coming up, and see what course the others would wish to take. Some returned, or remained behind. There was a general retreat and detention, asking and answering of questions, a kind of stagnation, sighs of irresolution, then a general murmur of consultation. At this moment an ill-omened voice was heard in the midst of the crowd. "The house of the superintendent of provisions is close by. Let us go and get justice, and lay siege to it." It seemed rather the common recollection of an agreement already concluded, than the acceptance of a proposal. "To the superintendent's! To the superintendent's!" was the only cry that could be heard. The crowd moved forward with unanimous fury towards the street where the house, named at such an ill-fated moment, was situated. End of chapter 12, part 2. Chapter 13, part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro MANZONI. Chapter 13, Part 1. The unfortunate superintendent was at this moment digesting a poor and scanty dinner, unwillingly eaten with a little stale bread, and awaiting with much suspense the termination of this storm, far from suspecting that it was about to fall with such violence upon his own head. Some benevolent person preceded the crowd in urging haste, and entered the house to warn him of his pressing danger. The servants, already attracted to the door by the noise, were looking with much alarm up the street, in the direction of the approaching tumult. While listening to the warning, the vanguard came in sight. They ran in haste and terror to inform their master, and while he was deliberating whether he should fly, or how he should accomplish it, someone else arrived to tell him that there was no longer time for flight. Scarcely was there time for the servants to secure the door. They, however, barred and locked it, and then ran to fasten the windows, as when a violent storm is threatening, and the hail is expected to come down every moment. The increasing howls of the people, following like a thunderclap, resounded through the empty yard. Every corner of the house re-echoed it, and in the midst of the tremendous and mingled uproar, were heard loudly and repeatedly the blows of stone upon the door. "The superintendent, the tyrant, the fellow who would starve us. We'll have him dead or alive." The poor man wandered from room to room, pale and almost breathless with terror, striking his hands together, commending himself to God, and imploring his servants to stand firm, and find him some way of making his escape. But how and where? He ascended to the garret, and there, through an aperture between the ceiling and the tiles, looked anxiously into the street, and saw it swarming with the enraged populace, more terrified than ever. He then withdrew to seek the most secure and secret hiding place he could find. Here he crouched down and listened whether the awful bursts of fury would ever subside, and the tumult ever abate. But hearing that the uproar rather became more savage and outrageous, and the blows against the door more rapidly repeated, his heart sank within him, and he hastily stopped his ears. Then, as if beside himself, gnashing his teeth and distorting his countenance, he impetuously extended his arms and shook his fists, as if he would keep the door secure in spite of all the pushes and blows. At last, in absolute despair, he sank down upon the floor, and remained terrified and almost insensible, expecting his death. Renzo found himself this time in the thickest of the confusion, not now carried there by the throng, but by his own deliberate will. At the first proposal of bloodshedding, he felt his own curdle within him. As to the plundering, he had not exactly determined whether in this instant it were right or wrong, but the idea of murder aroused in him immediate and unfeigned horror. And although, by that fatal submission of excited minds to the excited affirmations of the many, he felt as fully persuaded that the superintendent was an oppressive villain, as if he had known with certainty and minuteness all that the unhappy man had done, omitted, and thought, yet he had advanced among the foremost, with the determined intention of doing his best to save him. With this resolution he had arrived close to the door, which was assailed in 100 ways. Some, with flints, were hammering at the nails of the lock to break it open. Others, with stakes, chisels, and hammers, set to work with more method and regularity. Others, again, with sharp stones, blunted knives, broken pieces of iron, nails, and even their finger-nails, if they had nothing else, pulled down the plaster and defaced the walls, and labored hard to loosen the bricks by degrees, so as to make a breach. Those who could not lend a hand encouraged the others by their cries, but, at the same time, by the pressure of their persons, they contributed to impede the work already considerably obstructed by the disorderly contentions of the workers, for, by the favor of Heaven, It sometimes happens in evil undertakings, as too often in good, that the most ardent abettors of a work become its greatest impediments. The first magistrates who had notice of the insurrection immediately sent off to the commander of the castle, which then bore the name of Porto Giovia, for the assistance of some troops, and he quickly dispatched a band of men. But what with the information and the orders and the assembling and getting on their way and their march, the troops did not arrive till the house was completely surrounded by an immense army of besiegers, and they therefore halted at a sufficient distance from it, at the extremity of the crowd. The officer who commanded them knew not what course to pursue. Here was nothing but an assembly of idle and unarmed people, of every age and both sexes. On orders being given to disperse and make way, they replied by a deep and prolonged murmur, but no one moved. To fire down upon the crowd seemed to the officer not only a cruel but dangerous course, which, while it offended the less formidable, would irritate the more violent. Besides, he had received no such instructions. To push through this first assembly, overthrow them right and left, and go forward to carry war where it was given, would have been the best. But how to succeed was the point. Who knew whether the soldiers would be able to proceed, united and in order? For if instead of breaking through the crowd they should be routed on entering, they would be left to the mercy of the people, after having exasperated them. The irresolution of the commander and the inactivity of the soldiers appeared, whether justly or not, to proceed from fear. Those who stood next to them contented themselves with looking them in the face with an air, as the Milanese say, of "I don't care for you." Those who stood a little further off could not refrain from provoking them by making faces at them and by cries of mockery. Further on, few knew or cared who was there. The spoilers continued to batter the wall without any other thought than of succeeding quickly in their undertaking. The spectators ceased not to animate them with shouts. Among these appeared one who was himself a spectacle, an old and half-starved man, who, rolling about two sunken and fiery eyes, composing his wrinkled face to a smile of diabolical complacency, and with his hands raised above his infamous hoary head, was brandishing in the air a hammer, a rope, and 4 large nails, with which he said he meant to nail the vicar to the posts of his own door, alive as he was. "Fie upon you, for shame!" burst forth from Renzo, horrified at such words, and at the sight of so many faces betokening approbation of them, at the same time encouraged by seeing others, who, although silent, betrayed in their countenances the same horror that he felt. "For shame! Would you take the executioner's business out of his hand? Murder a Christian! How can you expect that God will give us food if we do such wicked things? He will send us thunderbolts instead of bread." "Ah, dog! Traitor to his country!" cried one of those who could hear, in the uproar, these sacred words, turning to Renzo with a diabolical countenance. "Wait, wait! He is a servant of the superintendent's, dressed like a peasant. He is a spy. Give it to him! Give it to him!" 100 voices echoed the cry. "What is it? Where is he? Who is he?" "A servant of the superintendent, a spy. The superintendent disguised as a peasant and making his escape." "Where is he? Where is he? Give it to him! Give it to him!" Renzo became dumb, shrank into a mere nothing, and endeavored to make his escape. Some of his neighbors helped him to conceal himself, and, by louder and different cries, attempted to drown these adverse and homicidal shouts. But what was of more use to him than anything else, was a cry of make way, which was heard close at hand. Make way, here is help, make way, ho hey. What was it? It was a long ladder that some persons were bringing to rear against the house, so as to gain an entrance through one of the windows. But by great good fortune this means, which would have rendered the thing easy, was not, in itself, so easy of execution. The bearers, who at each end, and here and there at intervals, supported it, pushed it about, and impeded by the crowd, reeled to and fro like waves. One, with his head between two steps, and the sides resting on his shoulders, groaned beneath the weight, as under a galling yoke. Another was separated from his burden by a violent push. The abandoned machine bruised heads, shoulders, and arms, and the reader must imagine the complaints and murmurs of those who thus suffered. Others, raising the dead weight with their hands, crept underneath it and carried it on their backs, crying, "It is our turn, let us go." The fatal machine advanced by bounds and exchanges, now straight forward, now obliquely. It came, however, in time to distract and divert the attention of Renzo's persecutors, and he profited by this confusion within confusion. Creeping quietly along at first, and then elbowing his way as well as he could, he withdrew from the post where he found himself in such a perilous situation, with the intention of making the best of his escape from the tumult, and of going, in real earnest, to find or wait for Father Bonaventura. All on a sudden a movement began at one extremity, extended itself through the crowd, and a cry was echoed from mouth to mouth in chorus, "Ferrer! Ferrer!" Surprise, expressions of favor or contempt, joy and anger, burst forth wherever the name was heard. Some echoed it, some tried to drown it, some affirmed, some denied, some blessed, some cursed. "Is Ferrer here?" "It isn't true, it isn't true." "Yes, yes, long live Ferrer, he who gives bread at a low price." "No, no, he's here, in his carriage. What is this fellow going to do? Why does he meddle in it? We don't want anybody. Ferrer, long live Ferrer, the friend of poor people. He's come to take the superintendent to prison." "No, no, we will get justice ourselves. Back, back. Yes, yes. Ferrer, let Ferrer come. Off with the superintendent to prison." And everybody, standing on tiptoe, turned toward the part where the unexpected new arrival was announced. But everybody rising, they saw neither more nor less than if they had all remained standing as they were. Yet so it was, all arose. In fact, at the extremity of the crowd, on the opposite side to where the soldiers were stationed, Antonio Ferrer, the high chancellor, was approaching in his carriage, feeling conscious, probably, that by his mistakes and obstinacy he was the cause, or at any rate the occasion, of this outbreak. He now came to try and allay it, and to avert, at least, the most terrible and irreparable effects. He came, in short, to employ worthily a popularity unworthily acquired. In popular tumults there is always a certain number of men who, either from overheated passions, or from fanatical persuasions, or from wicked designs, or from an execrable love of destruction, do all they can to push matters to the worst. They propose or send the most inhuman advice, and fan the flame wherever it seems to be sinking. Nothing is ever too much for them, and they wish for nothing so much as that the tumult should have neither limits nor end. But, by way of counterpoise, there is always a certain number of very different men, who perhaps, with equal ardor and equal perseverance, are aiming at a contrary effect. Some influenced by friendship, or partiality for the threatened objects, others without further impulse than that of a pious and spontaneous horror of bloodshed and atrocious deeds. Heaven blesses such. In each of these two opposite parties, even without antecedent concert, conformity of inclination creates an instantaneous agreement in operation. Those who make up the mass, and almost the materials of the tumult besides, are a mixed body of men who, more or less by infinite gradations, hold to one or to the other extreme, partly incensed, partly knavish, a little inclined to a sort of justice according to their idea of the word, a little desirous of witnessing some grand act of villainy, prone to ferocity or compassion, to adoration or execration, according as opportunity presents itself of indulging to the full one or the other of these sentiments, craving every moment to know and to believe some gross absurdity or improbability, and longing to shout, applaud, or revile in somebody's train. Long live, and down with, are the words most readily uttered, and he who has succeeded in persuading them that such an one does not deserve to be quartered, has need of very few words to convince them that he deserves to be carried in triumph. Actors, spectators, instruments, obstacles, whichever way the wind blows, ready even to be silent when there is no longer any one to give them the word, to desist when instigators fail, to disperse when many concordant and uncontradicted voices have pronounced, "Let us go," and to return to their own homes, demanding of each other, "What has happened?" Since, however, this body has, hence, the greatest power, nay, is in fact the power itself, so each of the two active parties uses every endeavor to bring it to its own side, to engross its services. They are, as it were, two adverse spirits, struggling which shall get possession of and animate this huge body. It depends upon which side can diffuse a cry the most apt to excite the passions, and direct their motions in favor of its own schemes, can most seasonably find information which will arouse or allay their indignation, and excite either their terror or their hopes, and can give the word, which, repeated more and more vehemently, will at once express, attest, and create the vote of the majority in favor of one or the other party. All these remarks are intended as an introduction to the information that, in the struggle of the two parties who were contending for the suffrages of the populace, crowded round the house of the superintendent, the appearance of Antonio Ferrer instantly gave a great advantage to the more moderate side, which had evidently been kept in awe, and, had the succor been a little longer delayed, would have had neither power nor scope for combat. This person was acceptable to the multitude on account of the tariff of his own appointment, which had been so favorable to purchasers, and also for his heroic resistance to every argument on the contrary side. Minds already thus biased were now more than ever captivated by the bold confidence of the old man, who, without guards or revenue, ventured thus to seek and comfort an angry and ungoverned multitude. The announcement also that he came to take the superintendent prisoner produced a wonderful effect, so that the fury entertained towards the unfortunate man, which would have been rendered more violent, whoever had come to oppose it without making any concessions, was now, with this promise of satisfaction, and, to use a Milanese expression, with this bone in their mouth, a little allayed, and made way for other and far different sentiments which pervaded the minds of the greater part of the crowd. For the favorers of peace, having recovered their breath, seconded Ferrer in 100 ways, those who were next to him, by exciting and re-exciting the cries of general applause by their own, and endeavoring at the same time to repulse the people so as to make a clear passage for the carriage; the others by applauding, repeating, and spreading his word, or what appeared to them the best he could utter, by silencing the furious and the obstinate, and turning against him the new passions of the fickle assembly. Who is there that won't say, "Long live Ferrer"? Don't you wish bread to be sold cheap, eh? They are all rascals who don't wish for justice like Christians. They want to make as much noise as they can to let the vicar escape. To prison with the vicar! Long live Ferrer! Make room for Ferrer! As those who talked in this strain continued to increase, the courage of the opposite party rapidly cooled, so that the former proceeded from reprimands so far as to lay hands upon the demolishers, to repulse them, and even to snatch the weapons from their grasp. These grumbled, threatened, and endeavored to regain their implements; but the cause of blood had given way, and the predominating cries were, "Prison! Justice! Ferrer!" After a little struggle they were driven back. The others possessed themselves of the door, both to defend it from further assaults, and to secure access for Ferrer; and some of them, calling to those within, apertures for such a purpose were not wanting, informed them of the assistance that had arrived, and bid them get the superintendent ready, to go directly to prison. Ahem! Do you hear?" "Is this the Ferrer who helps to make out proclamations?" demanded our friend Renzo of a new neighbor, remembering the vidite Ferrer that the doctor had pointed out to him at the bottom of one of these edicts, and which had resounded so perversingly in his ears. "Yes, the high chancellor," was the reply. "He is a worthy man, isn't he? More than that, it is he who fixed bread at a low price, and they wouldn't have it so, and now he is come to take the superintendent prisoner, who has not dealt justice to us." It is unnecessary to say that Renzo was instantly for Ferrer. He wished to get a sight of him directly, but this was no easy matter; yet, with the help of sundry breastings and elbowings, like a true Alpine, he succeeded in forcing a passage, and reaching the foremost ranks next to the side of the carriage. End of chapter 13, part 1.
Chapter 13, Part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lonnie Small. The Betrothed, by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 13, Part 2. The vehicle had proceeded a little way into the crowd, and was at this moment at a standstill by one of those inevitable impediments so frequent in a journey of this sort. The aged Ferrer presented himself now at one window of the carriage, now at another, with a countenance full of humility, affability, and benevolence, a countenance which he had always reserved perchance he should ever have an interview with Don Filippo IV. But he was compelled to display it also on this occasion. He talked, too, but the noise and murmur of so many voices, and the "long lives" which were addressed to him, allowed only a few of his words to be heard. He therefore had recourse to gestures, now laying his fingers on his lips to receive a kiss, which his hands, on quickly extending them, distributed right and left, as an acknowledgment of thanks for these public demonstrations of kindness; now spreading them and waving them slowly outside the windows to beg a little room; now politely lowering them to request a moment's silence. When he had partly succeeded in obtaining it, the nearest to the carriage heard and repeated his words: "Bread, abundance, I come to give you justice. A little room, if you please." Then, overcome, and as it were smothered with the buzzing of so many voices, and sight of so many crowded faces, and the consciousness of so many eyes fixed upon him, he drew back for a moment, puffed out his cheeks, sent forth a long-drawn breath, and said to himself, "Upon my life, what a crowd!" "Long live Ferrer! Don't be afraid. You are a worthy man. Bread, bread!" "Yes, bread, bread," replied Ferrer. "Abundance, I promise you." And he laid his hand on his heart. "A little room," added he, in his loudest voice. "I am coming to take him to prison and give him just punishment," continuing in an undertone, "if he is guilty." Then, bending forward toward the coachman, he said hastily, "Go on, Pedro, if you can." The driver himself also smiled with gracious condescension on the multitudes, as if he were some great personage, and with ineffable politeness waved his whip slowly to the right and left, to beg his incommodious neighbors to restrain themselves and retire a little on either side. "Be good enough, gentlemen," he said at last, "to make a little room, a very little, just enough to let us pass." The most active and benevolent now exerted themselves to make the passage so courteously requested. Some, before the horses, made the people retire by civil words, by putting their hands on their breasts, and by sundry gentle pushes. "There, there, a little room, gentlemen." Others pursued the same plan at the sides of the carriage, so that it might proceed without crushing toes or infringing upon mustachios, for besides injury to others, these accidents would expose the reputation of Antonio Ferrer to great risk. After having stood a few moments admiring the behavior of the old man, who, though agitated by perplexity and overcome with fatigue, was yet animated with solicitude, and adorned, so to say, with the hope of rescuing a fellow creature from mortal anguish, Renzo put aside every thought of going away, and resolved to lend a hand to Ferrer, and not to leave him until he had obtained his purpose. No sooner said than done. He joined with the rest in endeavoring to clear a passage, and certainly was not among the least efficient. A space was cleared. "Now come forward," said more than one to the coachman, retiring or going before to make room further on. "Forward, quickly but carefully," said his master, and the carriage moved on. Ferrer, in the midst of salutations which he lavished at random on the multitude, returned many particular acknowledgments with a smile and marked notice, to those who he saw interesting themselves for him, and of these smiles more than one fell to Renzo's share, who indeed merited them, and rendered more assistance to the High Chancellor that day than the bravest of his secretaries could have done. The young mountaineer, delighted with these marks of distinction, also fancied he had made acquaintance with Antonio Ferrer. The carriage, once more on its way, continued to advance more or less slowly, and not without some further trifling delays. The distance to be traversed was not perhaps above a stone's throw, but with respect to the time it occupied, it might have appeared a little journey even to one who was not in such urgent haste as Ferrer. The crowds moved onward, before, behind, and on each side of the carriage, like the mighty billows around a vessel advancing through the midst of a storm. The noise was more shrill, more discordant, more stunning even than the whistling and howling of a storm itself. Ferrer, looking out first at one side and then the other, beckoning and making all sorts of gestures to the people, endeavored to catch something to which he might accommodate his replies. He tried as well as he could to hold a little dialogue with this crowd of friends, but it was a difficult task, the most difficult perhaps that he had yet met with during so many years of his high chancellorship. From time to time, however, a single word or occasionally some broken sentence repeated by a group in his passage made itself heard, as the report of a large squib is heard above the continued crackling and whizzing of a display of fireworks, now endeavoring to give a satisfactory answer to these cries, now loudly ejaculating the words that he knew would be most acceptable, or that some instant necessity seemed to require. He too continued to talk the whole way. "Yes, gentlemen, bread, abundance. I will conduct him to prison. He shall be punished, if he is guilty. Yes, yes, I will command bread at low prices. So it is. I mean to say, the king, our master, would not wish such faithful subjects to suffer from hunger. Watch out! Take care we do not hurt you, gentlemen. Pedro, forward carefully. Plenty, plenty! A little room, for pity's sake! Bread, bread! To prison, to prison! What?" then demanded he of one who had thrust half his body through the window to shout in his ear some advice or petition or applause, or whatever it might be. But he, without having time to hear the "what," was forcibly pulled back by one who saw him on the point of being run over by the wheels. With such speeches and replies, amongst incessant acclamations and some few grumbles of opposition, which were distinguishable here and there, but were quickly silenced, Ferrer at last reached the house, principally by the aid of these good auxiliaries. The rest, who, as we have before related, were already here with the same good intentions, had in the meanwhile labored to make and maintain a clear space. They begged, exhorted, threatened, and stamping, trampling, and pacing up and down with that increased ardor and renewed strength which the near approach of a desired result usually excites, had succeeded in dividing the crowd into two, and then in repressing the two parties, so that when the carriage stopped before the door, there was left between it and the house a small empty space. Renzo, who by acting a little both as scout and guide had arrived with the carriage, managed to place himself in one of the two front tiers of worthy people, who served at once both as wings to the carriage and as a rampart to the too eager crowd of gazing bystanders. And helping to restrain one of these with his own powerful shoulders, he was also conveniently placed for seeing. Ferrer drew a long, deep breath on perceiving this small open space, and the door still shut. Shut here means not open, for as to the rest, the hinges were almost wrenched out of the pillars, the door-posts shivered to pieces, crushed, forced, and dissevered, and through a large hole in the door might be seen a piece of chain, twisted, bent, and almost broken in two, which, if we may say so, still held them together. Some kind-hearted person had placed himself at the opening to call to those within. Another ran to let down the steps of the carriage. The old man rose, put out his head, and laying his right hand on the arm of this worthy assistant, came out and stood on the top step. The crowd on each side stretched themselves up to see him. 1,000 faces, 1,000 beards pressed forward, and the general curiosity and attention produced a moment of silence. Ferrer, standing for that moment on the step, cast a glance around, saluted the people with a bow, as if from a rostrum, and laying his left hand on his heart, cried, "Bread and justice!" Then bold, upright, and in his robes, he descended amidst acclamations which rent the skies. Those within had in the meanwhile opened the door, or, to speak more correctly, had finished the work of wresting out the chain, together with the already more than half loosened staples. They made an opening, to admit so ardently desired a guest, taking, however, great care to limit the aperture to a space that his person would occupy. "Quick, quick," said he, "open it wide and let me in, and you, like brave fellows, keep back the people, don't let them follow me, for heaven's sake. Make ready a passage for by and by. Gentlemen, one moment," said he to those within. "Softly with this door. Let me pass. Oh, my ribs! Take care of my ribs! Shut it now. No, my gown, my gown!" It would have remained caught in the door if Ferrer had not dexterously withdrawn the train, which disappeared from the outside like the tail of a snake that slips into a hiding place when pursued. The door, pushed to and closed as best it could be, was then propped up with bars within. Outside, those who constituted themselves Ferrer's bodyguard labored with shoulders, arms, and cries to keep the space clear, praying from the bottom of their hearts that he would be expeditious. Be quick," said he, also as he stood within the portico, to the servants who had gathered round him, and who, almost out of breath, were exclaiming, "Blessings on you, oh, your Excellency! Oh, your Excellency! Oh, your Excellency!" "Quick, quick," repeated Ferrer. "Where is this poor man?" The superintendent came downstairs, half dragged along and half carried by his servants, as white as a sheet. When he saw his kind helper, He once more breathed freely, his pulse again beat, a little life returned into his limbs, and a little color into his cheeks. He hastened toward Ferrer, saying, "I am in the hands of God and your Excellency. But how shall we get out of this house? It is surrounded by the mob, who desires my death." "Come with me, sir, and be of good courage. My carriage is outside. Quick, quick!" And taking his hand, he led him towards the door, doing his best to encourage him, but in his heart thinking, "This will be the difficult part. God help us." The door opened. Ferrer led the way, followed by his companion, who, creeping along, clung to the toga of his deliverer, like a little child to its mother's gown. Those who had kept the space clear now raised their hands and hats, so as to form a kind of net or cloud to screen the superintendent from the perilous gaze of the populace, and allow him to get into the carriage, where he concealed himself by crouching in a corner. Ferrer then got in, and the door was shut. The people knew or guessed what had happened, and sent forth a confused shout of applauses and imprecations. It may seem that the most difficult and hazardous part of the journey still remained to be performed, but the public desire of letting the superintendent be carried to prison was sufficiently evident, and during the stay of the Chancellor in the house, many of those who had facilitated his arrival had so busied themselves in preparing and maintaining a passage through the midst of the crowd, that on its return the carriage could proceed at a quicker pace and without further delays. As fast as it advanced, the two crowds, repelled on both sides, fell back and mingled again behind it. As soon as Ferrer had seated himself, he bent down and advised the vicar to keep himself well concealed in the corner, and not show himself for heaven's sake. But there was no necessity for this warning. He, on the contrary, was obliged to display himself at the window, to attract and engage the attention of the multitude, and through the whole course of this drive he was occupied, as before, in making, to his changeable audience, the most lengthened and most unconnected harangue that ever was uttered, only interrupting it occasionally with some Spanish word or two which he turned to whisper hastily in the ear of his squatting companion. "Yes, gentlemen, bread and justice, to the castle, to prison, under my guard. Thank you, 1,000 thanks. No, no, he shall not escape." And whispering to the vicar, "It is just to coax them." "It is too just. We will examine. We will see. I also wish you well, gentlemen. A severe punishment." And again he whispered, "I say this for your own good. A just tariff, a fair limit, and punishment to those who would starve you. Stand aside, I beg you. Yes, yes, I am an honest man, a friend of the people. He shall be punished, it is true. He is a rogue and a rascal." And whispering again, "Pardon me, sir. It will go ill with him, it will go ill with him, if he is guilty. Yes, yes, we will make the baker's plough straight forward. Long live the king, and the good Milanese, his most faithful subjects. It is bad, very bad. Courage, we are almost out of danger." They had, in fact, traversed the thickest part of the crowd, and were now just on the point of issuing on to an open street. Here Ferrer, as he began to give his lungs a little rest, met his tardy allies, those Spanish soldiers who, toward the end, had not been quite useless, since, supported and directed by some citizen, they had assisted to disperse a few of the mob in quiet, and to keep open a passage for the final exit. On the arrival of the carriage, they made way and presented arms to the High Chancellor, who returned the acknowledgment by a bow to the right and left, and to the officer who approached nearer to salute him, he said, accompanying the words with a wave of his right hand, "Your servant, sir," which the officer took for what it really meant. "You have given me fine assistance." In reply he made another low bow and shrugged his shoulders. It would have been appropriate enough to add, "Cedant ermatogi," but Ferrer was not at that moment in a humour for quotations, and had he been, his words would have been wasted on the winds, for the officer did not understand Latin. Pedro regained his ancient spirit in passing between these two files of puppets and these muskets so respectfully elevated. Having recovered from his consternation, he remembered who he was and whom he was driving, and shouting, "Hey, hey!" Without the addition of other complimentary speeches to the mobs, now sufficiently reduced in number to allow of his venturing on such treatment, he whipped on his horses and took the road towards the castle. "Get up, get up! We're out of danger," said Ferrer to the superintendent, who, reassured by the cessation of the cries, and by the rapid motion of the carriage, and by these words, uncovered and stretched himself, rose, and recovering himself a little, began to overwhelm his liberator with thanks. Ferrer, after having condoled with him on his perilous situation, and congratulated him on his safety, exclaimed, running the palm of his hand over his bald pate, "What will his Excellency say of this, who is already beside himself for this cursed Casale that won't surrender? What will the Count Duke say, who starts with fear if a leaf makes more noise than usual? What will the King our master say, who will be sure to hear something of a great tumult, and when will it be over? Ah, as to myself, I will meddle no more in the business," said the superintendent. "I wash my hands of it. I resign my office into your Excellency's hands, and will go and live in a cave or on a mountain like a hermit, far, far away from this inhuman rabble." "You will do what is best for the service of his Majesty," gravely replied the Chancellor. "His Majesty does not desire my death," answered the superintendent. In a cave, far from these people." What followed afterwards upon this proposal is not recorded by our author, who, after accompanying the poor man to the castle, makes no further mention of his proceedings. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lonnie Small. The Betrothed, by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 14. Part 1. The crowd that was left behind began to disperse, and to branch off to the right and left along the different streets. One went home to attend to his business, another departed that he might breathe the fresh air and a little liberty after so many hours of crowded confinement, while a third set off in search of acquaintances with whom he might have a little chat about the doings of the day. The same dispersion was going on at the other end of the street, where the crowd was sufficiently thin to allow the troop of Spaniards to advance and approach the superintendent's house without having to fight their way. Around this, the dregs, so to say, of the insurgents were still congregated, a handful of rascals who, discontented with so quiet and imperfect a termination to such great preparations, grumbled, cursed, and consulted, to encourage themselves in seeking if something further might not be undertaken, and, by way of experiment, began beating and pounding at the unfortunate door, which had been again barred and propped up within. On the arrival of the troop, these, without previous consultation, but with a unanimous resolution, moved off, and departed by the opposite side, leaving the post free to the soldiers who took possession of it, and encamped as a guard to the house and street. But the neighboring streets and squares were still full of scattered groups. Where 2 or 3 were standing, 3, 4, 20 others would stop. Some would depart, others arrive. It was like those little straggling clouds that sometimes remain scattered and shifting over the azure sky after a storm, and make one say, on looking upwards, "The weather is not settled yet." There was heard a confused and varying sound of voices. One was relating with much energy the particular incidents he had witnessed. Another recounted what he himself had done. Another congratulated his neighbors on this peaceable termination, applauded Ferrer, and prognosticated dire evils about to fall on the superintendent. Others laughed at the idea, and asserted that no harm would be done him, because a wolf does not prey upon a wolf, while others more angrily murmured, because things had not been managed properly, said that it was all a hoax, and that they were fools to have made such a hubbub, only to allow themselves after all to be cozened in this manner. Meanwhile the sun had set, and twilight spread its uniform sombreness over all objects. Many, wearied with the exertions of the day, and tired of gossiping in the dark, returned to their respective homes. Our youth, after having assisted the progress of the carriage so long as there was need of assistance, and having followed it even between the two files of soldiers as if in triumph, was satisfied when he saw it rolling along uninterruptedly out of danger, and accompanying the crowd a little way, he soon deserted it by the first outlet, that he might breathe a little fresh air in quiet. After taking steps at large in the midst of much agitation from so many new scenes, so many passions, and so many recent and confused remembrances, he began to feel his need both of food and rest, and kept looking up from side to side in hope of seeing a sign of some inn, since it was too late to go to the convent. As he thus proceeded, gazing upward, he suddenly lit upon a group of gossips, and stopping to listen, he heard them as they talked, making conjectures, proposals, and designs for the morrow. After listening a moment or two, he could not resist putting in his word, thinking that he who had done so much might without presumption join in a little conversation. Persuaded from what he had seen during the day, that to accomplish anything it was only necessary to suggest it to the populace. "My good sirs," cried he, by way of exordium, "may I too give my poor opinion? My poor opinion is this, that there are other iniquities besides this of bread. Now we've seen plain enough to day that we can get justice by making ourselves felt. Then let us proceed until all these grievances are cured, that the world may move forward in a little more Christian fashion. Isn't it true, gentlemen, that there's a set of tyrants who set at naught the 10 Commandments, and search out poor people, who don't trouble their heads about them, just to do them every mischief they can, and yet they're always in the right? Nay, when they've been acting the rascal more than usual, then hold their heads higher than at other times? Yes, and even Milan has its share of them." "Too many," said a voice. "So I say," rejoined Renzo. "The accounts of them have already reached our ears, and besides, the thing speaks for itself. Let us suppose, for instance, that one of those I am talking about should have one foot outside and one in Milan. If he's a devil there, he won't be an angel here, I fancy. Yet just tell me, sirs, whether you've ever seen one of these men behind the grating. And the worst of it is, and this I can affirm with certainty, there are proclamations in plenty published to punish them. And those not proclamations without meaning, but well drawn out. You can't find anything better done. There are all sorts of villainies clearly mentioned, exactly as they happen, and to each one its proper punishment. It says, whoever it may be, ignoble or plebeians, and what not besides. Now just go and ask doctors, scribes, and Pharisees to see justice done to you as the proclamation warrants, and they will give you as much ear as the Pope does to vagabonds. It's enough to make any honest fellow turn desperate. It is plain enough, then, that the king, and those who command under him, are desirous that knaves should be duly punished. But nothing is done, because there is some league between them. We therefore ought to break it. We should go to-morrow morning to Ferrer, who is a worthy man, and a tractable signor. We saw to-day how glad he was to be amongst the poor people, and how he tried to hear what was said to him, and answered with such condescension. We should go to Ferrer and tell him how things stand, and I, for my part, can tell him some fine doings, for I saw with my own eyes a proclamation with ever so many arms at the top, which had been made by 3 of the rulers, for there was the name of each of them printed plain below, and one of these names was Ferrer, seen by me with my own eyes. Now this edict exactly suited my case, and a doctor to whom I applied for justice, according to the intention of these 3 gentlemen, among whom was Ferrer himself, this Signor Doctor, who had himself shown me the proclamation, and a fine one it is, aha! thought that I was talking to him like a madman. I'm sure that when this worthy old fellow hears some of these fine doings, for he cannot know all, particularly those in the country, he won't be willing to let the world go on this way, but will find some remedy for it. And besides, they who make the proclamations ought to wish that they should be obeyed, for it is an insult to count as nothing an edict with their name fixed to it. And if the powerful ones won't lower their heads, and will still play the fool, we are ready to make them, as we've done to day. I don't say that he should go about in his carriage to carry off every powerful and overbearing rascal. Ha, ha! It would require Noah's Ark for that. But he ought to command all those whose business it is, not only in Milan, but everywhere, to do things as the proclamations require, and draw up an indictment against all those who have committed these iniquities. And where it says prison, to prison; where it says galleys, to the galleys; and bid the podesta to do his duty. If he won't, send him about his business, and put a better man in his place. And then, besides, as I said, we should be ready to lend a hand. And he ought to order the lawyers to listen to the poor, and to talk reasonably. Don't I say right, my good sirs?" Renzo had talked so earnestly that from the beginning a great part of the assemblage had stopped all other conversation, and had turned to listen to him, and up to a certain point all had continued his auditors. A confused clamor of applause, of "Bravo! Certainly he is right. It is too true," followed his harangue. Critics, however, were not wanting. "Oh, yes," said one, "listen to a mountaineer. They are all advocates." And he went away. "Now," muttered another, "every ragamuffin must put in his word, and what with having too many irons in the fire, we shan't have bread sold cheap, which is what we've made this stir for." Renzo, however, heard nothing but compliments, one taking him by this hand, another by that one. "I will see you to morrow." "Where?" "At the square of the cathedral." "Very well, very well. And something will be done, and something will be done." "Which of these good gentlemen will direct me to an inn where I can get something to eat, and a lodging for the night that will suit a poor youth's pocket?" said Renzo. "I am at your service, my brave fellow," said one who had listened attentively to his harangue, and had not yet said a word. "I know an inn that will just suit you, and I will introduce you to the landlord, who is my friend and a very worthy man." "Near at hand?" asked Renzo. "Only a little way off," replied he. The assembly dispersed, and Renzo, after several warm shakes of the hand from strangers, went off with his new acquaintance, thanking him heartily for his kindness. "Not a word, not a word," said he. "One hand washes the other, and both the face. Is it not one's duty to serve one's neighbor?" And as he walked he kept making of Renzo, in the course of conversation, first one and then another inquiry. "Not out of curiosity about your doings, but you seem tired. Where do you come from?" "I come," replied Renzo, "as far as from Lecco." "From Lecco? Are you a native of Lecco?" "Of Lecco, that is, of the territory." "Poor fellow! From what I have gathered in your conversation, you seem to have been badly treated." My dear fellow, I was obliged to speak rather carefully, that I might not publish my affairs to the world. But it's enough. Some day it will be known, and then But I see a sign of an inn here, and, to say the truth, I'm not inclined to go any further." "No, no, come where I told you. It's a very little way further," said the guide. "Here you won't be comfortable." "Very well," replied the youth. "I'm not a gentleman accustomed to down, though. Something good to supply the garrison and a straw mattress are enough for me, and what I want most is to find both directly. Here we are, fortunately." And he entered a shabby looking doorway, over which hung the sign of the Full Moon. "Well, I will lead you here, since you wish it," said the incognito as he followed him in. "Don't trouble yourself any further," replied Renzo. "However," added he, "you will do me the favor of taking a glass with me." "I accept your kind offer," replied he, and he advanced, as being better acquainted with the place, before Renzo, through a little court, approached a glass door, lifted up the latch, and opening it, entered with his companion into the kitchen. Two lights illuminated the apartment, suspended from two hooks fixed in the beam of the ceiling. Many persons, all of whom were engaged, were lounging on benches which stretched along both sides of a narrow, dirty table, occupying almost the whole of one side of the room. Here and there a cloth was spread, and a few dishes set out at intervals. Cards were played, and dice cast and gathered up, and everywhere were bottles and glasses. On the wet table were to be seen various Spanish and Milanese coins, which, could they have spoken, would probably have said, "This morning we were in a baker's till," or in the pockets of some of the spectators of the tumult; for every one, intent on watching how public matters went, forgot to look after their own private interests. The clamor was great. A boy was going backwards and forwards in haste and bustle, waiting upon this table and sundry chessboards. The host was sitting upon a small bench under the chimney–piece, occupied apparently in making and unmaking certain figures in the ashes with the tongs, but in reality intent on all that was going on around him. He rose at the sound of the latch, and advanced towards the newcomers. When he saw the guide, "Cursed fellow," thought he, "you are always coming to plague me when I least want you." Then, hastily glancing at Renzo, he again said to himself, "I don't know you, but coming in with such a hunter, you must either be a dog or a hare. When you have said two words, I shall know which." However, nothing of this mute soliloquy appeared in the landlord's countenance, which was as immovable as a picture, a round and shining face, with a thick reddish beard and two bright and staring eyes. "What are your commands, gentlemen?" said he. "First of all, a good flask of wine," said Renzo, "and then something to eat." So saying, he sat down on a bench towards the end of the table, and uttered a sonorous "Ah," which seemed to say, "It does one good to sit down after having been so long standing and working so hard." But immediately the recollection of the bench and the table at which he had last sat with Lucia and Agnes rushed into his mind, and forced from him a sigh. He shook his head to drive away the thought, and then saw the host coming with the wine. His companion had sat down opposite to Renzo, who poured him out a glass, and pushed it towards him, saying, "To moisten your lips," and filling the other glass, he emptied it in one draught. "What can you give me to eat?" then demanded he of the landlord. "A good bit of stewed meat?" asked he. "Yes, sir, a bit of stewed meat." "You shall be served directly," said the host to Renzo, and turning to the boy, "Attend to this stranger." And he retreated to the fireplace. "But," resumed he, turning again towards Renzo, "we have no bread to day." "As to bread," said Renzo, in a loud voice, and laughing, "Providence has provided that." And drawing from his pocket the third and last loaf which he had picked up under the cross of San Dionigi, he raised it in the air, exclaiming, "Behold the bread of Providence!" Many turned on hearing this exclamation, and seeing such a trophy in the air, somebody called out, "Hurrah for bread at a low price!" "At a low price?" said Renzo. "Oh, more by the grace of God." "Better still, better still. But," added he immediately, "I should not like these gentlemen to think ill of me. I have not, as they say, stolen it. I found it on the ground, and if I could find its owner, I am ready to pay him for it." "Bravo, bravo!" cried his companions, laughing more loudly, without it entering into one of their minds that these words were seriously expressed a real fact and intention. "They think I'm joking, but it's just so," said Renzo to his guide, and turning the loaf over in his hand, he added, "See how they've crushed it. It looks like a cake. But there were plenty close by it. If any of them had had very tender bones, they'd have come badly off." Then, biting off and devouring 3 or 4 mouthfuls, he swallowed another glass of wine, and added, "This bread won't go down alone. I never had so dry a throat. A great shouting there was." "Prepare a good bed for this honest fellow," said the guide, "for he intends to sleep here." "Do you wish a bed?" asked the landlord of Renzo, advancing towards the table. "Certainly," replied he, "a bed to be sure. Only let the sheets be clean, for though I am but a poor lad, I am accustomed to cleanliness." "Oh, as to that," said the host, and going to a counter that stood in the corner of the kitchen, he returned with an inkstand and a little bit of writing paper in one hand and a pen in the other. "What does this mean?" exclaimed Renzo, gulping down a mouthful of the stew that the boy had set before him, and then smiling in astonishment. "Is this the white sheet, eh?" Without making any reply, the landlord laid the paper on the table and put the inkstand by the paper. Then stooping forward, he rested his left arm and his right elbow on the table, and holding the pen in the air, with his face raised toward Renzo, said to him: "Will you be good enough to tell me your name, surname, and country?" "What?" said Renzo. "What has all this to do with my bed?" "I do my duty," said the host, looking towards the guide. "We are obliged to give an account and relation of every one that comes to sleep in our house, name and surname, and of what nation he is, on what business he comes, if he has any arms with him, how long he intends to stay in the city. They are the very words of the proclamation." Before replying, Renzo swallowed another glass. It was the third, and from this time forward I fear we shall not be able to count them. He then said: "Ah, you have the proclamation, and I pride myself upon being a doctor of law, so I know well enough what importance is attached to edicts." "I speak in earnest," said the landlord, keeping his eye on Renzo's mute companion, and going again to the counter, he drew out a large sheet, an exact copy of the proclamation, and came to display it before Renzo's eyes. "Ah, see!" exclaimed the youth, raising the refilled glass in one hand and quickly emptying it, while he stretched out the other and pointed with his finger towards the unfolded proclamation. "Look at that fine sheet, like a missal. I'm delighted to see it. I know those arms, and I know what that heretical face means, with the noose around its neck." At the head of the edicts the arms of the governor were usually placed, and in those of Don Gonzalo Fernandez de Cordova appeared a Moorish king chained by the throat. That face means, "Command who can, and obey who will." When that face shall have sent to the galleys Señor never mind, I know who. As another parchment says, like this, when it has provided that an honest youth may marry an honest girl who is willing to be married to him, then I will tell my name to this face, and will give it a kiss into the bargain. I may have very good reasons for not telling you my name, oh, truly! And if a rascal who had under his command a handful more of rascals, for if he were alone," here he finished his sentence with a gesture, "if a rascal wanted to know where I am, to do me an ill turn, I ask if that face would move itself to help me. I'm to tell my business? This is something new. Supposing I had come to Milan to confess, I should wish to confess to a Capuchin father, I beg to say, and not to a landlord." Chapter 14. Part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lonnie Small. The Betrothed, by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 14, Part 2. The host was silent, and looked toward the guide, who gave no token of noticing what passed. Renzo, we grieve to say, swallowed another glass, and continued: "I will give you a reason, my dear landlord, which will satisfy you. If those proclamations which speak in favor of good Christians are worth nothing, those which speak against them are worth still less. So carry away these bothering things, and bring us instead another flask, for this is broken." So saying, he tapped it lightly with his knuckles, and added, "Listen how it sounds like a cracked bottle." Renzo's language had again attracted the attention of the party, and when he ceased there arose a general murmur of approbation. "What must I do?" said the host, looking at the incognito, who was, however, no stranger to him. "Away, away with them," cried many of the guests. "This country man has some sense. They are grievances, tricks, impositions. New laws to day, new laws." In the midst of these cries, the incognito, glancing toward the landlord a look of reproof for this too public magisterial summons, said "Let him have his own way a little. Don't give any offence." "I've done my duty," said the host in a loud voice, and added to himself, "Now I have my shoulders against the wall." He then removed the pen, ink, and paper, and took the empty flagon to give it to the boy. "Bring the same sort of wine," said Renzo, "for I find it a worthy fellow, and will send it to sleep with the other, without asking its name or surname, or what is its business, and if it intends to stay any time in the city." "Some more of the same sort," said the landlord to the boy, giving him the flask, and he returned to his seat under the chimney-piece. "More simple than a hare," thought he, figuring away in the cinders. "And into what hands hast thou fallen, thou great ass? If thou wilt drown, drown, but the landlord of the Full Moon isn't obliged to go shares in thy folly." Renzo returned thanks to his guide, and to all the rest who had taken his part. "Brave friends," said he. "Now I see clearly that honest fellows give each other a hand, and support each other." Then waving his hand in the air, over the table, and again assuming the air of a speaker, "Isn't it an admirable thing," exclaimed he, "that all our rulers will have pen, ink, and paper intruding everywhere? Always a pen in the hand. They must have a mighty passion for wielding the pen." You worthy countryman, would you like to know the reason?" said a winner of one of the games, laughing. "Let us hear," replied Renzo. "The reason is," said he, "that as these signori eat geese, they find they have got so many quills that they are obliged to make something of them." All began to laugh, excepting the poor man who had just been a loser. "Oh," said Renzo, "this man is a poet. You have some poets here, then. They are springing up everywhere. I have a little turn that way myself, and sometimes I make some fine verses, but that's when things go smoothly." To understand this nonsense of poor Renzo's, the reader must know that amongst the lower orders in Milan, and still more in the country, the term poet did not signify, as among all educated people, a sacred genius, an inhabitant of Pindus, a votary of the Muses. It rather meant a humorous and even giddy-headed person, who in conversation and behavior had more repartee and novelty than sense. So daring are these mischief-makers among the vulgar, in destroying the meaning of words, and making them express things the most foreign and contrary to their legitimate signification. For what, I should like to know, has a poet to do with a giddy brain? "But I'll tell you the true reason," added Renzo. "It is because they hold the pen in their own hand, and so the words that they utter fly away and disappear. The words that a poor lad speaks are carefully noted, and very soon they fly through the air with his pen, and are down upon paper to be made use of at a proper time and place. They've also another trick, that when they would bother a poor fellow who doesn't know letters, but who has a little I know what," and to illustrate his meaning he began tapping and almost battering his forehead with his forefinger. "No sooner do they perceive that he begins to understand the puzzle, than, forsooth, they must throw in a little Latin to make him lose the thread, to prevent his defending himself, and to perplex his brain. Well, well, it is our business to do away with these practices. To-day everything has been done reasonably, in our own tongue, and without pen, ink, and paper. And to-morrow, if people will but govern themselves, we will do still better. Without touching a hair of their heads, though. Everything must be done in a fair way." In the meantime, some of the company had returned to their gaming, others to eating, and many to shouting. Some went away, and others arrived in their place. The landlord busied himself in attending upon all, but these things have nothing to do with our story. The unknown guide was impatient to take his departure, yet, though he had not to all appearance any business at the house, he would not go away till he had chatted a little with Renzo individually. He therefore turned to him and renewed the conversation about bread, and after a few of those expressions which had been for some time in every one's mouth, he began to give his own opinion. If I were ruling," said he, "I would find a way of making things right." "How would you do?" asked Renzo, fixing on him two eyes more sparkling than usual, and twisting his mouth away to be more attentive. "How would I do?" said he. "I would have bread for all, for poor as well as rich." "Ah, so far well," said Renzo. "See how I would do it. First, I would fix a moderate price that everybody could reach. Then I would distribute bread according to the number of mouths per household, for there are some inconsiderate gluttons who would have all to themselves, and strive who can get the most, buying at a high price, and thus there isn't bread enough for the poor people. Therefore distribute bread. And how should that be done? See. Give a note to every family, in proportion to the number of mouths, to go and get bread at the bakehouses. To me, for example, they should give a note of this kind: Ambrogio Fusella, by trade a sword cutler, with a wife and 4 children, all of an age to eat bread. Note that well. Let them have so much bread, and pay so many pence. But to do things justly, it must always be in proportion to the number of mouths. You, we will suppose, ought to have a note for your name." "Lorenzo Tramaglino," said the youth, who, delighted with the plan, never recollected that it was entirely founded on paper, pen, and ink, and that to put it in execution the first thing must be to get everybody's name. "Very well," said the stranger, "but have you a wife and children?" "I ought indeed. Children, no, too soon. But a wife, if the world went as it ought." "Ah, you are single. Well, have patience. But a smaller portion." "You are right. But if soon, as I hope, and by the help of God." "Enough. And when I've a wife too?" "Then change the note, and increase the quantity. As I said, always in proportion to the number of mouths," said the unknown, rising from his seat. "That is all very good," cried Renzo, and he continued vociferously, as he struck his hand upon the table, "and why don't they make a law of this kind?" "How can I tell? But I must bid you good night and be off, for I fancy my wife and children have been looking out for me this good while." "Just another little drop, another little drop," cried Renzo, hastily filling his glass and rising quickly. He seized the skirt of his doublet, and tried to force him to sit down again. "Another little drop. Don't do me this insult." But his friend disengaged himself with a sudden jerk, and leaving Renzo to indulge in importunity and reproaches as he pleased, again said, "Good night," and went away. Renzo shouted after him when he had even reached the street, and then sank back upon his seat. He eyed the glass that he had just filled, and seeing the boy passing the table, he detained him with a beckon of his hand, as if he had some business to communicate. He then pointed to the glass, and with a slow and grave enunciation, and pronouncing the words in a peculiar manner, said, "See, I had prepared it for that worthy gentleman, do you see? Full to the brim, fit for a friend, but he wouldn't have it. People have very odd ideas sometimes. I couldn't do otherwise. I let him see my kind intentions. Now then, since the thing is done, I mustn't let it go to waste." So saying, he took it and emptied it at a draught. "I understand," said the boy, going away. "Ah, you understand, do you?" replied Renzo. "Then it is true, when reasons are sensible." Nothing less than our love of truthfulness would induce us to prosecute a faithful account which does so little credit to so important a person, we may almost say to the principal hero of our story. From this same motive of impartiality, however, we must also state that this was the first time that such a thing happened to Renzo, and it is just because he was not accustomed to such excesses that his first attempt succeeded so fatally. The few glasses that he had swallowed one after another, at first contrary to his usual habits, partly to cool his parched throat, partly from a sort of excitement of mind which gave him no liberty to do anything in moderation, quickly went to his head. A more practised drinker would probably never have felt them. Our anonymous author here makes an observation, which we repeat for the benefit of those of our readers who know how to value it. "Temperate and honest habits," says he, "bring with them this advantage, that the more they are established and rooted in a man, so much the more easily, when he acts contrary to them, does he immediately feel the injury or inconvenience, or, to say the least, the disagreeability of such an action, so that he has something to remember for a time, and thus even a slight fault serves him for a lesson." However this may be, certain it is that when these first fumes had mounted to Renzo's brain, wine and words continued to flow, one down and one up, without measure or reason, and at the point where we have left him, he had got quite beyond his powers of self-government. He felt a great desire to talk. Auditors, or at least men present whom he could imagine such, were not wanting, and for some time also words had readily occurred to him, and he had been able to arrange them in some sort of order, but by degrees his powers of connecting sentences began woefully to fail. The thought that had presented itself vividly and definitively in his mind suddenly clouded over and vanished, while the word he wanted and waited for was, when it occurred to him, inapplicable and unseasonable. In this perplexity, by one of those false instincts that so often ruin men, he would again have recourse to the flagon, but any one with a grain of sense will be able to imagine of what use the flagon was to him then. We will only relate some of the many words he uttered in this disastrous evening. The others which we omit would be too unsuitable, for they not only had no meaning, but made no show of having any, a necessary requisite in a printed book. "Ah, host, host," resumed he, following him with his eye round the table or under the chimney-piece, sometimes gazing at him where he was not, and talking all the time in the midst of the uproar of the party. "What a landlord you are! I cannot swallow this trick about the name, surname, and business. To a youth like me, you have not behaved well. What satisfaction now, what advantage, what pleasure, to put upon paper a poor youth? Don't I speak sense, gentlemen? Landlords ought to stand by good youths. Listen, listen, landlord, I will compare you. Because do you laugh? I am a little too far gone, I know, but the reasons I would give are right enough. Just tell me now, who is it that keeps up your trade? Poor fellows, isn't it? See if any of these gentlemen of the proclamations ever come here to wet their lips." "They are all people that drink water," said one of Renzo's neighbors. "They want to have their heads clear," added another, "to be able to tell lies cleverly." "Ah," cried Renzo, "that was the poet who spoke then. Then you understand my reason. Answer me then, landlord. And Ferrer, who is best of all, has he ever come here to drink a toast, or to spend a quarter of a farthing? And that dog of a villain, I'll hold my tongue, because I'm a careful fellow. Ferrer and Father well, I know, they are two worthy men, but they are so few worthy men in the world. The old are worse than the young, and the young worse again than the old. However, I am glad there has been no murdering, no cruelties that should be left for the hangman's hands. Bread, oh yes, I got some great pushes, but I gave away some too. Room, plenty, long live. However, even Ferrer, who also spoke some words in Latin, cursed trick. Long live, justice, bread, these are fair words. There we wanted these comrades. when that cursed ton, ton, ton broke forth, and then again ton, ton, ton. We did not flee then, do you see, to keep that Signor Curate there. I know what I am thinking about." At these words he bent down his head, and remained some time as if absorbed in some idea. He then heaved a deep sigh, and raised a face with two piteous-looking eyes, and such an expression of disagreeable and stupid grief, that woe to him if the object of it could have seen him at that moment. But the wicked men around him, who had already begun to divert themselves with the impassioned and confused eloquence of Renzo, now hastened to ridicule his countenance tinctured with remorse. The nearest to him said to the others, "Look at him," and all turned towards the poor fellow, so that he became the laughing-stock of the unruly company. Not that all of them were in their perfect senses, or in their ordinary senses, whatever they might be, but to say the truth, none of them had gone so far as poor Renzo. And still more, he was a countryman. They began first one and then another to provoke him with foolish and unmannerly questions and jesting ceremonies. One moment he would seem to be offended, the next would take the treatment in joke. Now, without taking notice of all these voices, he would talk of something quite different, now replying, now interrogating, but always by starts and blunders. Fortunately, in all this extravagance, he had preserved a kind of instinctive carefulness not to mention the names of persons, so that even that which was most likely to be firmly fixed in his memory was not once uttered. For deeply it would have grieved us if that name for which even we entertain a degree of respect and affection had been bandied about, and become the sport of these abandoned wretches. End of Chapter 14, Part 2. Chapter 15, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lonnie Small. The Betrothed by Alessandro MANZONI. Chapter 15, Part 1. The landlord, seeing the game was lasting too long and being carried too far, had approached Renzo, and with the greatest politeness requesting the others to leave him alone, began shaking him by the arm, and tried to make him understand, and persuade him that he had better go to bed. But Renzo could not forget the old subject of the name, and surname, and proclamations, and worthy youths. However, the words bed and sleep, repeated in his ear, wrought some kind of impression on his mind. They made him feel a little more distinctly his need of what they signified, and produced a momentary lucid interval. The little sense that returned to his mind made him in some degree sensible that most of his companions had gone, as the last glimmering torch in an illumination shows all the others extinguished. He made a resolution, placed his open hands upon the table, tried once or twice to raise himself, sighed, staggered, and at a third attempt, supported by his host, he stood upon his feet. The landlord, steadying him as he walked along, guided him from between the bench and table, and taking a lamp in one hand, partly conducted and partly dragged him with the other toward the stairs. Here Renzo, on hearing the noise and salutations which were shouted after him by the company, hastily turned around, and if his supporter had not been very alert and held him by the arm, the evolution would have ended in a heavy fall. However, he managed to turn back, and with his unconfined arm began figuring and describing in the air sundry salutes like a running knot. "Let us go to bed," said the landlord, pushing him forward through the door, and with still more difficulty drawing him to the top of the narrow wooden staircase, and then into the room he had prepared for him. Renzo rejoiced on seeing his bed ready. He looked graciously upon his host, with eyes which one moment glistened more than ever, and the next faded away like two fireflies. He endeavored to steady himself on his legs, and stretched out his hand towards his host's cheek to take it between his first and middle fingers, in token of friendship and gratitude, but he could not succeed. "Brave landlord," he at last managed to stammer out. "Now I see that you are a worthy fellow. This is a kind deed to give a poor lad a bed. But that trick about the name and surname, that wasn't like a gentleman. By good luck, I saw through it." The landlord, who little thought he could have uttered anything so connected, and who knew by long experience how men in such a condition may be induced more easily than usual suddenly to change their minds, was determined to take advantage of this lucid interval to make another attempt. "My dear fellow," said he, with a most coaxing tone and look, "I didn't do it to vex you, nor to pry into your affairs. What would you have? There are the laws, and we must obey them. Otherwise we are the first to suffer the punishment. It is better to satisfy them. And after all, what is it all about? A great thing, certainly, to say 2 words. Not, however, for them, but to do me a favor. Here, between ourselves, face to face, let us do our business. Tell me your name, and then go to bed with a quiet mind." "Ah, rascal!" exclaimed Renzo. "Cheat! You are again returning to the charge with that infamous name, surname business." "Hold your tongue, simpleton, and go to bed," said the landlord. But Renzo pursued more vehemently. "I understand you are one of the League. Wait, and I'll settle it." And directing his voice toward the head of the stairs, he began to shout more vociferously than ever. "Friends, the landlord is of the—" "I only said it in a joke," cried he, in Renzo's face, repulsing him and pushing him toward the bed. "In joke. Didn't you understand that I only said it in joke?" "Ah, in joke. Now you speak sensibly. When you say in joke, they are just the things to make a joke of." And he sank upon the bed. "Here, undress yourself and be quick," said the host, adding assistance to his advice. And there was need of it. When Renzo had succeeded in getting off his waistcoat, the landlord took it and put his hands in the pockets to see if there were any money in them. His search was successful, and thinking that his guest would have something else to do than to pay him on the morrow, and that this money would probably fall into hands whence a landlord could not easily be able to recover any share, he resolved to risk another attempt. "You're a good lad and an honest man, aren't you?" said he. "Good lad and honest man," replied Renzo, vainly endeavoring to undo the buttons of the clothes which he had not yet been able to take off. "Very well," rejoined the host. "Just settle, then, this little account for to-morrow. I must go out on some business." "That's only fair," said Renzo. "I'm a fool, but I'm honest. But the money, am I to go look for the money now?" "It's here," said the innkeeper, and calling up all his practice, patience, and skill, he succeeded in settling the account and securing the reckoning. "Lend me a hand to finish undressing, landlord," said Renzo. "I'm beginning to feel very sleepy." The landlord performed the required office. He then spread the quilt over him, and almost before he had time to say disdainfully "Good night," Renzo was snoring, fast asleep. Yet with that sort of attraction which sometimes induces us to contemplate an object of dislike as well as of affection, and which perhaps is nothing else than a desire of knowing what operates so forcibly on our mind, he paused, for a moment, to contemplate so annoying a guest, holding the lamp towards his face, and throwing the light upon it with a strong reflection, by screening it with his hand, almost in the attitude in which Psyche is depicted, when stealthily regarding the features of her unknown consort. "Mad blockhead," said he, in his mind, to the poor sleeper. "You've certainly taken the way to look for it. To-morrow you'll be able to tell me how you've liked it. Clowns, who will stroll over the world without knowing whereabouts the sun rises, just to bring themselves and their neighbors into trouble." So saying, or rather thinking, he withdrew the light and left the room, locking the door behind him. On the landing place at the top of the stairs he called the landlady, and bade her leave the children under the care of a young servant girl, and go down into the kitchen to preside and keep guard in his stead. "I must go out, thanks to a stranger who has arrived here to my misfortune," said he, and he briefly related the annoying circumstance. He then added, "Have your eyes everywhere, and above all be prudent this unfortunate day. There's a group of licentious fellows down below who, between drink and their own inclination, are ready enough to talk, and will say anything. It will be enough. If a rash I'm not a child, and I know well enough what's to be done. I think you can't say that up to this time. Well, well, and be sure they pay, and pretend not to hear anything they say about the superintendent of provisions, and the governor, and Ferrer, and the decurioni, and the cavaliers, and Spain, and France, and such fooleries, for if you contradict them, you'll come off badly directly, and if you agree with them, you may fare badly afterwards, and you know well enough that sometimes those who say the worst things. But enough. When you hear certain things, turn away your head and cry, "I'm coming," as if somebody was calling you from the other side. I'll come back as quick as I can." So saying, he went down with her into the kitchen, gave a glance around to see if there were anything new of consequence, took down his hat and cloak from a peg, reached a short thick stick out of the corner, summed up in one glance at his wife the instructions he had given her, and went out. But during these preparations he had again resumed the thread of the apostrophe begun at Renzo's bedside, and continued it even while proceeding on his walk. Obstinate fellow of a mountaineer! For however Renzo was determined to conceal his condition, this qualification had betrayed itself in his words, pronunciation, appearance, and actions. Such a day as this, by good policy and judgment, I thought to have come off clear, and you must just come in at the end of it to spoil the egg in the hatching. Were there no other inns in Milan that you must just light upon mine? Would that you had even lit upon it alone! I would then have shut my eyes to it to-night, and to-morrow morning would have given you a hint. But, my good sir, no. You must come in the company, and to do better still, in a company with a sheriff." At every step the innkeeper met either with solitary passengers, or persons in groups of 3 or 4 whispering together. At this stage of his mute soliloquy he saw a patrol of soldiers approaching, and going a little aside, peeped at them from under the corner of his eye as they passed, and continued to himself, "There go the fool chastisers, and you, great ass, because you saw a few people rambling about and making a noise, it must even come into your brain that the world is turning upside down. And on this fine foundation you have ruined yourself, and are trying to ruin me too. This isn't fair. I did my best to save you, and you fool, in return, have very nearly made a disturbance in my inn. Now you must go and get yourself out of this scrape, and I will look to my own business. As if I wanted to know your name out of curiosity. What does it matter to me whether it be Thaddeus or Bartholomew? A mighty desire I have to take the pen in hand, but you are not the only people who would have things all their own way. I know as well as you that there are proclamations which go for nothing. A fine novelty, that a mountaineer should come to tell me that. But you don't know that proclamations against landlords are good for something. And you pretend to travel over the land and speak, and don't know that if one would have his own way and carry the proclamations in one's pocket, the first thing requisite is not to speak against them in public. And for a poor innkeeper who was of your opinion, and didn't ask the name of any one who happens to favor him with his company, do you know, you fool, what good things are in store for him? Under pain of 300 crowns to any one of the aforesaid landlords, tavern keepers, and others as above, there are 300 crowns hatched, and now to spend them well, to be applied 2/3 to the royal chamber, and the other third to the accuser or informer. What a fine bait! And in case of inability, 5 years in the galleys, and greater punishment, pecuniary or corporal, at the will of his Excellency. Much obliged for all his favors." At these words the landlord reached the door of the court of the High Sheriff. Here, as at all other secretaries' offices, much business was going forward. Everywhere they were engaged in giving such orders as seemed most likely to preoccupy the following day, to take away every pretext for discontent, to overcome the boldness of those who were anxious for fresh tumults, and to confirm power in the hands of those accustomed to exercise it. The soldiery round the house of the superintendent were increased, and the ends of the street were blockaded with timber and barricaded with carts. They commanded all the bakers to make bread without intermission, and dispatched couriers to the surrounding country, with orders to send corn into the city, while noblemen were stationed at every bakehouse, who repaired thither early in the morning to superintend the distribution, and to restrain the factious by fair words and the authority of their presence. But to give, as the saying is, one blow to the hoop and another to the cask, and to render their cajolings more efficient by a little awe, they thought also of taking measures to seize some one of the seditious, and this was principally the business of the High Sheriff, whose temper toward the insurrection and the insurgents the reader may imagine, when he is informed of the vegetable fomentation which it was found necessary to apply to one of the organs of his metaphysical profundity. His bloodhounds had been in the field from the beginning of the riot, and this self-styled Ambrogio Fusella was, as the landlord said, a disguised under-sheriff, sent about for the express purpose of catching in the act some one whom he could again recognize, whose motions he could watch, and whom he could keep in mind, so as to seize either in the quiet of the evening or next morning. He had not heard 4 words of Renzo's harangue before he had fixed upon him as a capital object, exactly his man. Finding afterward that he was just fresh from the country, he had attempted the master-stroke of conducting him at once to the prison, as the safest inn in the city, but here he failed, as we have related. He could, however, bring back certain information of his name, surname, and country, besides 100 other fine conjectural pieces of information, so that when the innkeeper arrived here to tell what he knew of Renzo, they were already better acquainted with him than he. He entered the usual apartment, and deposed that a stranger had arrived at his house to lodge, who could not be persuaded to declare his name. "You've done your duty in giving us this information," said a criminal notary, laying down his pen, "but we know it already." "A strange mystery," thought the host. "They must be wonderfully clever." "And we know, too," continued the notary, "this revered name." "The name, too? How have they managed it?" thought the landlord again. "But you," resumed the other with a serious face, "you don't tell all candidly." "What more have I to say?" "Aha! We know very well that this fellow brought to your inn a quantity of stolen bread, plundered, acquired by robbery and sedition. A man comes with 1 loaf in his pocket. Do you think I know where he went to get it? For to speak as on my deathbed, I can positively affirm that I saw but 1 loaf." "There! Always excusing and defending yourself. One would think, to hear you, everybody was honest. How can you prove this bread was fairly obtained?" "Why am I to prove it? I don't meddle with it. I'm an innkeeper." "You cannot, however, deny that this customer of yours had the temerity to utter injurious words against the proclamations, and to make improper and shameful jokes on the arms of his Excellency?" "Pardon me, sir. How can he be called my customer, when this is the first time I've ever seen him? It was the devil, under your favor, that sent him to my house, and if I had known him, you, sir, know well enough I should have had no occasion to ask his name." "Well, in your inn, in your presence, inflammatory speeches have been uttered, unadvised words, seditious propositions, murmurs, grumbles, outcries. How can you expect, my good sir, that I should attend to the extravagances which so many noisy fellows, talking all at the same time, may chance to utter? I must attend to my interest, for I'm only badly off. And besides, your worship knows well enough that those who are lavish of their tongues are generally ready with their fists too, particularly when there are so many together, and ay, leave them alone to talk and fight. Tomorrow you'll see if their tricks have gone out of their heads. What do you think?" "I think nothing about it." "That the mob will have got the upper hand in Milan?" "Oh, just so." "We shall see, we shall see." "I understand very well. The king will always be king, and he that is fined will be fined. But the poor father of a family naturally wishes to escape. Your honors have the power, and it belongs to you. Have you many people still in your house?" "A world of them." "And this customer of yours, what is he doing? Does he still continue to be clamorous, to excite the people and arouse sedition?" "That stranger, your worship means? He's gone to bed." "Then you've many people. Well, take care not to let them go away." "Am I to be constable?" thought the landlord, without replying either negatively or affirmatively. "Go home again and be careful," resumed the notary. "I've always been careful. Your Honor can say whether I have ever made any opposition to justice." "Well, well, and don't think that justice has lost its power." "I? For heaven's sake, I think nothing. I only attend to my business." "The old song, you never anything else to say." "What else would your worship have me say? Truth is but one." "Well, we will remember what you have deposed. If the case comes on, you will have to give more particular information to justice about whatever they may choose to ask you." "What can I depose further? I know nothing. I have scarcely had enough to attend to my own business." "Take care you don't let him go." "I hope that his worship the High Sheriff will be informed that I came immediately to discharge my duty. Your Honor's humble servant." End of Chapter 15, Part 1. Chapter 15, Part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lonnie Small. The Betrothed by Alessandro MANZONI. Chapter 15, Part 2. By break of day, Renzo had been snoring for about 7 hours, and was still, poor fellow, fast asleep, when 2 rough shakes at either arm, and a voice at the foot of the bed calling "Lorenzo Tramaglino," recalled him to his senses. He shook himself, stretched his arms, and with difficulty opening his eyes, saw a man standing before him at the foot of the bed, dressed in black, and 2 others armed, one on the right and the other on the left of his pillow. Between surprise, not being fully awake, and the stupidity occasioned by the wine of the night before, he lay for a moment as if bewildered, and then thinking he was dreaming, and not being very well pleased with his dream, he shook himself so as to awake thoroughly. "Ah, have you heard for once, Lorenzo Tramaglino?" said the man with the black cloak, the very notary of the night before. "Up, then, get up, and come with us." "Lorenzo Tramaglino," said Renzo, "what does this mean? What do you want with me? Who's told you my name?" "Less talk, and up with you directly," said one of the bailiffs, who stood at his side, taking him again by the arm. "Ah, what oppression is this?" cried Renzo, withdrawing his arm. "Landlord, ho, landlord!" "Shall we carry him off in his shirt?" said the bailiff again, looking toward the notary. "Did you hear that?" said he to Renzo. "They'll do so, if you don't get up as quick as thought and come with us." "And what for?" asked Renzo. "The what for you will hear from the High Sheriff." "I'm an honest man. I've done nothing, and I'm astonished." "So much the better for you, so much the better for you, for then you may be discharged with 2 words, and may go about your business." "Let me go now," said Renzo. "I've nothing to do with justice." "Come, let us finish the business," said one of the bailiffs. "Shall we carry him off?" said the other. "Lorenzo Tramaglino," said the notary. "How do you know my name, sir?" "Do your duty," said the notary to the bailiffs, who immediately laid hands on Renzo to pull him out of bed. "Hey, don't touch a hair of an honest fellow, or I know how to dress myself." "Then dress yourself, and get up directly," said the notary. "I'm getting up," replied Renzo, and he began in fact to gather up his clothes, which were scattered here and there on the bed like the relics of a shipwreck on the shore. And beginning to dress himself, he continued, "But I'm not inclined to go to the High Sheriff. Not I. I've nothing to do with him. Since you unjustly put this affront upon me, I should like to be conducted to Ferrer. I know him. I know that he's a gentleman, and he's under some obligation to me." "Yes, yes, my good fellow, you shall be conducted to Ferrer," replied the notary. In other circumstances he would have laughed heartily at such a proposal, but this was not a time for merriment. In coming thither he had noticed in the streets a movement which could not easily be defined, as the remainder of the old insurrection not entirely suppressed, or beginning of a new one. The streets were full of people, some walking in parties, some standing in groups, and now, without seeming to do so, he was anxiously listening, and fancied that the murmur continued to increase. This made him desirous to get off, but he also wished to take Renzo away willingly and quietly, since if he had declared war against him, he could not have been sure, on reaching the street, of not finding 3-1 against him. He therefore winked at the bailiffs to have patience and not irritate the youth, while he was also endeavoring to soothe him with fair words. Renzo busied himself, while dressing as quickly as possible, in recalling the confused remembrances of the day before, and at last conjectured with tolerable certainty that the proclamation, and the name and surname, must be the cause of this disagreeable occurrence. But how ever did this fellow know his name? And what on earth could have happened that night for Justice to have gained such confidence as to come and lay hands on one of those honest lads who only the day before had such a voice in the assembly, and who could not all be asleep now? For he also observed the increasing bustle in the street. He looked at the countenance of the notary, and there perceived the irresolution which he vainly endeavored to conceal. At last, as well to satisfy his conjectures and sound the officers, as to gain time, and even attempt a blow, he said, "I understand well enough the origin of all this. It is all from love of the name and surname. Last night I certainly was a little muddled. These landlords have sometimes very treacherous wines, and sometimes, as I say, when wine passes through the medium of words, it will have its say too. But if this is all, I am now ready to give you every satisfaction. And besides, you know my name already. Who on earth told you?" "Bravo, my boy, bravo," replied the notary, coaxingly. "I see you've some sense, and believe me, who am in the business, that you're wiser than most. It is the best way of getting out of the difficulty quickly and easily, and with such good dispositions. In 2 words you will be dismissed and set at liberty. But I, do you see, my good fellow, have my hands tied. I cannot release you as I should like to do. Come, be quick, and come along with a good heart, for when they see who you are, and then I will tell. Leave it to me. Enough, be quick, my good fellow." "Ah, you cannot. I understand," said Renzo, and he continued to dress himself, repulsing, by signs, the intimations of the bailiffs that they should carry him off if he were not very expeditious. "Shall we pass by the square of the cathedral?" asked he. "Wherever you like. The shortest way, to set you at liberty sooner," said the notary, vexed in his heart that he must let this mysterious inquiry of Renzo's pass, which might have served as the subject for 100 interrogatives. "When one is born to be unfortunate," thought he. "Just see, a fellow falls into my hands who plainly enough likes nothing better than to talk, and if he could have a little time, he would confess all one wants without the aid of a rope, extra formam, to speak academically, in the way of a friendly chit-chat, the very man to take to prison readily examined without being at all aware of it. And he must just fall into my hands at this unfortunate moment. Well, there's no help for it," he continued, listening attentively and tossing his head backwards. "There's no remedy. It's likely to be a worse day than yesterday." What gave rise to this thought was an extraordinary noise he heard in the street, and he could not resist opening the window to take a peep at it. He saw that it was a group of citizens who, on being required by a patrol of soldiers to disperse, had at first given angry words in reply, and had finally separated in murmuring dissatisfaction, and, what appeared to the notary a fatal sign, the soldiers behaved to them with much civility. Having closed the window, he stood for a moment in perplexity, whether he should finish his undertaking, or leave Renzo in the care of the 2 bailiffs, while he ran to the high sheriff to give him an account of his difficulty. But, thought he directly, they'll set me down for a coward, a base rascal who ought to execute orders. We are in the ball room, and we must dance. Curse the throng! What a miserable business!" Renzo now stood between the two satellites, having one on each side. The notary beckoned to them not to use too much force, and said to him: "Courage, like a good fellow, let us be off and make haste." Renzo, however, was feeling, looking, thinking. He was now entirely dressed excepting his jacket, which he held in one hand, and feeling with the other in his pockets. "Ho!" said he, looking at the notary with a very significant expression. "Here there were some pence and a letter, my good sir." "Everything shall be punctually restored to you," said the notary, "when these few formalities are properly executed. Let us go." "No, no, no," said Renzo, shaking his head. "That won't do. I want my money. I will give an account of my doings, but I want my money." "I'll show you that I trust you. Here, and be quick," said the notary, drawing out of his bosom the sequestered articles and handing them to Renzo with a sigh. Renzo received them, put them in his pocket, muttering between his teeth: "Stand off. You've associated so much with thieves that you've learnt a little of their business." The bailiffs could no longer restrain their impatience, but the notary curbed them with a glance, saying to himself: "If thou succeedest in setting foot within that threshold, thou shalt pay for this with interest, that thou shalt." While Renzo was putting on his jacket and taking up his hat, the notary beckoned to one of the bailiffs to lead the way downstairs. The prisoner came next behind him, then the other kind friend, and he himself brought up the rear. On reaching the kitchen, and while Renzo was saying, "And this blessed landlord, where is he fled to?" the notary made a sign to the two police officers, who, seizing each hand, proceeded hastily to secure his wrists with certain instruments, called, in the hypocritical figures of euphemism, ruffles. In plain language, handcuffs. These consisted, we are sorry that we are obliged to descend to particulars unworthy of historical gravity, but perspicuity requires it. They consisted of a small cord, a little longer than the usual size of a wrist, having at the ends two little bits of wood, two tallies, so to say, two small straight pegs. The cord encircled the wrist of the patient. The pieces of wood, passed through the middle and third fingers, were shut up in the hand of the captor, so that by twisting them he could tighten the bandage at pleasure, and thus he possessed means not only of securing his prisoner, but also of torturing the refractory, to do which more effectually the cord was full of knots. Renzo struggled and cried: "What treachery is this to an honest man?" But the notary, who had fair words at hand on every disagreeable occasion, replied: "Have patience. They only do their duty. What would you have? They are only formalities, and we can't always treat people as we would wish. If we don't do as we're bid, it will fare badly with us and worse with you. Have patience." While he was speaking, the two bailiffs gave a sudden twitch at the handcuffs. Renzo bore it as a restive horse bears the jerk of a severe bit, and exclaimed: "Patience!" "Brave lad," said the notary, "this is the best way of getting off well. What would you have? It is an annoyance, I know, but if you behave well, you'll very soon be rid of it. And, since I see that you're well disposed, and I feel inclined to help you, I'll give you another little piece of advice for your good. You may believe me, for I'm practised in these matters. Go straight forward without looking about, or attracting observation, so no one will notice you. No one will observe what you are, and you will preserve your honor. An hour hence you will be set at liberty. There is so much to be done that they too will be in a hurry to have done with you. And besides, I will speak. You shall go about on your own business, and nobody will know that you've been in the hands of justice. And you," continued he, turning to the two bailiffs with a severe countenance, "take care you don't do him any harm, for I will protect him. You are obliged to do your duty, but remember that this is an honest man, a civil lad, who will shortly be at liberty, and who has some regard for his honor. Let nothing appear but that you are three honest men walking together." And in an imperative tone and with a threatening look, he concluded: "You understand me?" He then turned to Renzo, his brow smoothed and his face rendered in an instant more cheerful and pleasant, which seemed to say, "What capital friends we are," and whispered to him again, "Be careful. Do as I tell you. Don't look about. Trust one who wishes you well. And now let us go." And the convoy moved off. Renzo, however, believed none of these fine words, nor that the notary wished him well more than the bailiffs, nor that he was so mighty anxious about his reputation, nor that he had any intention of helping him. Not a word of all this did he believe. He understood well enough that the good man, fearing some favorable opportunity for making his escape might present itself in the way, laid before him all these flattering inducements to divert him from watching for and profiting by it, so that all these exhortations served no other purpose than to determine Renzo more decidedly on a course which he had instinctively meditated, which is, to act exactly contrary to them. Let no one hereby conclude that the notary was an inexperienced novice in his trade, for he will be much deceived. Our historian, who seems to have been among his friends, says that he was a matriculated knave, but at this moment his mind was greatly agitated. With a calm mind, I venture to say, he would have laughed at any one who, to induce others to do something which he himself mistrusted, would have gone about to suggest and inculcate, if so eagerly, under the miserable pretence of giving him the disinterested advice of a friend. But it is a general tendency of mankind when they are agitated and perplexed, and discern what another can do to relieve them from their perplexities, to implore it of him eagerly and perseveringly, and under all kinds of pretexts. And when villains are agitated and perplexed, they also fall under this common rule. Hence it is that in similar circumstances they generally make so poor a figure. Those masterly inventions, those cunning subtleties by which they are accustomed to conquer, which have become to them almost a second nature, and which put in operation at the proper time, and conducted with the necessary tranquillity and serenity of mind, strike a blow so surely and secretly, and discovered even after the success, receive such universal applause. These, when their unlucky employers are in trouble, are hastily and tumultuously made use of, without either judgment or dexterity, so that a third party, who observes them laboring and busying themselves in this manner, is moved to compassion or provoked to laughter, and those whom they attempt to impose upon, those less crafty than themselves, easily perceive the game they are playing, and gain light from their artifices, which may be turned against them. It can never, therefore, be sufficiently inculcated upon knaves by profession always to maintain their sang-froid, or, what is better still, never to get themselves into perplexing circumstances. No sooner, therefore, were they in the street than Renzo began to look eagerly in every direction, throwing himself about, bending his head forward, and listening attentively. There was, however, no extraordinary concourse, and though a certain air of sedition might easily be discerned on the face of more than one passer-by, yet every one went straight on his way, and of sedition, properly speaking, there was none. "Prudence, prudence," murmured the notary behind his back. "Your honor, your reputation, my good fellow." But when Renzo, listening to the three men who were approaching with excited looks, heard them speaking of a bakehouse, concealed flour, and justice, he began to make signs at them by his looks, and to cough in such a way as indicated anything but a cold. These looked more attentively at the convoy, and then stopped. Others who came up stopped also. Others who had passed by turned round, and hearing the noise, and retracing their steps, joined the party. "Take care of yourself. Prudence, my lad. It is worse for you, you see. Don't spoil it all. Honor, reputation," whispered the notary. Renzo was still more intractable. The bailiffs, after consulting with each other by a look, and thinking they were doing quite right, everybody is liable to err, again twisted the manacles. "Oh, oh, oh!" cried the tortured victim. The bystanders gathered close round at the cry. Others arrived from every part of the street, and the convoy came to a stand. "He is a dissolute fellow," whispered the notary to those who had gathered around. a thief, taken in the act. Draw back and make way for justice." But Renzo, seeing this was the moment, seeing the bailiffs turn white, or at least pale, "If I don't help myself now," thought he, "it's my own fault." And he immediately called out, "My friends, they are carrying me off because yesterday I shouted bread and justice. I've done nothing. I'm an honest man. Help me. Don't abandon me, my friends." A murmur of approbation, followed by more explicit cries in his favor, arose in reply. The bailiffs first commanded, then asked, then begged the nearest to make way and let them pass. But the crowd only continued still more to trample and push forward. The bailiffs, seeing their danger, let go of the manacles, and only endeavored to lose themselves in the throng, so as to escape without observation. The notary earnestly longed to do the same, but this was more difficult on account of his black cloak. The poor man, pale in face and dismayed in heart, tried to make himself as diminutive as possible, and writhed his body about so as to slip away through the crowd. But he could not raise his eyes without seeing a storm gathering against him. He tried every method of appearing a stranger who, passing there by chance, had found himself entangled in the crowd like a bit of straw in the ice. And encountering a man face to face, who looked at him fixedly with a more terrible countenance than the others, he, composing his face to a smile, with a look of great simplicity, demanded, "What is all this stir?" "Ugh, you ugly raven," replied the man. "A raven! A raven!" resounded around. Pushes were added to cries, so that in short, partly with his own legs, partly by the elbows of others, he obtained what lay nearest to his heart at that moment, a safe exit from the pressing multitude. Chapter 15. Part 2.
Chapter 16, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro MANZONI. Chapter 16, Part 1. "Escape, escape, my good fellow. Here is a convent, there is a church, this way, that way," was heard by Renzo on every side. As to escaping, the reader may judge whether he would have need of advice on this head. From the first moment that the hope of extricating himself from the talons of the police had crossed his mind, he had begun to form his plans, and resolved, if he succeeded in this one, to flee without delay, not only out of the city, but also out of the Duchy of Milan. "For," thought he, "they have my name on their black books, however on earth they got it, and with my name and surname they can seize me whenever they like." As to an asylum, he would not willingly have recourse to one, unless indeed he was reduced to extremity. "For, if I can be a bird of the woods," thought he again, "I won't be a bird of the cage." He had therefore designed as his limit and place of refuge a village in the territory of Bergamo, where his cousin Bortolo resided, who, the reader may remember, had frequently solicited Renzo to remove thither. But now the point was how to find his way there. Left in an unknown part of a city almost equally unknown, Renzo could not even tell by which gate he should pass to go to Bergamo, and when he had learned this, he still did not know the way to the gate. He stood for a moment in doubt whether to ask directions of his liberators, but as, in the short time he had had for the reflection on his circumstances, many strong suspicions had crossed his mind of that obliging sword cutler, the father of 4 children, he was not much inclined to reveal his intentions to a large crowd, where there might be others of the same stamp. He quickly decided, therefore, to get away from that neighborhood as fast as he could, and he might afterwards ask his way in a part where nobody would know who he was, or why he asked it, merely saying then to his deliverers, thank you, my friends, blessings on you, and escaping through the space that was immediately cleared for him. He took to his heels, and off he went, up one little street and down another, running for some time without knowing whither. When he thought he was far enough off, he slackened his pace, not to excite suspicion, and began looking around to choose some person of whom he could make inquiries, some face that would inspire confidence. But here also there was need of caution. The inquiry in itself was suspicious. Time pressed. The bailiffs, immediately on making their escape from this rencontre, would undoubtedly renew their search of the fugitive. The rumour of his flight might even have reached hither, and in such concourse Renzo might carefully scrutinize a dozen physiognomies before he could meet with a countenance that seemed likely to suit his purpose. That fat fellow, standing at the door of his shop, with legs extended and his hands behind his back, the prominent corpulency of this person projecting beyond the doorway, and supporting his great double chin, who, from mere idleness, was employing himself in alternately raising his tremendous bulk upon his toes and letting it sink again upon his heels. He looked too much like an inquisitive gossip, who would have returned interrogatories instead of replies. That other, advancing with fixed eyes and a drooping lip, instead of being able expeditiously and satisfactorily to direct another in his way, scarcely seemed to know his own. That tall, stout boy, who, to say the truth, certainly looked intelligent enough, appeared also rather maliciously inclined, and probably would have taken a mischievous delight in sending a poor stranger exactly the opposite way to the one he was inquiring after. So true it is that, to a man in perplexity, almost everything seems to be a new perplexity. At last, fixing his eyes on one who was approaching in evident haste, he thought that he, having probably some pressing business in hand, would give an immediate and direct answer, to get rid of him, and hearing him talking to himself, he deemed that he must be an undesigning person. He, therefore, accosted him with the question, "Will you be good enough to tell me, sir, which direction I should take to go to Bergamo?" "To go to Bergamo, the Porta Orientale." "Thank you, sir, and to the Porta Orientale. Take this street to the left. You will come out into the square of the cathedral. Then—" "That will do, sir. I know the rest. Heaven reward you." And on he went by the way that had been pointed out to him. His director looked after him for a moment, and comparing in his mind his way of walking with the inquiry, thought within himself, "Either he is after somebody, or somebody is after him." Renzo reached the square of the cathedral, crossed it, passed by a heap of cinders and extinguished combustibles, and recognized the relics of the bonfire at which he had assisted the day before. He then passed along the flight of steps leading up to the cathedral, and saw again the Bakehouse of the Crutches half demolished, and guarded by soldiers. Still he proceeded onward, and, by the street which he had already traversed with the crowd, arrived in front of the convent of the Capuchins, where, glancing at the square and at the church door, he said to himself with a deep sigh, "That Ferrer yesterday gave me good advice when he bid me go wait in the church, and employ myself profitably there." Here he stopped a moment to reconnoitre the gate through which he had to pass, and seeing even at that distance many soldiers on guard, his imagination also being rather overstrained, one must pity him, for he had had enough to unsettle it. He felt a kind of repugnance at encountering the passage. Here he was, with a place of refuge close at hand, where, with a letter of recommendation, he would have been well received, and he felt strongly tempted to enter it. But he quickly summoned up his courage and thought, "A bird of the woods, as long as I can. Who knows me? Certainly the bailiffs cannot have divided themselves into enough pieces to come and watch for me at every gate." He looked behind him to see if they were coming in that direction, and saw neither them nor anyone who seemed to be taking notice of him. He, therefore, set off again, slackened the pace of those unfortunate legs which, with their own good will, would have kept constantly on the run, when it was much better only to walk, and, proceeding leisurely along, whistling in an undertone, he arrived at the gate. Just at the entrance there was a party of police officers, together with a reinforcement of Spanish soldiers, but these all had their attention directed to the outside, to forbid entrance to such as, hearing the news of the insurrection, would flock thither like vultures to a deserted field of battle. So that Renzo, quietly walking on, with his eyes bent to the ground, and with a gait between that of a traveller and a common passenger, passed through the threshold without anyone speaking a word to him. But his heart beat violently. Seeing a little street to the right, he took that way to avoid the high road, and continued his course for some time before he ventured to look round. On he went. He came to cottages and villages, which he passed without asking their names. He felt certain of getting away from Milan, and hoped he was going towards Bergamo, and this was enough for him at present. From time to time he kept glancing behind him while walking onwards, occasionally looking at and rubbing one or the other of his wrists, which were still a little benumbed, and marked with the red line from the pressure of the manacles. His thoughts were, as everyone may imagine, a confused medley of repentance, disputes, disquietude, revenge, and other more tender feelings. It was a wearying endeavour to recall what he had said and done the night before, to unravel the mysterious part of his mournful adventures, and above all, how they had managed to discover his name. His suspicions naturally fell on the sword cutler, to whom he remembered having spoken very frankly, and retracing the way in which he had drawn him into conversation, together with his whole behaviour, and those proffers which always ended in wishing to know something about him, his suspicions were changed almost to certainty. He had, besides, some faint recollection of continuing to chatter after the departure of the cutler. But with whom? Guess it, you crickets, of what? His memory, spite of his efforts, could not tell him this. It could only remind him that he had not been at all himself that evening. The poor fellow was lost in these speculations. He was like a man who has affixed his signature to a number of blank formulae, and committed them to the care of one he esteemed honest and honourable, and having discovered him to be a shuffling meddler, wishes to ascertain the state of his affairs. What can he discover? It is a chaos. Another painful speculation was how to form some design for the future that would not be a merely aerial project, or at least a melancholy one. By and by, however, he became still more anxious about finding his way, and after walking for some distance at a venture, he saw the necessity of making some inquiries. Yet he felt particularly reluctant to utter the word Bergamo, as if there were something suspicious or dangerous in the name, and could not bring himself to pronounce it. He resolved, however, to ask directions, as he had before done at Milan, of the first passenger whose countenance suited his fancy, and he shortly met with one. "You are out of the road," replied his guide, and having thought a moment, he pointed out to him, partly by words and partly by gestures, the way he should take to regain the high road. Renzo thanked him for his directions, and pretended to follow them by actually taking the way he had indicated, with the intention of almost reaching the public road, and then, without losing sight of it, to keep parallel with its course as far as possible, but not to set foot within it. The design was easier to conceive than to effect, and the result was that by going thus from right to left in a zigzag course, partly following the directions he obtained by the way, partly correcting them by his own judgment and adapting them to his intentions, and partly allowing himself to be guided by the lanes he traversed, our fugitive had walked perhaps 12 miles, when he was not more than 6 distant from Milan, and as to Bergamo, it was a great chance if he were not going away from it. He began at last to perceive that by this method he would never come to an end, and determined to find out some remedy. The plan that occurred to his mind was to get the name of some village bordering on the confines, which he could reach by neighbouring roads, and by asking his way thither, he could collect information, without leaving behind him the name of Bergamo, which seemed to him to savour so strongly of flight, escape, and crime. While ruminating on the best way of obtaining these instructions without exciting suspicion, he saw a bush hanging over the door of a solitary cottage just outside a little village. He had for some time felt the need of recruiting his strength, and thinking that this would be the place to serve 2 purposes at once, he entered. There was no one within but an old woman, with her distaff at her side and the spindle in her hand. He asked for something to eat, and was offered a little stracchino and some good wine. He gladly accepted the food, but excused himself from taking any wine, feeling quite an abhorrence of it, after the errors it had made him guilty of the night before, and then sat down, begging the old woman to make haste. She served up his meal in a moment, and then began to tease her customer with inquiries, both about himself and the grand doings at Milan, the report of which had already reached here. Renzo not only contrived to parry and elude her inquiries with much dexterity, but even profited from the difficulty, and made the curiosity of the old woman subservient to his intentions, when she asked him where he was going to. "I have to go to many places," replied he, "and if I can find a moment of time, I want to pass a little while at that village, rather a large one, on the road to Bergamo, near the border, but in the territory of Milan. What do they call it? There must be one there, surely," thought he, in the meanwhile. "Gorgonzola, you mean," replied the old woman. "Gorgonzola," repeated Renzo, as if to imprint the word better in his memory. "Is it very far from here?" resumed he. "I don't know exactly. It may be 10 or 12 miles. If one of my boys were here, he could tell you." "And do you think I can go by these pleasant lanes without taking the high road? There is such a dust there, such a shocking dust. It's so long since it rained." "I fancy you can. You can ask at the first village you came to, after turning to the right," and she named it. "That's well," said Renzo, and rising, he took in his hand a piece of bread remaining from his scanty meal, of a very different quality to that which he had found the day before at the foot of the cross of San Dionigi, and paying the reckoning, he set off again, following the road to the right hand, by taking care not to wander from it more than was needful, and with the name of Gorgonzola in his mouth, he proceeded from village to village, until about an hour before sunset he arrived there. During his walk he had resolved to make another stop here, and to take some rather more substantial refreshment. His body also craved a little rest, but rather than gratify these desires, Renzo would have sunk in a swoon upon the ground. He proposed gaining some information at the inn about the distance of the Adda, to ascertain dexterously if there was any crossroad that led to it, and to set off again, even at this hour, immediately after his repast. Born and brought up at the second source, so to say, of this river, he had often heard it said that at a certain point, and for some considerable distance, it served as a boundary between the Milanese and Venetian states. He had no very distinct idea of where this boundary commenced, or how far it extended, but for the present his principal object was to get beyond it. If he did not succeed in reaching it that evening, he resolved to walk as long as the night and his strength would allow him, and afterwards to wait the approaching day in a field, or a wilderness, or wherever God pleased, provided it was not an inn. After walking a few paces along the street at Gorgonzola, he noticed a sign, entered the inn, and on the landlord's advancing to meet him, ordered something to eat and a small measure of wine, the additional miles he had passed, and the time of day, having overcome his extreme and fanatical hatred of this beverage. "I must beg you to be quick," added he, "for I am obliged to go on my way again very soon." This he said not only because it was the truth, but also for fear the host, imagining that he was going to pass the night there, should come and ask him for his name and surname, and where he came from, and on what business. But enough. The landlord replied that he should be waited upon immediately, and Renzo sat down at the end of the table, near the door, the usual place of the bashful. Some loungers of the village had assembled in this room, who, after having argued over, and discussed, and commented upon the grand news from Milan of the preceding day, were now longing to know a little how matters were going on, the more so, as their first information was rather fitted to irritate their curiosity than to satisfy it. A sedition neither subdued nor triumphant, suspended rather than terminated by the approach of night. A defective thing, the conclusion of an act, rather than of a drama. One of these detached himself from the party, and seating himself by the newcomer, asked him if he came from Milan. "I," said Renzo, in a tone of surprise, to gain time for a reply. "You, if the question is allowable." Renzo, shaking his head, compressing his lips, and uttering an inarticulate sound, replied, "Milan, from what I hear, from what they say around, is not exactly a place to go at present, unless in a case of great necessity." "Does the uproar continue, then, to-day?" demanded his inquisitive companion more eagerly. "I must have been there to know that," said Renzo. "But don't you come from Milan?" "I come from Liscotti," replied the youth promptly, who, in the meanwhile, had decided upon his reply. Strictly speaking, he had come from there because he had passed it, and he had learnt the name from a traveller on the road, who had mentioned that the village as the first he must pass on his way to Gorgonzola. "Oh," said his friend, in that tone which seemed to say, "you have done better if you had come from Milan. But patience. And at Liscotti," added he, "did you hear nothing about Milan?" "There may very likely have been somebody who knew something about it," replied the mountaineer, "but I heard nothing." And this was proffered in that particular manner which seemed to mean, "I've finished." The querist returned to his party, and a moment afterwards the landlord came to set out his meal. "How far is it from here to Adda?" asked Renzo, in an undertone, with an air of one who is half asleep, and an indifferent manner, such as we have already seen him assume on some other occasions. "To the Adda, to cross it?" said the host. "That is, yes, to the Adda. Do you want to cross by the bridge of Cassano, or the ferry of Canonica?" Oh, I don't mind where. I only ask from curiosity. Well, I mention these because they are the places gentlemen generally choose, and people who can give an account of themselves. Very well, and how far is it? You may reckon that to either one or the other, it is somewhere about 6 miles, more or less. End of chapter 16, part 1. Chapter 16, Part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro MANZONI. Chapter 16, Part 2. 6 miles! I didn't know that, said Renzo. Well, resumed he, with a still greater air of indifference, almost amounting to affectation. Well, I suppose there are other places for crossing, if anybody is inclined to take a short cut. There are certainly, replied the landlord, fixing his eyes upon him with a look full of malicious curiosity. This was enough to silence all the other inquiries which our youth had ready on his lips. He drew his plate before him, and, looking at the small measure of wine which the landlord had set down on the table, said, "Is the wine pure?" "As gold," said the host. "Ask all the people of the village and neighbourhood, for they know it, and besides you can taste yourself." So saying, he turned towards his other customers. "Plague on these landlords!" exclaimed Renzo in his heart. "The more I know of them, the worse I find them." However, he began to eat very heartily, listening at the same time without appearing to pay any attention, to see what he could learn, to discover what was the general impression here about the great event in which he had had no little share, and, above all, to ascertain if, amongst these talkers, there was one honest man, of whom a poor fellow might venture to make inquiries, without fear of getting into a scrape, and being forced to talk about his own doings. "But," said one, "this time it seems clear the Milanese wanted to bring about a very good thing. Well, to morrow at latest, we shall know something." "I'm sorry I didn't go to Milan this morning," said another. "If you do go, to morrow, I'll go with you," said a third. "So will I," said another. "And I," said another. "What I want to know," resumed the first, "is, whether these Milanese gentlemen will think of us poor people out of the city, or if they'll only get good laws made for themselves." "Do you know how they do, eh? They are all proud citizens, every one for himself, and we strangers mightn't be Christians." "We've mouths too, either to eat or to give our own opinions," said another, with a voice as modest as the proposition was daring. "And when things have gone a little further—" But he did not think fit to finish the sentence. "There's corn hidden, not only at Milan," another was beginning, with a dark and designing countenance. When they heard the trampling of a horse approaching, they ran to the door, and having discovered who it was, they all went out to meet him. It was a Milanese merchant who generally passed the night at this inn, in journeying 2 or 3 times a year to Bergamo on business, and as he almost always found the same company there, they were all his acquaintances. They now crowded around him. One took his bridle, another his stirrup, and saluted him with "Welcome. I'm glad to see you. Have you had a good journey?" "Very good. And how are you all?" "Pretty well, pretty well. What's the news from Milan?" "Ah, you are always for news," said the merchant, dismounting and leaving his horse in the care of a boy. "And besides," continued he, entering the door with the rest of the party, "by this time you know it, perhaps, better than I do." "I assure you we know nothing," said more than one, laying his hand on his heart. "Is it possible?" said the merchant. "Then you shall hear some fine, or rather some bad news. Hey, landlord, is my usual bed at liberty? Very well, a glass of wine and my usual meal. Be quick, for I must go to bed early and set off tomorrow morning very early, so as to get to Bergamo by dinner time. And you, continued he, sitting down at the opposite end of the table to where Renzo was seated, silently but attentively listening, you don't know about all the diabolical doings of yesterday. Yes, we heard something about yesterday. You see now, rejoined the merchant, you know the news. I thought when you are stationed here all day to watch and sound everybody that comes by. But today, how have matters gone today? Ah, today. Do you know nothing about today? Nothing whatever. Nobody has come by. Then let me wet my lips, and afterwards I'll tell you about everything. You shall hear. Having filled his glass, he took it in his right hand, and lifting up his mustachios with the first two fingers of his left, and then settling his beard with the palm, he drank it off and continued. There was little wanting, my worthy friends, to make today as rough as a day as yesterday, or worse. I can scarcely believe it true that I am here to tell you about it, for I had once put aside every thought of my journey to stay and take care of my unfortunate shop. What was the matter, then? Said one of his auditors. What was the matter? You shall hear. And carving the meat that was set before him, he began to eat, at the same time continuing his narration. The crowd, standing at both sides of the table, listened to him with open mouths, and Renzo, apparently giving no heed to what he said, listened, perhaps more eagerly than any of the others, as he slowly finished the last few mouthfuls. This morning, then, those rascals who made such a horrible uproar yesterday repaired to the appointed places of meeting. There was already an understanding between them, and everything was arranged. They united together and began again the old story of going from street to street, shouting to collect a crowd. You know it is like when one sweeps a house. With respect be it spoken, the heap of dust increases as one goes along. When they thought they had assembled enough people, they set off towards the house of the superintendent of provisions, as if the treatment they gave him yesterday was not enough, to a gentleman of his character. The villains! And the lies they told about him, all inventions. He is a worthy, exact gentleman, and I may say so, for I am very intimate with him, and serve him with cloth for his servant's livery. They proceeded then towards this house. You ought to see what a rabble, and what faces. Just fancy their having passed my shop, with faces that the Jews of the Via Crucis are nothing to them, and such things as they uttered, enough to make one stop one's ears, if it had not been that it might have turned to account in discovering one. They went forward then with the kind intention of plundering the house, but here he raises his left hand and extended it in the air, placing the end of his thumb on the point of his nose. But, said almost all his auditors. But, continued the merchant, they found the street blockaded with planks and carts, and behind this barricado, a good file of soldiers with their guns levelled and the butt ends resting on their shoulders. When they saw this preparation, what would you have done? Turned back, to be sure, and so did they. But just listen, if it wasn't the devil that inspired them. They reached the Carduzio, and there saw the Bakehouse, which they wanted to plunder the day before. Here they were busy in distributing bread to their customers. There were noblemen there, aye, the very flower of the nobility, to watch that everything went on in good order. But the mob, they had the devil within them, I tell you, and besides, there was some whispering in their ears, and urging them on. The mob rushed in furiously, seized away, and I will seize too. In the twinkling of an eye, noblemen, bakers, customers, loaves, benches, counters, troughs, chests, bags, sieves, bran, flour, dough, all were turned upside down. And the soldiers? The soldiers had the vicar's house to defend. One cannot sing and carry the cross at the same time. It was all done in the twinkling of an eye. I tell you, off and away, everything that could be put to any use was carried off. And then they proposed again the beautiful scene of yesterday, dragging the rest to the square, and making a bonfire. They had already begun, the villains, to carry something out of the house, when one greater villain than the rest. What do you think was the proposal he made? What? What? To make a pile of everything in the shop, and to set fire to the heap and the house together. No sooner said than done. Did they set fire to it? Wait. A worthy man of the neighborhood had an inspiration from heaven. He ran upstairs, sought for a crucifix, found one, and hung it in front of one of the windows. Then he took 2 candles which had been blessed, lit them, and set them outside on the window sill, one on each side of the crucifix. The mob looked up. It must be owned there is still some fear of God in Milan. Everybody came to their senses. At least, I mean, most of them. There were some, certainly, devils enough to have set fire to paradise for the sake of plunder. But, finding that the crowd was not of their opinion, they were obliged to abandon their design and keep quiet. Just fancy now who arrived. All their graces of the cathedral, in procession, with the cross elevated, and in their canonical robes, and my lord the archpresbyter began preaching on one side, and my lord the plenipotentiary on the other, and the others again, scattered here and there. But, good people, what would you do? Is this the example you set your children? Go home, go home. You shall have bread at a low price. If you'll only look, you'll see the rate is pasted up at every corner. Was it so? What? Was it so? Do you think that their graces of the cathedral would come, in their magnificent robes, to tell them falsehoods? And what did the people do? They dispersed by degrees. Some ran to the corners of the street, and for those who could read, there was a fixed rate, sure enough. What do you think of it? 8 ounces of bread for a penny. What good luck! The proof of the pudding is in the eating. How much flour do you think they have wasted yesterday and this morning? Enough to support the duchy for 2 months. Then they've made no good laws for us in the country. What has been done at Milan is entirely at the expense of the city. I don't know what to say to you. It must be as God wills. Fortunately, the sedition is finished, for I haven't told you all yet. Here comes the best part. What is there besides? Only that, last evening, or this morning, I'm not sure which, many of the leaders have been seized, and 4 of them, it is known, are to be hung directly. No sooner did they get this abroad, than everybody went home the shortest way, not to run the risk of becoming number 5. When I left Milan, it looked like a convent of friars. But will they really hang them? Undoubtedly, and quickly too, replied the merchant. And what will the people do? Asked the same interrogator as had put the other question. The people will go to see them, said the merchant. They had such a desire to see a Christian hanging in the open air, that they wanted, the vagabonds, to dispatch the superintendent of provisions in that way. By this exchange they will have 4 wretches, attended with every formality, accompanied by capuchins, and by friars of the Bona Morte. But they deserve it. It is an interference of Providence, you see, and it is a necessary thing. They were already beginning to divert themselves by entering the shops and helping themselves without paying. If they let them go on so, after bread, wine would have had its turn, and so on from thing to thing. You may imagine whether they would abandon so convenient a practice of their own free will, and I can tell you That was no very pleasant thought for an honest man keeping a shop. "Certainly not," said one of his hearers. "Certainly not," replied the rest, in chorus. "And," continued the merchant, wiping his beard with the tablecloth, "it had all been projected for some time. There was a league, you know." "A league, was there?" "Yes, there was a league. All cabals formed by the Navarrese, but by that French cardinal there, you know, with a half Turkish name, who every day contrives something fresh to annoy the court of Spain. But, above all, he aims at playing some trick in Milan, for he knows well enough, the knave, that the strength of the king lies there. Aye, shall I give you proof of it? Those who made the greatest noise were strangers. They were faces going about which had never before been seen in Milan. By the by, I forgot to tell you one thing which was told me for certain. The police had caught one of those fellows in an inn." Renzo, who had not lost a single syllable of this conversation, was taken with a cold shudder on the hearing this chord touched, and almost slipped under the table before he thought of trying to contain himself. No one, however, perceived it, and the speaker, without interrupting his relation for a moment, had continued: "They don't exactly know where he came from, who sent him, nor what kind of man he was, but he was certainly one of the leaders. Yesterday, in the midst of the uproar, he played the very devil. And then, not content with that, he must begin to harangue the people, and proposed, a mere trifle, to murder all the nobility. The great rascal! Who would support the poor if all the nobles were killed? The police, who had been watching him, laid hands upon him. They found on his person a great bundle of letters, and were leading him away to prison. But his companions, who were keeping guard round the inn, came in great numbers and delivered him. The villain! And what became of him? It isn't known. He may be fled, or he may be concealed in Milan. There are people who have neither house nor home, and yet find lodging and a place of refuge everywhere. However, though the devil can and will help them, yet they may fall into the hands of justice when they least expect it. For when the pear is ripe it must fall. For the present, it is well known that the letters are in possession of the government, and that the whole conspiracy is therein described, and they say that many people are implicated in it. This much is certain, that they have turned Milan upside down, and would have done much worse. It is said that the bakers are rogues. I know they are, but they ought to be hung in the course of justice. They say there is corn hidden. Who doesn't know that? But it is the business of the government to keep a good lookout, to bring it to light, and to hang the monopolists in company with the bakers. And if the government does nothing, the city ought to remonstrate. And if they don't listen the first time, remonstrate again. For by dint or appeals they will get what they want, but not adopt the villainous practice of furiously entering shops and warehouses to get booty." Renzo's small meal had turned into poison. It seemed like an age before he could get out of, and away from, the inn and the village, and a dozen times at least he had said to himself, "Now I may surely go." But the fear of exciting suspicion now increased beyond measure, and prevailing over every other thought, had kept him still nailed to his seat. In this perplexity he thought the chatterer must at last stop talking about him, and determined in his own mind to make his escape as soon as another subject was started. "For this reason," said one of the party, knowing how these things go, and that the honest men fare but badly in such disturbances, "I wouldn't let my curiosity conquer, and have therefore remained quietly at home." "Neither would I move, for the same reason," said another. "I," added a third, "if I had happened by chance to be at Milan, I would have left any business whatever unfinished, and have returned home as quickly as possible. I have a wife and children, and besides, to tell the truth, I don't like such stirs." At this moment, the landlord, who had been eagerly listening with the rest, advanced towards the other end of the table to see what the stranger was doing. Renzo seized the opportunity, and beckoning to the host, asked for his account, settled it without dispute, though his purse was by this time very low, and without further delay went directly to the door, passed the threshold, and taking care not to turn along the same road as that by which he had arrived, set off in the opposite direction, trusting to the guidance of Providence. End of chapter 16, part 2. Chapter 17, part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro MANZONI. Chapter 17, Part 1. One wish is often enough to allow a man no peace. What, then, must two have been? One at war with the other. Our poor Renzo, as the reader knows, has had two such conflicting desires in his mind for several hours: the wish to make his escape, with the wish to remain undiscovered. And the unfortunate words of the merchant had increased both one and the other to an extravagant degree. His adventure, then, had got abroad. There were means, then, employed to seize him. Who knew how many bailiffs were in the field to give him chase, or what orders had been forwarded to keep a watch in the villages, at the inn, on the roads? He reflected, however, that, after all, there were but two bailiffs who knew him, and that his name was not written upon his forehead. But then, again, 100 stories he had heard rushed into his mind, of fugitives caught and discovered in many strange ways, recognized by their walk, by their suspicious air, and other unthought of tokens. Everything excited his alarm, although, as he left Gorgonzola, the tolling of the Ave Maria sounded in his ears, and the increasing darkness every moment diminished his danger. Yet it was very unwillingly that he took the high road, proposing to follow the first by-lane which seemed likely to bring him to the point he was so anxious to reach. At first he occasionally met a traveller, but so full was his imagination of direful apprehensions that he had not the courage to detain anyone to inquire his way. That innkeeper said 6 miles, thought he. If, by taking these footpaths and by-lanes, I make them 8 or even 10, my legs, which have lasted me so far, will manage these too. I'm certainly not going towards Milan, so I must be going towards the Adda. Walk away, then. Sooner or later I shall get there. The Adda has a good voice, and when once I'm near it, I shan't want anyone to point it out to me. If any boat is there, I'll cross directly. If not, I'll wait till morning, in a field, or on a tree, like the sparrows, better on a tree than in prison. Very soon he saw a lane turning down to the left, and he pursued it. At this hour, if he had met with anyone, he would no longer have hesitated to address him. But he heard not a footstep of a living creature. He followed, therefore, the windings of the lane, indulging the meanwhile in such reflections as these: I play the devil. I murder all the nobility. A packet of letters. My companions keeping guard around me. I'd give something to meet with that merchant face to face, on the other side of the Adda. Ah, when shall I get across that blessed Adda? I'd make him stand and ask him, at my convenience, where he had picked up all this fine information. Just please to be informed, my dear sir, that the thing went so and so, and that all the mischief I played was helping Ferrer, as if he had been my brother. No, moreover, that those rascals who, to hear you talk, one would think were my friends, because once I said a word or two like a good Christian, wanted to play me a very rough trick. Know, too, that while you were taking care of your own shop, I was endangering my ribs to save your signor, the superintendent of provisions, a man I never either knew or saw in my life. Wait and see if I ever stir again to help gentlemen. It is true we ought to do it for our souls' good. They are neighbors too. And that great bundle of letters where all the conspiracy was revealed, and which you know for certain is in the hands of the government. Sure enough, I couldn't show it to you here without the help of the devil. Would you have any curiosity to see this mighty packet? Look here, a single letter. Yes, my good sir, one letter only, and this letter, if you'd like to know, was written by a monk capable of instructing you in any point of doctrine you wish. A monk, without doing you injustice, a single hair of whose beard is worth all yours put together. And this letter, I should like to tell you, is written, you see, to another monk, also a man. Just see, now, who my rascally friends are. Learn, if you please, how to talk another time, particularly when you are talking about a fellow creature. After a little time, however, these and similar reflections gave way to others, his present circumstances occupying the whole attention of our poor traveller. The dread of being pursued and discovered, which had so incessantly embittered his day's journey, now no longer gave him any uneasiness. But how many things made his nightly wanderings sufficiently uncomfortable? Darkness, solitude, increasing and now painful, fatigue, a gentle but steady and piercing breeze, which would be far from agreeable to a man still dressed in the same clothes which he had put on to go to a short distance to a wedding, and quickly to return in triumph to his home, only a few steps off. And what rendered everything doubly irksome, walking at a venture in search of a place of rest and security. If he happened to pass through a village, he would walk as quietly and warily as possible, lest any of the doors should be still open. But he saw no further signs of remaining wakefulness among the inhabitants than occasionally a glancing light in one of the windows. When on the road, away from every abode, he would pause every now and then and listen eagerly for the beloved murmur of the Adda, but in vain. He heard no sound but the distant howling of dogs at some solitary dwelling, which floated through the air, at once mournful and threatening. On approaching any of these abodes, the howling was changed into an irritated, angry bark, and in the passing before the door, he heard, and almost fancied he saw, the fierce creatures with their heads at the crack of the door, reiterating their howls. This quickly removed all temptation to knock and ask shelter, and probably his courage would have failed had there been no such obstacle in his way. "Who's there?" thought he. "What do you want at this hour? How did you come here? Tell who you are. Isn't there an inn where you can get a bed?" This, at best, is what they will say to me if I knock, even if it shouldn't be a cowardly sleeper, who would begin to shout out lustily, "Help, thieves!" I must have something ready for an answer, and what could I say? If anybody hears a noise in the night, nothing enters their head but robbers, villains, and rogues. They never think that an honest man may be benighted, not to say a gentleman in his carriage. He determined, therefore, to reserve this plan as a last resource in the case of necessity, and continued his way, still with the hope of at least discovering the Adda, if not of crossing it, that night, and not being obliged again to go in search of it in the broad daylight. On, therefore, he went, till he reached a part where the country changed from cultivated fields into a heath of ferns and broom. These seemed, if not a sure indication at least, a kind of argument that there was a river in the neighborhood, and he advanced across the common, pursuing the path which traversed it. After walking a few paces, he stopped to listen, but in vain. The tediousness of the journey seemed to be increased by the wildness of the place. Not a mulberry nor a vine was to be seen, nor any other signs of human culture, which, in the early part of his progress, seemed almost like half companions to him. However, he still went forward, beguiling the time, and endeavoring to drive away the images and apparitions which haunted his mind, the relics of 100 wonderful stories he had heard, by repeating, as he went along, some of the prayers for the dead. By degrees he entered among the larger patches of brushwood, wild plum trees, dwarf oaks, and brambles. Continuing his way with more impatience than alacrity, he saw scattered occasionally throughout these patches a solitary tree, and, still following the guidance of the footpath, perceived that he was entering a wood. He felt a kind of reluctance to proceed, but he conquered it, and unwillingly went forward. The further he went, the more this unwillingness increased, and the more did everything he saw vex and harass his imagination. The bushes he discerned before him assumed strange, marvelous, and uncouth forms. The shadows of the tops of the trees alarmed him, as, slightly agitated by the breeze, they quivered on his path, illuminated by the pale light of the moon. The very rustling of the withered leaves, as he trampled them underfoot, had in it something hateful to his ear. His limbs felt a strange impulse to run, and at the same time seemed scarcely able to support him. The cold night breeze blew more chilly and sharply against his forehead and throat. He felt it piercing through his thin clothes to his skin, which shivered in the blast, and penetrating more subtly to his very bones, extinguishing the last remains of vigor. At one time, the weariness and undefined horror with which he had so long been struggling had suddenly almost overwhelmed him. He nearly lost his self-government, but terrified above all things at his own terror, he summoned up his former spirits, and by a great effort forced them to assume their usual sway. Thus fortified for a moment, he stood still to deliberate, and resolved to leave the wood by the same path as he had traversed, to go straight to the last village he had passed, to return once more among mankind, and there to seek shelter even at the inn. While he thus stood, the rustling of his feet among the leaves hushed, and perfectly silent around him, a noise reached his ear, a murmur of running water. He listens, assures himself, and exclaims, "It's the Adda!" It was like the restoration of a friend, of a brother, of a deliverer. His weariness almost disappeared. His pulse again beat. He felt his blood circulate freely and warmly through all his veins. His confidence increased. The gloominess and oppression of his mind in great part vanished away, and he no longer hesitated to penetrate farther into the wood, towards the friendly murmur. At last he reached the extremity of the flat, at the edge of the steep declivity, and, peeping through the bushes that everywhere covered its surface, he discerned, at the bottom, the glittering of the running water. Then, raising his eyes, he surveyed the extensive plain on the opposite side, scattered with villages. Beyond this the hills, and on one of these a large whitish track in which he fancied he could distinguish a city, Bergamo, undoubtedly. He descended the steep a little way, separating and pushing aside the brushwood with his hands and arms, and looked down, to see if there were any boat moving on the water, or to listen if he could hear the splashing of oars. But he saw and heard nothing. Had it been anything less than the Adda, Renzo would have descended at once and attempted to ford it. But this, he knew well, in such a river, was not a matter of very great facility. He therefore stood to consult with himself what were best to be done. To clamber up into the tree, and there await the dawn of morning, in the chill night breeze, in a frosty air, and in his present dress, was more than enough to benumb him. To pace up and down, for constant exercise, all that time, besides that it would have been a very inefficacious defense against the severity of the temperature, was also asking too much of those unfortunate limbs which had already done much more than their duty. Suddenly he remembered having seen a cassonado in one of the fields adjoining the uncultivated down. Thus the peasants of the Milanese plain designated certain little cottages, thatched with straw, constructed of the trunks and branches of trees, fastened together and filled up with mud, where they are in the habit of depositing their harvest during the summer season, repairing thither at night to protect it. During the rest of the year they are usually unoccupied. He quickly fixed upon this as his resting place for the night, and again setting off on his way, repassed the wood, the tract of bushes, and the heath, and entering upon the cultivated land, he quickly espied the cassonado and went towards it. A worm-eaten and tumble-down door, without lock or chain, blocked up the entrance. Renzo drew it towards him, and on entering saw a hurdle, intended to serve the purpose of a hammock, suspended in the air and supported by bands formed of little twigs. He did not, however, make use of it, but seeing a little straw lying on the ground, thought that, even there, sleep would be very welcome. Before stretching his weary frame on the bed Providence had prepared for him, he knelt down to offer up his thanks for this blessing, and for all the assistance he had received that terrible day. He then repeated his usual prayers, and, having finished them, begged pardon of God for having omitted them the evening before, and gone to rest, as he said, like a dog, or even worse. And for this reason, added he to himself, resting his hands upon the straw, and from kneeling changing his posture to that of lying, for this reason I was awaked by such agreeable visitors in the morning. He then gathered up all the straw that was scattered around, and spread it over him, so as to make the best covering he could to secure himself from the cold, which, even there under shelter, made itself sufficiently felt, and crouching beneath it, he tried to get a little sleep, thinking that he had purchased it that day more dearly than usual. Scarcely, however, had he closed his eyes before visions began to throng his memory or his fancy. I cannot undertake to indicate the exact spot. Visions so crowded, so incessant, that they quickly banished every idea of sleep. The merchant, the notary, the bailiff, the sword cutler, the landlord, Ferrer, the superintendent, the party at the inn, the crowds in the streets, then Don Abbondio, then Don Rodrigo, and, among so many, there were none that did not bring some sad remembrance of misfortune or aversion. There were but three images that presented themselves to his mind, divested of every bitter recollection, clear of every suspicion, pleasing in every aspect, and two, principally, certainly very dissimilar, but closely connected in the heart of the youth: the black-locked Luchia and the white-bearded Father Cristoforo. Yet the consolation he felt in contemplating even these objects was anything but unmixed and tranquil. In picturing to himself the good friar, he felt more keenly than ever the disgrace of his faults, his shameful intemperance, and his neglect of the kind father's paternal advice. And in contemplating the image of Luchia, we will not attempt to describe what he felt, The reader knows the circumstances, and must imagine it himself. Neither did he forget the poor Agnes, who had chosen him for her son-in-law, who had considered him almost as one with her only daughter, and before receiving from him the title of mother, had assumed the language and affection of one, and demonstrated parental solicitude for him by her actions. But it was an additional grief to him, and not the least bitter one, that exactly on account of these affectionate and benevolent intentions, the poor woman was now homeless and almost houseless, uncertain of the future, and reaping sorrows and troubles from those very circumstances which he had hoped would be the joy and comfort of her declining years. What a night! Poor Renzo, which was to have been the 5th of his nuptials! What a room! What a matrimonial couch! And after such a day! And to precede such a morrow, such a succession of days! What God wills, replied he to the thoughts which most tormented him. What God wills, he knows what he does. It is for our good too. Let it be as a penance for my sins. Luchia is so good. God surely will not let her suffer for long, for very long. Harassed by such thoughts as these, despairing of obtaining any sleep, and the piercing cold becoming more and more insufferable, so that from time to time his whole frame shook, and his teeth chattered in spite of himself, Renzo longed for the approach of day, and impatiently measured the slow progress of the hours. I say measured, because every half hour he heard resounding through the deep silence the stroke of the large clock, probably that of Trezzo. The first time the sound reached his ears so unexpectedly, without his having the least idea whence it came, it brought with it something solemn and mysterious to his mind, the feeling of a warning uttered in an unknown voice by some invisible person. When at last the clock had tolled 11, the hour Renzo had determined to get up. Footnote: it must be borne in mind by the reader that, according to Italian computation of time, the first hour of the day is 7 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock answerable to 8 with us, and so on, till 7 o'clock in the evening becomes 1 again. This arrangement would make 11 o'clock in the text the same as 5 o'clock in the morning in England. End of footnote. He rose, half benumbed with the cold, and falling upon his knees, repeated his matin prayers with more than ordinary devotion. Then, standing up, he stretched his limbs and shook his body, as if to settle and unite his members, which seemed almost dissevered from each other, breathed upon his hands, and rubbed them together, and then opened the door of the cassonado, first taking the precaution to look warily about him. Perchance any one might be there. No one being visible, he cast his eye round to discover the path he had followed the preceding evening, and quickly recognizing it, much clearer and more distinct than his memory pictured it, he set off in that direction. End of chapter 17, part 1. Chapter 17, part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 17, Part 2. The sky announced a beautiful day. The pale and rayless moon was yet visible near the horizon, in the spacious field of azure, still softened by a tinge of morning grey, which shaded gradually towards the east into a rosy and primrose hue. Still nearer the horizon, A few irregular clouds stretched out in lengthened waves, rather azure than grey, their lower sides edged with almost a streak of flame, becoming every moment more vivid and sharply defined, while higher up, light and fleecy clouds, mingling with each other, and of a thousand nameless hues, floated on the surface of the placid heavens. A true Lombard sky, so beautiful when it is beautiful, so brilliant, so calm. Had Renzo been here to enjoy himself, he would certainly have looked upwards, and admired a dawn so different to what he had been accustomed to see among his native mountains. But his eyes were bent to the ground, and he walked on rapidly, both to regain a little warmth and to reach the river as quickly as he could. He retraced the fields, the groves, the bushes, traversed the wood, with a kind of compassion, as he looked around and remembered the horror he had felt there a few hours before, reached the edge of the precipitous bank, and looking down through the crags and bushes, discovered a fisherman's bark slowly making its way against the stream, close by the shore. He hastily descended the shortest way through the bushes, stood upon the bank, and gently called to the fisherman, and with the intention of appearing to ask a favour of little importance, but, without being aware of it, in a half supplicatory manner, beckoned to him to approach. The fisherman cast a glance along the shore, looked carefully both up and down the river, and then turning the prow towards Renzo, approached the side. Renzo, who stood at the very edge of the stream, almost with one foot in the water, seized the prow as it drew near, and jumped into the boat. "Be good enough to take me across to the other side, and I'll pay you for it," said he. The fisherman had already guessed his object, and had turned the prow to the opposite bank. Renzo, seeing another oar at the bottom of the boat, stooped down and took it up. "Softly, softly," said the owner, but on seeing how dexterously the youth laid hold of the implement and prepared to handle it, "Aha!" added he, "you know your business." "A little," replied Renzo, and he began to row with a vigour and skill beyond those of an amateur. While thus exerting himself, he cast an occasional dark glance at the shore he had just left, and then a look of anxiety to the one they were approaching. He was annoyed at having to go at all down the stream, but the current here was too rapid to cut directly across it, so that the bark, partly cleaving and partly following the course of the water, was obliged to take a diagonal direction. As it happened in all dark and intricate undertakings, that difficulties present themselves to the mind at first only in general, but in the execution of the enterprise are more minutely observable. So, now that the Adda was forded, so to say, Renzo felt a good deal of disquietude at not knowing for certain whether here it was the boundary of the two states, or whether when this obstacle was overcome there might not be others still to surmount. Addressing the fisherman, therefore, and nodding with his head towards the whitish spot which he had noticed the night before, and which now appeared much more distinct, "Is that Bergamo?" said he. "That town?" "The city of Bergamo," replied the fisherman. "And that shore there, does it belong to Bergamo?" "The territory of Saint Mark." "Long live Saint Mark!" exclaimed Renzo. The fisherman made no reply. They reached at length the opposite shore. Renzo jumped out upon it, and thanking God in his heart, expressed his gratitude in words to the boatman. Then putting his hand in his pocket, he drew out thence a berlinga, which, considering his circumstances, was no little loss to him, and handed it to the worthy man, who, giving another glance at the Milanese shore, and along the river in either direction, stretched out his hand and received the gift. He put it into his pocket, and after compressing his lips, at the same time laying his forefinger across them, with a significant expression of countenance, said, "A good journey to you," and turned back. That the reader may not be surprised at the prompt yet cautious civility of this man towards a perfect stranger, it will be necessary to inform him that, frequently requested to perform a similar service to smugglers and banditti, he was accustomed to do so, not so much for the sake of the trifling and uncertain gains which he might thereby obtain, as to avoid making himself enemies among these classes. He afforded this assistance whenever he could assure himself of not being discovered by the custom house officers, bailiffs, or spies. Thus, without particularly favouring one party more than the other, he endeavoured to satisfy all, with that impartiality usually exercised by those who are compelled to deal with a certain set of people, while liable to give account to another. Renzo paused a moment on the bank, to contemplate the opposite shore, that ground which just before had almost burnt beneath his feet. "Ah, I'm really out of it," was his first thought. "Hateful country that you are," was his second, bidding it farewell. But the third recurred to those whom he had left there. Then he crossed his arms on his breast, heaved a sigh, bent his eyes on the water which flowed at his feet, and thought, "It has passed under the bridge." Thus at Lecco was generally called among his fellow countrymen, by way of eminence. Ah, hateful world! Enough, whatever God wills. He turned his back upon these mournful objects, and went forward, taking for a mark the white track on the side of the hill, until he met with someone to give him more particular directions in his way. It was amusing to see with what carelessness and disembarrassment he now accosted travellers, and how boldly he pronounced the name of the village where his cousin resided, without hesitation or disguise. From the first person who directed him, he learnt that he had yet 9 miles to travel. His journey was not very blithesome. Independent of his own troubles, his eyes rested every moment on pitiable objects, which told him that he would find in the country he was entering the poverty he had left in his own. All along the way, but more particularly in the villages and large towns, he saw beggars hastening along, mendicants rather from circumstances than profession, who revealed their misery more in their countenances than their clothing, peasants, mountaineers, artisans, entire families, and a mingled murmur of entreaties, disputes, and infant cries. Besides the mournful pity that it awoke in Renzo's mind, this sight also aroused in him to the remembrance of his own circumstances. "Who knows," thought he, as he went along, "if I shall find anything to do, if there is any work now to be got, as there used to be. Well, Bartolo is kindly inclined to me. He is a good fellow. He has made some money, and has invited me very often. He surely won't forsake me. Besides, Providence has helped me hitherto, and will help me, I hope, for the future." In the meanwhile, his appetite, already considerably sharpened, became, as he went on his way, more and more craving, and though he felt that he could manage very well to the end of his journey, which was now only about 2 miles, without great inconvenience, yet he reflected that it would not be exactly the thing to make his appearance before his cousin like a beggar, and address him with the salutation, "Give me something to eat." So drawing on all his riches from his pocket, he counted them over on the palm of his hand, to ascertain the amount. It was an amount that required little calculation, yet still there was more than enough to make a small meal. He therefore entered an inn to get a little refreshment, and, on paying the account, found that he had still a few pence remaining. Just outside, lying in the streets, and so close to the door that he would have fallen over them had he not been looking about him, Renzo saw 2 women, one rather elderly, and the other a younger person, with an infant at her breast, which, after vainly endeavouring to satisfy its hunger, was crying bitterly. They were all three as pale as death, and standing by them was a man in whose face and limbs there might still be discerned tokens of former robustness, though now broken and almost destroyed by long poverty. The three beggars stretched out their hands to Renzo, as he left the inn with a free step and revigorated air, but none of them spoke. What more could language have expressed? "There's a godsend for you," said Renzo, as he hastily thrust his hand into his pocket, and, taking out his last pence, put them in the hand that was nearest to him, and went on his way. The refreshment and this good work together, since we are made of both soul and body, had gladdened and cheered all his thoughts. Certain it is that he felt more confidence for the future from having thus deprived himself of his last penny, than if he had found 10 such. For if Providence had kept in reserve, for the support of 3 wretched beggars, almost fainting on the road, the last farthing of a stranger, himself a fugitive, far from his own home and uncertain how to get a living, could he think that Providence would leave in destitution him whom he had made use of for this purpose, and to whom he had given so vivid, so effective, so self-abandoning an inclination? Such was, in general, the feeling of the youth, though probably not so clearly defined as that which we have expressed in words. During the remainder of his walk, as his mind recurred to the different circumstances and contingencies which had hitherto appeared the most dark and perplexing, all seemed to brighten. The famine and poverty must come to an end, for there was a harvest every year. In the meantime he had his cousin Bartolo and his own abilities, and, as a help towards his support, a little store of money at home, which he could easily send for. With this assistance, at the worst, he could live from day to day as economically as possible, till better times. "Then, when good times have come at last," continued Renzo, in his fanciful dreams, "the demand for work will be renewed. Masters will strive who shall get Milanese weavers, because they know their trade best. The Milanese weavers will hold their heads high. They who want clever workmen must pay for them. We shall make something to live upon, and still have some to spare. We can then furnish a cottage, and write to the women to come. And besides, why wait so long? Shouldn't we have lived upon my little store at home, all this winter, so we can live here? There are curates everywhere. Those 2 dear women might come now, and we could keep house together. Oh, what a pleasure, to go walking all together on this very road, to go as far as Adda in a cart, and have a picnic on the shore. Yes, just on the shore. And I'd show them the place where I embarked, the thorny path I came down, and the spot where I stood to look if there was a boat." At length he reached his cousin's village, and, just at the entrance, even before he set foot in it, distinguished a house considerably higher than the rest, with several rows of long windows, one above another, and separated by a much smaller space than the divisions between the different stories required. He at once recognized a silk mill, and going in, asked in a loud voice, so as to be heard amidst the noise of the running water and the machinery, if Bartolo Castagnari lived there. "The Signor Bartolo, he's there." "The Signor, that's a good sign," thought Renzo, and seeing his cousin, he ran towards him. Bartolo turned round, recognized his relation, as he exclaimed, "Here I am, myself," and received him with an "Oh!" of surprise, as they mutually threw their arms around each other's neck. After the first welcome, Bartolo took his cousin into another room, apart from the noise of the machinery and the eyes of the curious, and greeted him with, "I'm very glad to see you, but you're a pretty fellow. I've invited you so often, and you never would come, and now you arrive in rather a troubled time. Since you will have me tell you, I have not come with my own good will," said Renzo, and then, as briefly as possible, and not without some emotion, he related his mournful story. That's quite another thing, said Bartolo. Oh, poor Renzo. But you've depended upon me, and I'll not forsake you. Certainly, there's no great demand for workmen just now. Indeed, it's all we can do not to turn off those we have and give up the business. But my master likes me, and he has got some money. And to tell you the truth, without boasting, he mostly owes it to me. He has the capital, and I give my abilities, such as they are. I'm the head workman, you know, and besides, between you and me, I'm quite his factotum. Poor Lucia Mandela. I remember her as it were but yesterday. A good girl she was, always the best behaved in church, and whenever one passed her cottage, I see that cottage in my mind's eye, outside the village, with a fine fig tree peeping over the wall. No, no, don't let us talk about it. I was only going to say that whenever one passed that cottage, there was the real always going, going, going. And that Don Rodrigo, even in my time he was inclined that way. But now he's playing the devil outright, from what I hear, so long as God leaves him to take his own course. Well, as I was saying, here too we are suffering a little from the famine. Apropos, how are you for appetite? I got something to eat a little while ago on the road. And how are you for money? Renzo held out one of his hands, and putting it to his mouth, gently puffed upon it. Never mind, said Bartolo. I've plenty. Pluck up your heart, for I hope things will soon change, please God, and then you can repay me and lay up also a little for yourself. I've a trifling sum at home, and will send for it. Very well, and in the meantime, you may depend upon me. God has given me wealth that I may give to others, and whom shall I serve so soon as my own relations and friends? I said I should be provided for, exclaimed Renzo, affectionately pressing his good cousin's hand. Then, rejoined his companion, they've had a regular uproar at Milan. I think they're all a little mad. The rumour has already reached here, but I want you to tell me things a little more particularly. Ah, we've plenty to talk about. Here, however, you see, we go about it more quietly, and do things with rather more prudence. The city purchased 2,000 loads of corn from a merchant who lives at Venice. The corn came from Turkey, but when life depends upon it, such things are not looked into very narrowly. See now what this occasioned. The governors of Verona and Brescia stopped up the passages and said, no corn shall pass this way. What did the Bermascans do, think you? They dispatched a man to Venice who knew how to talk. The messenger went off in haste, presented himself to the Doge, and asked him what was the meaning of such a trick. And such a speech he made, they say fit to be printed. What a thing it is to have a man who knows what to say. An order was immediately issued for the free transit of corn, requiring the governors not only to let it pass, but to assist in forwarding it, and now it is on its way. There is provision also for the surrounding country. Another worthy man gave the Senate to understand that the people in the country were starving, and they have ordered them 4,000 bushels of millet. This helps, you know, to make bread. And then I needn't say that if there isn't bread for us, we will eat meat. God has given me wealth, as I told you. Now then, I'll take you to my master. I've often mentioned you to him, and I know he'll welcome you. He's a Bergamascan of the old sort, and a kind-hearted man. Certainly he doesn't expect you just now, but when he hears your history, and besides, he knows how to value good workmen, for the famine must come to an end, and business will go on. But, first of all, I must warn you of one thing. Do you know what they call us Milanese in this country? No, what is it? They call us blockheads. That's not a very nice name. So it is. Whoever is born in the territory of Milan, and would make a living in that of Bergamo, must be content to bear it patiently. It is as common among these people to give the name of blockhead to a Milanese as your illustrious lordship to a cavalier. They only say so, I fancy, to those who will put up with it. My dear fellow, if you are not disposed continually to brook the title, don't reckon that you can live here. You would be obliged always to have a knife in your hand, and when you have killed, we will suppose 2, 3, or 4 of your neighbours, you'd meet with somebody who would kill you. And what a nice prospect, to have to appear before God's tribunal with 3 or 4 murders on your head, and a Milanese who has a little. Here he tapped his forehead with his forefinger, as he had done at the sign of the full moon. I mean, one who understands his business. It's all the same. He, too, would be a blockhead. Do you know what my master says when he's talking of me to his friends? Heaven has sent me this blockhead to conduct my business. If it were not for this blockhead, I should do very badly. It's the custom to say so. It's a very foolish custom, especially considering what we do. For who was it, in fact, that brought the art here, and now carries it on, but us? Is it possible there's no help for it? Not hitherto, there may be, in the course of time, among the young people who are growing up, but in this generation there is no remedy. They've acquired the habit and won't leave it off. After all, what is it? It's nothing to the tricks they've played upon you, and that most of our precious fellow countrymen would still play upon you. Well, that's true, if there's no other evil. Now that you are persuaded of this, all will go well. Come, let us go to my master, and be of good heart. Everything, in fact, did go well, and so exactly in accordance with Bartolo's promises, that it is needless to give any particular description. And it was truly an ordering of Providence, for we shall soon see how little dependence was to be placed upon the small savings Renzo had left at home. End of chapter 17, part 2. Chapter 18, part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro MANZONI. Chapter 18, Part 1. That same day, the 13th of November, an express arrived to the Signor Podesta of Luchia, and presented him with a dispatch from the Signor the High Sheriff, containing an order to make every possible strict investigation, to ascertain whether a certain young man, bearing the name of Lorenzo Tramaglino, silk weaver, who had escaped from the hands of Predici Egregii Domini Capitanii, had returned, palam vel clam, to his own country, ignotum, the exact village, Vernum in territorio Lucii, quod si compertum furit sic esse. The Signor Podesta must endeavour, quanta maxima diligentia Ferreri poterit, to get him into his hands, and having sufficiently secured him, videlicet, with strong handcuffs, seeing that the insufficiency of smaller manacles for the aforementioned person has been proved, must cause him to be conducted to prison, and there detained under strong custody until he be consigned to the officer who shall be sent to take him, and in case either of success or non-success, acceditis ad domum praedisti Laurentii Tramalini, et facta debita diligentia quid ad rem repertum furit offeratus, et informationis de illius prava qualitate, vita et complicibus sumatis, and of all his sayings and doings, what is found and not found, what is taken and not taken, diligenter referatis. After humanely assuring himself that the object of inquiry had not returned home, the Signor Podesta summoned the village constable, and under his direction proceeded, with a large retinue of notaries and bailiffs, to the above-mentioned house. The door was locked, and either no one had the key, or he was not to be found. They, therefore, forced the locks with all due and praiseworthy zeal, which is equivalent to saying that they proceeded as if taking a city by assault. The report of this expedition immediately spread in the neighborhood, and reached the ears of Father Cristoforo, who, no less astonished than grieved, sought for some information as to the cause of so unexpected an event from everybody he met with. He could only, however, gather airy conjectures and contradictory reports, and, at last, therefore, wrote to Father Bonaventura, from whom he imagined he should be able to acquire some more precise information. In the meanwhile, Renzo's relations and friends were summoned to depose all that they knew about his depraved habits. To bear the name of Tramaglino became a misfortune, a disgrace, a crime, and the village was quite in a commotion. By degrees it became known that Renzo had escaped from the hands of justice during the disturbance at Milan, and had not since been seen. It was whispered about that he had been guilty of some high crime and misdemeanor, but what it was no one could tell, or they told it in 100 different ways. The more heinous the offense with which he was charged, the less was it believed in the village, where Renzo was universally known as an honest, respectable youth, and many conjectured and spread the report that it was merely a machination set on foot by the powerful Don Rodrigo, to bring about the ruin of his unfortunate rival. So true is it that, judging only by induction, and without the necessary knowledge of facts, even the greatest villains are sometimes wrongfully accused. But we who have the facts in our possession, as the saying is, can affirm that, if Don Rodrigo had had no share in Renzo's misfortunes, yet that he had rejoiced in them as if he had been his own work, and triumphed over them among his confidants, especially with Count Attilio. This friend, according to his first intention, should have been by this time at Milan, but on the first announcement of the disturbances that had arisen there, and of the rabble whom he might encounter in a far different mood than tamely to submit to a beating, he thought it expedient to postpone his journey until he received better accounts, and the more so because, having offended many, he had good reason to fear that some who had remained passive only from impotency might now be encouraged by circumstances, and judge it a favourable opportunity for taking their revenge. The journey, however, was not long delayed. The order dispatched from Milan for the execution against Renzo had already given some indication that things had returned to their ordinary course, and the positive notices which followed quick upon it confirmed the truth of these appearances. Count Attilio set off immediately, enjoining his cousin to persist in his undertaking, and bring it to an issue, and promising, on his part, that he would use every means to rid him of the friar, to whom the fortunate accident of his cousin's beggarly rival would be a wonderful blow. Scarcely had Attilio gone, when Grigio arrived safe and sound from Monza, and related to his master what he had been able to gather, that Luchia had found refuge in such a monastery, under the protection of the Signora So and So, that she was concealed there as if she were a nun herself, never setting foot outside the threshold, and assisting at the services of the church behind a little grated window, an arrangement which was unsatisfactory to many who, having heard some mention of her adventures and great reports of her beauty, were anxious for once to see what she was like. This account inspired Don Rodrigo with every evil passion, or to speak more truly, rendered still more ungovernable those with which he was already possessed. So many circumstances favourable to his design had only further inflamed that mixture of punctilio, rage, and infamous desire of which his passion was composed. Renzo absent, banished, outlawed, so that any proceedings against him became lawful, and even that his betrothed bride might be considered, in a measure, as the property of a rebel, the only man in the world who would and could interest himself for her, and make a stir that would be noticed in headquarters, and at a distance. The enraged friar would himself probably be soon incapable of acting for her. Yet here was a new impediment, which not only outweighed all these advantages, but rendered them, it might be said, unavailing. A monastery at Monza, even had there not been a princess in the way, was a bone too hard even for the teeth of a Rodrigo, and wandered in his fancy round this retreat as he would, he could devise no way or means of assaulting it, either by force or fraud. He was almost resolved to give up the enterprise, to go to Milan by a circuitous route, so as to avoid passing through Monza, and there to plunge himself into the society of his friends and their recreations, so as to drown in thoughts of gaiety the one idea which had now become so tormenting. But, his friends, softly a little with these friends, instead of diverting his mind, he might reasonably expect to find in their company an incessant renewal and memento of his vexation, for Attilio would certainly have published the affair and put them all in expectation. Everybody would make inquiries about the mountain girl, and he must give some answer. He had wished, he had tried, and how had he succeeded? He had engaged in an undertaking, rather an unworthy one, certainly, but what of that? One cannot always regulate one's caprices. The point is to satisfy them. And how had he come off in the enterprise? How? Put down by a peasant and a friar. And when an unexpected turn of good fortune had rid him of one, and a skilful friend of the other, without any trouble on the part of the principal person concerned, he, like a fool, knew not how to profit by the juncture, and basely withdrew from the undertaking. It would be enough to make him never again dare to hold up his head among men of spirit, or compel him always to keep his hand on his sword. And then, again, how could he ever return to, however remain in, that village and that country, where, let alone the incessant and bitter remembrances of his passion, he should always bear about with him the disgrace of its failure, where the public hatred would have increased, while his reputation for power and superiority would have proportionately diminished, where he might read in the face of every ragamuffin, even through a veil of profound references, a galling "you've been gulled, and I'm glad of it." The path of iniquity, as our manuscript here remarks, is broad, but that does not mean that it is easy. It has its stumbling blocks and its thorns, and its course is tedious and wearisome, though it be a downward course. In this perplexity, unwilling either to give up his purpose, to go back, or to stop, and unable by himself to go forward, a plan occurred to Don Rodrigo's mind, by which he hoped to effect his design. This was to take as a partner and assistant in his enterprise one whose hands could often reach beyond the views of others, a man at once and devil, to whom the difficulty of an undertaking was frequently an incentive to engage in it. But this course also had its inconveniences and its dangers, the more pressing, the less they could be calculated upon beforehand, since it was impossible to foresee where one might be led, whence one embarked in an affair with this man, a powerful auxiliary certainly, but a not less absolute and dangerous guide. These thoughts kept Don Rodrigo for several days in a state of worse than tedious perplexity. In the meanwhile, a letter arrived from his cousin, informing him that the plot against the friar was going on very well. Following close upon the lightning burst forth the thunderclap. One fine morning, Don Rodrigo heard that Father Cristoforo had left the convent at Pescarenico. This success, so prompt and so complete, together with Attilio's letter, encouraging him onward and threatening him with intolerable ridicule if he withdrew, inclined Don Rodrigo still more to hazard everything rather than give up. But that which finally decided him was the unexpected news that Agnes had returned home, thus removing the one obstacle from around Luchia. We will relate how these two circumstances were brought about, beginning with the last. The two unfortunate women were scarcely settled in their retreat, when the report of the disturbances in Milan spread rapidly over Monza, and, consequently, through the monastery. And following the grand news came an infinite succession of particulars, which multiplied and varied every moment. The portress, situated just between the street and the monastery, was the channel of information both from within and from without, and, eagerly receiving these reports, retailed them at will to her guests. 2, 6, 8, 4, 7 had been imprisoned. They would hang them, some before the Bakehouse of the Crutches, some at the end of the street, where the superintendent of provisions lived. Aye, just listen now. One of them escaped, a man somewhere from Lecchio, or thereabouts. I don't know the name, but someone will be passing who will be able to tell me, to see if you know him." This announcement, together with the circumstances that Renzo would just have arrived at Milan on the fatal day, occasioned a great deal of disquietude to the women, and especially to Luchia. But what must it have been, when the portress came to tell them, "It is a man from your very village who has escaped being hung, a silk weaver of the name of Tremaglino. Do you know him?" Luchia, who was sitting hemming some needlework, immediately let it fall from her hands. She became extremely pale, and changed countenance so much that the portress would certainly have observed it, had she been nearer to her. Fortunately, however, she was standing at the door with Agnes, who, though much disturbed, yet not to such a degree as her daughter, preserved a calm countenance, and forced herself to reply, that in a little village everybody knew everybody, that she was acquainted with him, and could scarcely bring herself to believe that anything of the kind had happened to him, he was so peaceable a youth. She then asked if it was known for certain that he had escaped, and whither. "Everyone says he has escaped. Where to, they cannot say. It may be that they will catch him again, or it may be he is in safety. But if they do get hold of him, your peaceable youth—" Fortunately at this juncture the portress was called away, and left them. The reader may imagine in what state of mind, for more than a day, were the poor woman and her afflicted daughter obliged to remain in this painful suspense, imagining the causes, ways, and consequences of this unhappy event, and commenting, in their own minds or in a low voice with each other, on the terrible words their informer had left unfinished. At length, one Thursday, a man arrived at the monastery in search of Agnes. It was a fishmonger of Pescarenico, going to Milan as usual to dispose of his fish, and the good Father Cristoforo had requested him, in passing through Monza, to call in at the monastery, to greet the women in his name, to tell them all he knew about this sad affair of Renzo's, to beseech them to have patience and put their trust in God, and to assure them that he would certainly not forget them, but would watch his opportunity for rendering them assistance, and, in the meantime, would not fail to send them all the news he could collect every week, either by this means or a similar one. The messenger could tell nothing new or certain about Renzo, except of the execution put into his house, and at the search that was being made for him, but at the same time that this had been hitherto in vain, and that it was known for certain that he had reached the territory of Bergamo. Such a certainty, it is unnecessary to say, was a balm to poor Lucia's wounded heart. From that time her tears flowed more freely and calmly. She felt more comforted in her secret bursts of feeling with her mother, and expressions of thankfulness began to be mingled with her prayers. Gertrude frequently invited her into her private apartment, and sometimes detained her there a long time, feeling a pleasure in the ingenuousness and gentleness of the poor girl, and in hearing the thanks and blessings she poured upon her benefactress. She even related to her, in confidence, a part, the blameless part, of her history, and of what she had suffered, that she might come there to suffer, till Lucia's first suspicious astonishment gradually changed to compassion. In that history she found reasons more than enough to explain what she thought rather strange in the behaviour of her patroness, especially when she brought in to her aid Agnes's doctrine about the characters of the nobility. Nevertheless, though sometimes induced to return the confidence which Gertrude reposed in her, yet she carefully avoided any mention of her fresh causes of alarm, of her new misfortune, and of the ties which bound her to the escaped silk weaver, lest she should run any risk of spreading a report so full of her shame and sorrow. She also parried, to the best of her ability, all Gertrude's inquisitive questions about herself previous to her betrothal. But this was not so much from prudential motives, as because such an account appeared to the simple-minded girl more perplexing, more difficult to relate, than all she had heard, or thought it possible to hear, from the señora. In the history of that lady there was oppression, intrigue, suffering, sad and mournful things, but which, nevertheless, could be named. In her own there was a pervading sentiment, a word which she did not feel it possible to pronounce, when speaking of herself, and as a substitute for which she could never find periphrases that did not seem to her mind indelicate: love. Gertrude was sometimes tempted to be angry at these repulses, but there always appeared behind them so much affection, so much respect, so much gratitude, and even so much trustfulness. Sometimes, perhaps, that modesty, so delicate, so sensitive and mysterious, displeased her still more on another account. But all was quickly forgotten in the soothing thought that every moment recurred to her mind when contemplating Luchia. I'm doing her good, and this was true, for, besides the asylum she had provided, these conversations and her familiar treatment were some comfort to Luchia. The poor girl also found another satisfaction in constant employment. She always petitioned for something to do, and when she went into the señora's parlour, generally took a little needlework with her to keep her fingers employed. But what melancholy thoughts crowded her mind wherever she went, while plying her needle, an occupation to which hitherto she had given little attention. Her reel constantly presented itself to her view, and with the reel, how many other things. The second Thursday, the same or another messenger arrived, bringing salutations and encouragement from Father Cristoforo, and an additional confirmation of Renzo's escape, but no more positive information about his misfortunes. The reader may remember that the Capuchin had hoped for some account from his brother Ferrer at Milan, to whom he had given Renzo a letter of recommendation. He only replied, however, that he had seen neither letter nor person, that a stranger from the country had certainly been to the convent in search of him, but finding him out, had gone away, and had not again made his appearance. The third Thursday no messenger came, which was not only depriving the poor woman of an anticipated and hoped for source of consolation, but, as it usually happens on every trifling occasion to those in sorrow and suspense, was also a subject of much disquietude and 100 tormenting suspicions. Agnes had for some time been contemplating a visit to her native village, and this unexpected non-appearance of the promised messenger determined her upon taking such a step. Luchia felt very strange at the thought of being left without the shelter of her mother's wing, but the longing desire she felt to know something, and her sense of security in that guarded and sacred asylum, conquered her great unwillingness, and it was arranged between them that Agnes should watch in the street the following day for the fishmonger, who must necessarily pass that way on his return from Milan, and that she would ask him to be so good as to give her a seat in his cart to take her to her own mountains. She met with him, accordingly, and asked if Father Cristoforo had given him no commission for her. The fishmonger said that he had been out fishing the whole day before his departure, and had received news nor message from the father. Agnes then made her request, which being granted without hesitation, she took her leave of the signora and her daughter, with many tears, and promising to send them some news soon, and return as quickly as possible, she set off. End of chapter 18, part 1. Chapter 18, part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro MANZONI. Chapter 18, Part 2. The journey was performed without accident. They passed part of the night in an inn on the roadside, as usual, and setting off on their way before sunrise, arrived early in the morning at Pescarenico. Agnes alighted on the little square before the convent, dismissed her conductor with many thanks, and since she was at the place, determined before going home to see her benefactor, the worthy friar. She rang the bell. The person who came to open the door was Fra Galdino, the nut seeker. "Oh, my good woman, what wind has brought you here?" "I want to see Father Cristoforo." "Father Cristoforo? He's not here." "Oh, will he be long before he comes back?" "Long," said the friar, shrugging his shoulders, so as almost to bury his shorn head in his hood. "Where has he gone?" "To Rimini." To Rimini? Where is that?" replied the friar, vertically waving his extended hand in the air, to signify a great distance. "Alas me! But why has he gone away so suddenly?" "Because the Father Provincial ordered it." "And why have they sent him away at all, when he was doing so much good here?" "Ah, poor me! If superiors were obliged to render a reason for all the orders they give, where would be our obedience, my good woman?" "Yes, but this is my ruin." "This is the way it will be. they will have wanted a good preacher at Rimini. There are some everywhere, to be sure, but sometimes they want a particular man on purpose. The Father Provincial there will have written to the Father Provincial here to know if he had such and such a person, and the Father Provincial will have said, Father Cristoforo is the man for him, as, in fact, you see it is. Oh, poor us! When did he go? The day before yesterday. See now, if I had only done as I first wished, and come a few days sooner. And don't you know when he may return? Can't you guess at all? My good woman, nobody knows except the Father Provincial, if even he does. When once one of our preaching friars has taken the wing, one can never foresee on what branch he will finally alight. They are sought after here and there and everywhere, and we have convents in all the four quarters of the globe. Rest assured, Father Cristoforo will make a great noise with his course of Lent sermons at Rimini, for he doesn't always preach extempore, as he did here, that the poor people might understand him. For the city pulpits he has his beautiful written sermons, and his best robes. The fame of this great preacher will spread, and they may ask for him at, I don't know where. Besides, we ought to give him up, for we live on the charity of the whole world, and it is but just that we should serve the whole world. Oh, dear, dear, again cried Agnes, almost weeping. What can I do without him? He was like a father to us. It is the undoing of us. Listen, my good woman. Father Cristoforo was certainly an admirable man. But we have others, you know, full of charity and ability, and who know how to deal with either rich or poor. Will you have Father Antanasio, or Father Girolamo, or Father Zachariah? Father Zachariah, you know, is a man of great worth, and don't you wonder, as some ignorant people do, that he is so thin and has such a weak voice and such a miserable beard. I don't say that he is a good preacher, because everybody has his particular gifts, but he is just the man to give advice, you know. Oh, holy patience! Exclaimed Agnes, with that mixture of gratitude and impatience that one feels at an offer in which there is more good nature than suitableness. What does it matter to me what a man is or is not, when that good man who is no longer here was he who knew all our affairs and had made preparations to help us? Then you must be patient. I know that, replied Agnes. Forgive me for troubling you. Oh, don't say a word, my good woman. I am very sorry for you. And if you determine upon consulting any of the fathers, the convent is here and won't go away. I shall see you soon when I collect the oil. Goodbye, said Agnes, and she turned towards her little village, forlorn, perplexed, and disconcerted, like a blind man who has lost his staff. Rather better informed than Fra Galdino, we will now relate how things had really happened. Immediately on Attilio's arrival at Milan, he went, as he had promised Don Rodrigo, to pay a visit to their common uncle of the Privy Council. This was a committee composed at that time of 13 persons of rank with whom the governor usually consulted, and who, when he either died or resigned his office, temporarily assumed the command. Their uncle, the count, a robed member, and one of the oldest of the council, enjoyed there a certain authority, but in displaying this authority and making it felt by those around him, there was not his equal. Ambiguous language, significant silence, abrupt pauses in speaking, a wink of the eye that seemed to say, I may not speak, flattery without promises, and formal threatenings, all were directed to this end, and all, more or less, produced the desired effect, so that even the positive declaration, I can do nothing in this business, pronounced sometimes in absolute truth, but pronounced so that it was not believed, only served to increase the idea, and therefore the reality, of his power, like the Japan boxes which may still be occasionally seen in the apothecary's shop, with sundry Arabic characters stamped upon them, actually containing nothing, yet serving to keep up the credit of the shop. That of the Count, which had been for a long time increasing by very gradual steps, had, at last, made a giant stride, as the saying is, on an extraordinary occasion, namely, a journey to Madrid, on an embassy to the court, where the reception that he met with should be related by himself. To mention nothing else, the Count Duke had treated him with particular condescension, and admitted him into his confidence so far as to have asked him, in the presence, he might say, of half the court, how he liked Madrid, and to have told him another time, when standing in the recess of the window, that the Cathedral of Milan was the largest Christian temple in the king's dominions. After paying all due ceremony to his uncle and delivering his cousin's compliments, Attilio addressed him with a look of seriousness, such as he knew how and when to assume. I think I am only doing my duty without betraying Rodrigo's confidence when I acquaint my uncle with an affair, which, unless you interfere, may become serious and produce consequences. One of his usual scrapes, I suppose. I can assure you that the fault is not on Rodrigo's side, but his spirit is roused, and, as I said, no one but you can. Well, let us hear, let us hear. There is a Capuchin friar in that neighbourhood who bears a grudge against my cousin, and things have gone to such a pitch that... How often have I told you both to let the monks fry their own fish? It is quite sufficient for those to have to do with them who are obliged, whose business it is, and here he sighed, but you can avoid them. Señor Uncle, I am bound to tell you that Rodrigo would have left them alone, had it been possible. It is that friar who is determined to quarrel with him, and has tried in every way to provoke him. What has the friar to do with my nephew? First of all, he is well known as a restless spirit, who prides himself upon quarrelling with gentlemen. This fellow, too, has taken under his protection and direction, and I don't know what besides, a country girl of the village, whom he regards with an affection. An affection, I don't say of what kind, but a very jealous, suspicious, and sullen affection. I understand, said the Count, and a ray of cunning intelligence shot across the depths of dullness nature had stamped upon his countenance, now, however, partially veiled under the mask of a politician. Now, for some time, continued Attilio, this friar has taken a fancy that Rodrigo has, I don't know what designs upon this. Taken a fancy, eh? Taken a fancy. I know the Señor Don Rodrigo too well, and it needs another advocate besides your lordship to justify him in these matters. That Rodrigo, Señor Uncle, may have had some idle jesting with this girl when he met her on the road. I can easily believe. He is young, and besides, not a Capuchin. But these are mere nonsenses, not worth mentioning to my noble uncle. The serious part of the business is, that the friar has begun to talk of Rodrigo as he would of a common fellow, and has tried to instigate all the country against him. And the other friars? They don't meddle with it, because they know him to be a hot-headed fool, and bear a great respect to Rodrigo. But, on the other side, this monk has great reputation among the villagers as a saint, and... I fancy he doesn't know that Rodrigo is my nephew. Doesn't he, though? It is just this that urges him onward. How? Because, and he scruples not to publish it, he takes greater delight in vexing Rodrigo, exactly because he has a natural protector of such authority as your lordship. He laughs at great people and politicians, and says that the cord of Saint Francis binds even swords, and... The rash villain, what is his name? Fra Cristoforo of... said Attilio, and his uncle, taking a tablet from his desk, and considerably incensed, inscribed within it the unfortunate name. In the meanwhile, Attilio continued, "This fellow has always had such a disposition. His former life is well known. He was a plebeian who possessed a little money, and would, therefore, compete with the noblemen of his country, and out of rage at not being able to make all yield to him, he killed one, and then turned friar to escape the gallows." "Bravo! Capital! We will see, we will see!" exclaimed the Count, panting and puffing with an important air. "Lately," continued Attilio, "he is more enraged than ever, because he has failed in a design which he was very eager about. And from this my noble uncle will understand what sort of man he is. This fellow wanted to marry his protégée, whether to remove her from the perils of the world, you understand, or whatever it might be. At any rate, he was determined to marry her, and he had found the man another of his protégés, a person whose name my honoured uncle may not improbably have heard, for I dare say the Privy Council have had some transactions with this worthy subject." "Who is he?" "A silk weaver, Lorenzo Tramaglino. He who—" "Lorenzo Tramaglino!" exclaimed his uncle. "Well done, my brave friar. Certainly, indeed, he has a letter for a crime that—but it matters not very well. And why did Don Rodrigo tell me nothing of all this, but let things go so far, without applying to one who is both able and willing to direct and help him? I will be candid with you. On the one hand, knowing how many intrigues and affairs you had in your head," here his uncle drew a long breath, and put his hand to his forehead, as if to intimate the fatigue he underwent in the settlement of so many intricate undertakings. "He felt in a manner bound," continued Attilio, "not to give you any additional trouble. And besides, I will tell you the whole. From what I can gather, he is so vexed, so angry, so annoyed at the insults offered him by this friar, that he is more desirous of getting justice for himself by some summary means, than of obtaining it in a regular way of prudence by the assistance of your lordship. I have tried to extinguish the flame, but seeing things taking a wrong course, I thought it my duty to inform your lordship of everything, who after all is the head and chief prop of the house." "You would have done better to have spoken a little sooner." "True, but I continued to hope that the thing would die off of itself, or that the friar would, at last, come to his senses, or would, perhaps, leave the convent, as is often the case among the monks, who are one day here and another there, and then all would have been quietly ended. But now it is my business to settle it. So I have thought. I said to myself, the Signor, my uncle, with his discretion and authority, will know well enough how to prevent a quarrel, and at the same time secure Rodrigo's honour, which is almost, as it were, his own. This friar, thought I, is always boasting of the girdle of Saint Francis, but to employ this girdle seasonably, it is not necessary to have it always buckled around one's waist. My noble uncle has many means that I know not of. I only know that the Father Provincial has, as is but right, a great respect for him, and if my honoured uncle thought that the best course, in this instance, would be to give the friar a change of air, 2 words. Your lordship will be pleased to leave the arrangement to the person it belongs to," said his uncle, rather abruptly. "Oh, certainly!" exclaimed Attilio, with a toss of his head, and a disguised smile of disdainful compassion. "I am not intending to give advice to your lordship, but the regard I have for the reputation of the family made me speak. And I am afraid I have been guilty of another error," added he, with a thoughtful air. "I fear I have wronged Rodrigo in your lordship's opinion. I should have no peace if I were the cause of making you think that Rodrigo had not all the confidence in you, and all the submission to your will, that he ought to have. Believe me, Signor Uncle, that in this instance it is merely Come, come, you two won't wrong each other, if you can help it. You will always be friends, till one of you becomes prudent, ever getting into some scrape or another, and expecting me to settle it. For you will force me to say so. You give me more to think about, you two, than here he heaved a profound sigh. All these blessed affairs of state. Attilio made a few more excuses, promises, and compliments, and then took his leave, accompanied by "Be prudent," the Count's usual form of dismissal to his nephews. End of chapter 18, part 2. Chapter 19, part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro MANZONI. Chapter 19, Part 1. If a weed be discovered in a badly cultivated field, a fine root of sorrel, for example, and the spectator wish to ascertain with certainty whether it has sprung up from seed, either ripened in the field itself, or wafted thither by the wind, or dropped there by a bird in its flight, let him think as he will about it, he will never come to a satisfactory conclusion. For the same reason we are unable to decide whether the resolution formed by the Count of making use of the Father Provincial to cut in two, as the best and easiest method, this intricate knot, arose from his own unassisted imagination, or from the suggestions of Attilio. Certain it is that Attilio had not thrown out the hint unintentionally. And however naturally he might expect that the jealous haughtiness of his noble relative would recoil at so open an insinuation, he was determined at any rate to make the idea of such a resource flash before his eyes, and let him know the course which he desired he should pursue. On the other hand, the plan was so exactly consonant with his uncle's disposition, and so naturally marked out by circumstances, that one might safely venture the assertion that he had thought of and embraced it without the suggestion of any one. It was a most essential point towards the reputation of power which he had so much at heart, that one of his name, a nephew of his, should not be worsted in a dispute of such notoriety. The satisfaction that his nephew would take for himself would have been a remedy worse than the disease, a foundation for future troubles which it was necessary to overthrow at any cost, and without loss of time. Command him at once to quit his palace, and he would not obey, and, even should he submit, it would be surrendering of the contest, a submission of their house to the superiority of a convent. Commands, legal force, or any terrors of that nature, were of no value against an adversary of such a character as Father Cristoforo. The regular and secular clergy were entirely exempt, not only in their persons, but in their places of abode, from all lay jurisdiction, as must have been observed even by one who has read no other story than the one before him. Otherwise they would often have fared very badly. All that could be attempted against such a rival was his removal, and the only means for obtaining this was the Father Provincial, at whose pleasure Father Cristoforo was either stationary or on the move. Between this Father Provincial and the Count of the Privy Council there existed an acquaintanceship of long standing. They seldom saw each other, but whenever they met, it was with great demonstrations of friendship and reiterated offers of service. It is sometimes easier to transact business advantageously with a person who presides over many individuals than with only one of those same individuals who sees but his own motives, feels but his own passions, seeks only his own ends, while the former instantly perceives 100 relations, contingencies, and interests, 100 objects to secure or avoid, and can therefore be taken on 100 different sides. When all had been arranged in his mind, the Count one day invited the Father Provincial to dinner, to meet a circle of guests selected with superlative judgment, an assemblage of men of the highest rank, whose family alone bore a lofty title, and who by their carriage, by a certain native boldness, by a lordly air of disdain, and by taking of great things in familiar terms, succeeded, even without intending it, in impressing, and on every occasion keeping up, the idea of their superiority and power, together with a few clients bound to the house by a hereditary devotion, and to its head by the servitude of a whole life, who, beginning with the soup to say yes, with their lips, their eyes, their ears, their head, their whole body, and their whole heart, had made a man, by dessert time, almost forget how to say no. At table, the noble host quickly turned the conversation upon Madrid. There are many ways and means of accomplishing one's object, and he tried all. He spoke of the court, the Count Duke, the ministers, and the governor's family, of the bull baits, which he could accurately describe, having been a spectator from a very advantageous post, and of the Escurial, of which he could give a minute account, because of the Count Duke's pages had conducted him through every nook and corner of it. For some time the company continued like an audience, attentive to him alone, but by degrees they divided into small groups of talkers, and he then proceeded to relate further anecdotes of the great things he had seen, as in confidence, to the Father Provincial, who was seated near him, and who suffered him to talk on without interruption. But at a certain point he gave a turn to the conversation, and, leaving Madrid, proceeded from court to court, and from dignitary to dignitary, till he had brought upon the tapis Cardinal Barberini, a Capuchin, and brother to the then reigning Pope Urban VIII. The Count was at last obliged to cease talking for a while, and to be content to listen, and remember that, after all, there were some people in the world who were not born to live and act only for him. Shortly after leaving the table, he requested the Father Provincial to step with him into another apartment. Two men of authority, age, and consummate experience now found themselves standing opposite to each other. The noble lord requested the Reverend Father to take a seat, and, placing himself at his side, began as follows: "Considering the friendship that exists between us, I thought I might venture to speak a word to your reverence on a matter of mutual interest, which it would be better to settle between ourselves, without taking any other courses, which might. But, without further preface, I will candidly tell you to what I allude, and I doubt not you will immediately agree with me. Tell me, in your convent of Pescarenico there is a certain Father Cristoforo of—" The provincial bowed assent. "Your paternity will be good enough, then, frankly, like a friend, to tell me, this person, this father. I don't know him personally. I am acquainted with several Capuchin fathers, zealous, prudent, humble men, who are worth their weight in gold. I have been a friend to the order from my boyhood. But in every rather numerous family there is always some individual, some wild, and this Father Cristoforo, I know by several occurrences that he is a person rather inclined to disputes, who has not all the prudence, all the circumspection. I dare say he has more than once given your paternity some anxiety." "I understand this is a specimen," thought the provincial in the meantime. "It is my fault. I know that blessed Cristoforo was fitter to go about from pulpit to pulpit than to be set down for 6 months in one place, especially in a country convent." "Oh," said he aloud, "I am really very sorry to hear that your Highness entertains such an opinion of Father Cristoforo, for as far as I know he is a most exemplary monk in the convent, and is held in much esteem also in the neighbourhood." "I understand perfectly. Your reverence ought. However, as a sincere friend, I wish to inform you of a thing which is important for you to know, and even if you are already acquainted with it, I think, without exceeding my duty, I should caution you against I only say, possible consequences. Do you know that this Father Cristoforo has taken under his protection a man of that country, a man of whom your paternity has doubtless heard mention, him who escaped in such disgrace from the hands of justice, after having done things on that terrible day of Saint Martin's, things, Lorenzo Tramaglino?" "Alas!" thought the provincial, as he replied, "this particular is quite new to me. But your Highness is sufficiently aware that it is part of our office to seek those who have gone astray, to recall them." "Yes, yes, but intercourse with offenders of a certain kind is rather a dangerous thing, a very delicate affair." And here, instead of puffing out his cheeks and panting, he compressed his lips, and drew in as much air as he was accustomed to send forth with such profound importance. He then resumed: "I thought it as well to give you this hint, because if ever his excellency he may have had some business at Rome, I don't know, though, and there might come to you from Rome." "I am much obliged to your lordship for this information, but I feel confident that if they would make inquiries on this subject, they would find that Father Cristoforo has had no intercourse with the person you mention, unless it be to try and set him right again. I know Father Cristoforo well. You know probably already better than I do what kind of a man he was as a layman, and the life he led in his youth. It is one of the glories of our habit, Señor Count, that a man who has given ever so much occasion in the world for men to talk about him, becomes a different person when he has assumed this dress. And ever since Father Cristoforo has worn the habit, I would gladly believe it, I assure you. I would gladly believe it, but sometimes, as the proverb says, it is not the cowl that makes the friar." The proverb was not exactly to the purpose, but the Count had cited it instead of another, which had crossed his mind. "The wolf changes its skin, but not its nature." "I have facts," continued he. "I have positive proofs." "If you can know for certain," interrupted the provincial, "that this friar has been guilty of any fault, and we are all liable to err, you will do me a favour to inform me of it. I am his superior, though unworthily, but it is, therefore, my duty to correct and reprove. I will tell you, together with the unpleasing circumstances of the favour this father displays towards the person I have mentioned, there is another grievous thing, which may, but we will settle all this between ourselves at once. This same Father Cristoforo has begun a quarrel with my nephew, Don Rodrigo." "Indeed! I am very sorry to hear it. Very sorry indeed. My nephew is young and hot tempered. He feels what he is, and is not accustomed to be provoked. It shall be my business to make every inquiry on the subject, as I have often told your lordship, and as you must know, with your great experience in the world, and your noble judgment, far better than I. We are all human, and liable to err, some one way, some another, and if our Father Cristoforo has failed, Your reverence must perceive that these are matters, as I said, which had better be settled between ourselves, and remain buried with us. Things which, if much meddled with, will only be made worse. You know how it often happens. These strifes and disputes frequently originate from a mere bagatelle, and become more and more serious as they are suffered to proceed. It is better to strike at the root before they grow to a head, or becomes the cause of 100 other contentions. Suppress it and cut it short, most reverend father. Suppress and cut it short. My nephew is young. The monk, from what I hear, has still all the spirit, all the inclinations of a young man, and it belongs to us who have some years on our shoulders. Too many, are there not, most reverend father? It belongs to us, I say, to have judgment for the young and try to remedy their errors. Fortunately, we are still in good time. The matter has made no stir. It is still a case of a good principiis obsta. Let us remove the straw from the flame. A man who has not done well, or who may be a cause of some trouble in one place, sometimes gets on surprisingly in another. Your paternity, doubtless, knows where to find a convenient post for this friar. This will also meet the other circumstance of his having, perhaps, fallen under the suspicion of one who would be very glad that he should be removed. And thus, by placing him at a little distance, we shall kill two birds with one stone. All will be quietly settled, or rather, there will be no harm done." The Father Provincial had expected this conclusion from the beginning of the interview. "Ay, thought he to himself, "I see well enough what you would bring me to. It is the usual way. If a poor friar has an encounter with you, or with any one of you, or gives you any offence, right or wrong, the superior must make him march immediately." When the Count was at last silent, and had puffed forth a long drawn breath, which was equivalent to a full stop, "I understand very well," said the Provincial, "what your noble lordship would say, but before taking a step—" "It is a step, and it is not a step, most reverend father. It is a natural thing enough, a very common occurrence. And if it does not come to this, and quickly too, I foresee a mountain of disorders, an Iliad of woes. A mistake, my nephew, I do not believe. I am here for this. But at the point at which matters have now arrived, if we do not put a stop to it between ourselves, without loss of time, by one decided blow, it is not possible that it should remain a secret. And then, it is not only my nephew. We raise a hornet's nest, most reverend father. You know, we are a powerful family. We have adherents. Plainly enough. You understand me. They are all persons who have some blood in their veins, and who count as somebody in the world. Their honour will come in. It will become a common affair. And then even one who is a friend to peace. It will be a great grief to me to be obliged. To find myself, I, who have always had so much kind feeling toward the Capuchin fathers, you reverend fathers, to continue to do good, as you have hitherto done, with so much edification among the people, stand in need of peace, should be free from strifes, and in harmony with those who... And besides, you have friends in the world. And these affairs of honour, if they go any length, extend themselves, branch out on every side, and draw in half the world. I am in a situation which obliges me to maintain a certain dignity. His Excellency, my noble colleagues, it becomes quite a party matter, particularly with that other circumstance. You know how these things go." "Certainly," said Father Provincial. "Father Cristoforo is a preacher, and I have already some thoughts. I have just been asked. But at this juncture, and under the present circumstances, it might look like a punishment, and a punishment before having fully ascertained." "Pshaw! Punishment! Pshaw! merely a prudential arrangement, a convenient resource for preventing evils which might ensue. I have explained myself. Between the Señor Count and me things stand in this light, I am aware, but as your lordship has related the circumstances, it is impossible, I should say, but that something is known in the country around. There are everywhere firebrands, mischief makers, or at least malicious priors, who take a mad delight in seeing the nobility and the religious orders at variance. They observe it immediately, report it, and enlarge upon it. Everybody has his dignity to maintain, and I also, as superior, though unworthily, have an express duty, the honour of the habit. It is not my private concern. It is a deposit of which your noble nephew, since he is so high spirited as your lordship describes him, might take it as a satisfaction offered to him, and, I do not say boast of it, and triumph over him, but is your paternity joking with me? My nephew is a gentleman of some consideration in the world, that is, according to his rank and the claims he has. But in my presence he is a mere boy, and will do neither more nor less than I bid him. I will go further, and tell you that my nephew shall know nothing about it. Why need we give any account of what we do? It is all transacted between ourselves, as old friends, and never need come to light. Don't give yourself a thought about this. I ought to be accustomed to be silent." And he heaved a deep sigh. "As to gossips," resumed he, "what do you suppose they can say? The departure of a monk to preach somewhere else is nothing so very uncommon. And then we who see, we who foresee, we who ought, we need not give ourselves any concern about gossipings. At any rate, it would be well to try and prevent them on this occasion, by your noble nephew's making some demonstration, giving some open proof of friendship and deference, not for our sakes, as individuals, but for the sake of the habit." "Certainly, certainly, this is but fair. However, there is no need of it. I know that the Capuchins are always received as they ought to be by my nephew. He does so from inclination. It is quite the disposition of the family, and besides, he knows it is gratifying to me. In this instance, however, something more marked. It is only right. Leave me to settle it, most reverend father. I will order my nephew. That is, I must cautiously suggest it to him, lest he should suspect what has passed between us. It would not do, you know, to lay a plaster where there is no wound. And as to what we have determined upon, the quicker the better. If you can find some post at a little distance, to obviate every occasion. I have just been asked for a preacher at Rimini, and perhaps, even without any other reason, I should have thought of—" "Exactly apropos, exactly apropos. And when? Since the thing must be done, it had better be done at once." "Directly, directly, most reverend father. Better to day than to morrow. And," continued he, as he rose from his seat, "if I can do anything, I or my friends, for our worthy Capuchin fathers." "We know by experience the kindness of your house," said the Father Provincial, also rising and advancing towards the door, behind his vanquisher. "We have extinguished a spark," said the Count, walking slowly forward. "A spark, most reverend father, which might have been fanned into a wide spreading and dangerous flame. Between friends, 2 or 3 words will often settle great things." On reaching the other apartment, he threw open the door, and insisted upon the father's first entering. Then, following him in, they mingled with the rest of the company. This nobleman employed a studied politeness, great dexterity, and fine words, to accomplish his designs, and they produced corresponding effects. In fact, he succeeded by the conversation we have related in making Father Cristoforo go on foot from Pescarenico to Rimini, which is a very tolerable distance. End of chapter 19, part 1. Chapter 19, part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 19, Part 2. One evening, a Capuchin arrived at Pescarenico from Milan with a dispatch to the Father Guardian. It contained an order for Father Cristoforo to repair at once to Rimini, where he was appointed to preach the course of Lent sermons. The letter to the Guardian contained instructions to insinuate to the said friar that he must give up all thoughts of any business he might have had in hand at the neighbourhood he was about to leave, and was not to keep up any correspondence there. The bearer would be his companion by the way. The Guardian said nothing that evening, but next morning he summoned Father Cristoforo, showed him the command, and bade him take his wallet, staff, maniple, and girdle, and with the father whom he presented to him as a companion, immediately set off on his journey. What a blow this would be to the poor friar, the reader must imagine. Renzo, Lucia, Agnes, instantly rushed into his mind, and he exclaimed, so to say, to himself, "Oh my God, what will these poor creatures do when I'm no longer here?" But instantly raising his eyes to heaven, he reproached himself for want of faith, and for having supposed that he was necessary in anything. He crossed his hands on his breast, in token of obedience, and bowed his head before the Guardian, who, taking him aside, told him the rest of the message, adding a few words of advice and some sensible precepts. Father Cristoforo then went on into his cell, took his basket, and placed therein his breviary, his sermons, and the bread of forgiveness, bound round his waist a leathern girdle, took leave of his brethren whom he found in the convent, went to request the Guardian's blessing, and then, with his companion, took the route which had been prescribed for him. We have said that Don Rodrigo, more than ever resolved to accomplish his praiseworthy undertaking, had determined to seek the assistance of a very formidable character. Of this personage we can give neither the name, surname, nor title, nor can we even venture a conjecture on any one of them, which is the more remarkable, as we find mention of him in more than one published book of those times. That is the same personage. The identity of facts leave no room for doubt, but everywhere a studious endeavour may be traced to conceal his name, as if the mention of it would have ignited the pen and scorched the writer's hand. Francisco Revola, in his life of the Cardinal Borromeo, speaking of this person, says, "A nobleman as powerful by wealth as illustrious by birth, and nothing more." Giuseppe Ripamonti, who in the 5th book of the 5th decade of his Storia Patria makes more exclusive mention of him, describes him as one, this person, that person, this man, that personage. "I will relate," says he in his elegant Latin, which we translate as follows: "The case of one who is being among the first of the great men of the city, took up his residence in the country, where, securing himself by the force of crime, he set at naught justice and judges, all magisterial, and even all sovereign power. Situated on the very confines of the state, He led an independent life, a harborer of outlaws, an outlaw at one time himself, and then safely returned. We will extract, in the sequel, some other passages from this writer, which will serve to confirm and elucidate the account of our anonymous author, with whom we are travelling onward. To do what was forbidden by the public laws or rendered difficult by an opposing power, to be the arbiter, the judge in other people's affairs, without further interest in them than the love of command. To be feared by all, and to have the upper hand among those who were accustomed to hold the same station over others. Such had ever been the principal object and desires of this man. From his youth he had always had mingled feelings of contempt and impatient envy at the sight or report of the power, rencounters, strifes, and oppressive tyranny of others. Young and living in a city, he omitted no opportunity, nay, even sought for them, of setting himself up against the most renowned of this profession, either entirely to subdue them, to struggle with them, and keep them in awe, or to induce them to solicit his friendship. Superior to most in riches and retinue, and perhaps to all in presumption and intrepidity, he compelled many to retire from competition. Some he treated with haughtiness or contempt, some he took as friends, not however on an equality with himself, but as alone would satisfy his proud and arrogant mind, as subordinate friends, who would be content to acknowledge their inferiority and use their hands in his service. In fact, however, he became at length the great actor, and the instrument of his companions, who never failed to solicit the aid of so powerful an auxiliary in all their undertakings, while for him to draw back would be to forfeit his reputation and come short of what he had assumed. He went on thus, till, on his own service and that of others, he had gone to such a length that neither his name, family, friends, nor even his own audacity sufficed to secure him against public proclamations and outlawry, and he was compelled to give way and leave the state. I believe it is to this circumstance that a remarkable incident related by Ripamonti refers. On one occasion, when obliged to quit the country, the secrecy he used and the respect and timidity he displayed were such that he rode through the city on horseback, followed by a pack of hounds, and accompanied with the sound of the trumpet, and, in passing before the palace of the court, left an insolent message with the guards for the governor. During his absence he continued the same practices, not even intermitting his correspondence with those of his friends who remained united to him. To translate literally from Ripamonti, in the secret alliance of atrocious consultations and fatal deeds. It even appears that he engaged the foreign courts in other new and formidable undertakings, of which the above cited historian speaks with mysterious brevity. Some foreign princes several times availed themselves of his assistance in important murders, and frequently sent him reinforcements of soldiers from a considerable distance to act under his orders. At length, it is not exactly known how long afterwards, either the sentence of banishment against him being withdrawn by some powerful intercession, or the audacity of the man serving him in place of any other liberation, he resolved to return home, and, in fact, did return, not however to Milan, but to a castle on his manor, situated on the confines of the Bergamascan territory, at that time, as most of our readers know, under Venetian government, and here he fixed his abode. This dwelling, we again quoted Ripamonti, was as it were a dispensary of sanguinary mandates. The servants were outlaws and murderers, The very cooks and scullions were not exempt from homicide. The hands of the children were stained with blood. Besides this amiable domestic circle, he had, as the same historian affirms, another set of dependents of a similar character dispersed abroad and quartered, so to say, at different posts in the two states on the borders of which he lived, who were always ready to execute his orders. All the tyrannical noblemen, for a considerable distance round, had been obliged, on one occasion or another, to choose between the friendship or the enmity of this supereminent tyrant. Those, however, who at first attempted to resist him, came off so badly in the contest, that no one was ever induced to make a second trial. Neither was it possible, by maintaining a neutral course, or standing, as the saying is, in their own shoes, to keep themselves independent of him, if a message arrived, intimating that such a person must desist from such an undertaking, or cease to molest such a debtor, or so forth. It was necessary to give a decided answer one way or the other. When one party came, with the homage of a vassal, to refer any business to his arbitration, the other party was reduced to the hard alternative of either abiding by his sentence, or publicly declaring hostilities, which was equivalent to being, as the saying is, in the last stage of consumption. Men who were in the wrong had recourse to him that they might be right in effect. Many being in the right, yet resorted to him to pre-engage so powerful a patronage, and close the way against their adversaries. Thus both bad and good came to be dependent upon him. It sometimes happened that the weak, oppressed, harassed, and tyrannized over by some powerful lord, turned to him for protection. He would then take the part of the oppressed, and force the oppressor to abstain from further injuries, to repair the wrongs he had committed, and even to stoop to apologies, or, in case of his proving stubborn and unbending, he would completely crush his power, constrain him to quit the place where he had exercised such unjust influence, or even make him pay a more expeditious and more terrible penalty. In these cases his name, usually so dreaded and abhorred, became for a time an object of blessing. For, I will not say this justice, but this remedy, this recompense of some sort, could not have been expected, under the circumstances of the times, for any other either public or private source. More frequently, and indeed ordinarily, his power and authority ministered to iniquitous desires, atrocious revenge, or outrageous caprice. But the very opposite uses he made of this power produced in the end the self-same effect, that of impressing all minds with the lofty idea of how much he could will and execute in spite of equity or inequity, those two things which interpose so many impediments to the accomplishment of man's desires, and so often forced him to turn back. The fame of ordinary oppressors was for the most part restricted to the limited tract of country where they continually or frequently exercised their oppression. Each district had its own tyrant, and these so resembled each other that there was no reason that people should interfere with those from whom they sustained neither injury nor molestation. But the fame of this man had long been diffused throughout every corner of the Milanese. His life was everywhere the subject of popular stories, and his very name carried with it the idea of something formidable, dark, and fabulous. The suspicions that were everywhere entertained of his confederates and tools of assassination contributed to keep alive a constant memento of him. There were nothing more than suspicions, since who would have openly acknowledged such a dependence? But every tyrant might be his associate. every robber one of his assassins, and the very uncertainty of the fact rendered the opinion more general, and the terror more profound. At every appearance of an unknown ruffian, more savage looking than usual, at every enormous crime, the author of which could not be at first pointed out or conjectured, the name of this man was pronounced and whispered about, whom, thanks to the unhappy circumspection, to give it no other epithet, of our authors, we shall be obliged to designate the unnamed. The distance between his castle and the palace of Don Rodrigo was not more than 7 miles, and no sooner had the latter become a lord and tyrant than he could not help seeing that, at so short a distance from such a personage, it would not be possible to carry on this profession without either coming to blows or walking hand in hand with him. He had, therefore, offered himself and been accepted for a friend, in the same way, that is, as the rest. He had rendered him more than one service, the manuscript says nothing further, and had each time been rewarded by promises of requital and assistance in any cases of emergency. He took great pains, however, to conceal such a friendship, or at least of what nature and how strict it was. Don Rodrigo liked well enough to play the tyrant, but not the fierce and savage tyrant. The profession was to him a means, not an end. He wished to live at freedom in the city, to enjoy the conveniences, diversions, and honours of social life, and for this end he was obliged to keep a certain appearance, make much of his family, cultivate the friendship of persons in place, and keep one hand on the scales of justice, so as on any occasion to make them preponderate in his favour, either removing them altogether from view, or bringing them to bear with double force on the head of some individual, on whom he could thus more easily accomplish his designs than by the arm of private violence. Now, an intimacy, or it would be better to say an alliance, with a person of such notoriety, an open enemy of the public power, would certainly not have advanced his interests in these respects, and particularly with his uncle. However, the slight acquaintance, which he was unable to conceal, might pass very well for an indispensable attention towards a man whose enmity was much to be deprecated, and thus it might receive excuse from necessity, since one who assumes the charge of providing for another without the will or the means, in the long run consents that his protégé should provide for himself up to a certain point in his own affairs, and if he does not expressly give his consent, at least he winks at it. One morning Don Rodrigo set off on horseback, in the guise of a hunter, with a small escort of bravadoes on foot, Grigio at his side, and 4 others following behind him, and took the road to the castle of the unnamed. End of chapter 19, part 2.
Chapter 20, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 20, Part 1. The castle of the unnamed was commandingly situated over a dark and narrow valley, on the summit of a cliff projecting from a rugged ridge of hills. Whether united to them or separated from them it is difficult to say, by a mass of crags and rocks, and by a boundary of caverns and abrupt precipices, both flanking it and on the rear. The side which overlooked the valley was the only accessible one, rather a steep acclivity certainly, but even and unbroken. The summit was used for pasturage, while the lower grounds were cultivated and scattered here and there with habitations. The bottom was a bed of large stones, the channel, according to the season, of either a rivulet or a noisy torrent, which at that time formed the boundary of the two states. The opposite ridges, forming, so to speak, the other wall of the valley, had a small cultivated tract, gently inclining from the base, and the rest was covered with crags, stones, and abrupt risings, untrodden and destitute of vegetation, excepting here and there a solitary bush in the interstices or on the edges of the rocks. From the height of this castle, like an eagle from his sanguinary nest, the savage nobleman surveyed every spot around where the foot of man could tread, and heard no human sound above him. At one view he could overlook the whole vale, the declivities, the bed of the stream, and the practicable paths intersecting the valley. That which approached his terrible abode by a zigzag and serpentine course appeared to a spectator from below like a winding thread, while from the windows and loopholes on the summit the signor could leisurely observe anyone who was ascending, and 100 times catch a view of him. With the garrison of bravos whom he there maintained, he could even oppose a tolerable numerous troop of assailants, stretching any number of them on the ground, or hurling them to the bottom before they could succeed in gaining the heights. He was not very likely, however, to be put to that trial, since no one who was not on good terms with the owner of the castle would venture to set foot within its walls, or even in the valley or its environs. The bailiff, who should have chanced to be seen there, would have been treated like an enemy's spy, seized within the camp. Tragical stories were related of the last who had dared to attempt the undertaking, but they were then tales of bygone days, and none of the village youths could remember having seen one of this race of beings, either dead or alive. Such is the description our anonymous author gives to the place. Nothing is said of the name, and for fear of putting us in the way of discovering it, he avoids all notice of Don Rodrigo's journey, bringing him at one jump into the midst of the valley, and setting him down at the foot of the ascent, just at the entrance of the steep and winding footpath. Here stood an inn, which might also be called a guardhouse. An antique sign suspended over the door displayed on each side in glowing colours a radiant sun, but the public voice, which sometimes repeats names as they are first pronounced, and sometimes remodels them after its own fashion, never designated this tavern but by the title of the Malanotte. At the sound of a party approaching on horseback, an ill-looking lad appeared at the doorway, well armed with knives and pistols, and after giving a glance at them, re-entered to inform 3 ruffians, who, seated at table, were playing with a very dirty pack of cards, reversed and laid upon one another like so many tiles. He who seemed to be the leader rose, and, advancing towards the door, recognized a friend of his master's, and saluted him with a bow. Don Rodrigo, returning the salutation with great politeness, inquired if his master were in the castle, and receiving for an answer that he believed so, he dismounted from his horse, throwing the reins to Tiradrito, one of his retinue. Then, taking his musket from his shoulder, he handed it to Montenerola, as if to disencumber himself from a useless weight, and to render his ascent easier, but in reality because he knew well enough that no one was permitted to mount that steep who carried a gun. Then, taking out of his purse 2 or 3 berline, he gave them to Tanabuso, saying, "Wait here for me, and in the meantime enjoy yourself with these good people." He then presented the estimable chief of the party with a few gold coins, 1/2 for himself, and the rest to be divided among his companions, and at length, in the company of Griso, who had also laid aside his weapons, began to ascend the cliff on foot. In the meanwhile, the 3 above-mentioned bravos, together with their 4th companion, Squintanoto, what amiable names to be preserved with so much care, remained behind with the 3 players, and the unfortunate boy who was training for the gallows, to game, drink, and relate by turns their various feats of prowess. Another bravo belonging to the unnamed shortly overtook Don Rodrigo in his ascent, and, after eyeing him for a moment, recognized a friend of his master's, and bore him company, by this means sparing him the annoyance of telling his name and giving a further account of himself to the many others whom he met and with whom he was unacquainted. On reaching the castle and being admitted, having left Griso, however, outside, he was conducted a roundabout way through dark corridors and various apartments, hung with muskets, sabres, and partisans, in each of which a bravo stood on guard, and, after waiting some time, was at last ushered into the room where the unnamed was expecting him. The signor advanced to meet Don Rodrigo, returning his salutation, and at the same time eyeing him from head to foot with the closest scrutiny, according to his usual habit, now almost an involuntary one, towards any one who approached him, even towards his oldest and most tried friends. He was tall, sunburnt, and bald, and at first sight this baldness, the whiteness of his few remaining hairs, and the wrinkles on his face would have induced the judgment that he was considerably beyond the 60 years he had scarcely yet attained, though on a nearer survey his carriage and movements, the cutting sarcasm of his features, and the deep fire that sparkled in his eye, indicated a vigour of body and mind which would have been remarkable even in a young man. Don Rodrigo told him that he came to solicit his advice and assistance, that, finding himself engaged in a difficult undertaking, from which his honour would not now suffer him to retire, he had called to mind the promises of his noble friend, who had never promised too much or in vain, and he then proceeded to relate his infamous enterprise. The unnamed, who already had some indefinite knowledge of the affair, listened attentively to the recital, both because he was naturally fond of such stories, and because there was implicated in it a name well known and exceedingly odious to him, that of Father Cristoforo, the open enemy of tyrants, not only in word, but also, when possible, in deed also. The narrator then proceeded to exaggerate, in evidence, the difficulties of the undertaking, the distance of the place, a monastery, the signora. At this word the unnamed, as if a demon hidden in his heart had suggested it, abruptly interrupted him, saying that he would take the enterprise upon himself. He took down the name of our poor Luchia, and dismissed Don Rodrigo with the promise, "You shall shortly hear from me what you are to do." If the reader remembers that infamous Egidio, whose residence adjoined the monastery where poor Luchia had found a retreat, we will now inform him that he was one of the nearest and most intimate associates in iniquity of the unnamed, and it was for this reason that the latter had so promptly and resolutely taken upon him to pledge his word. Nevertheless, he was no sooner left alone than he began to feel, I will not say repentance, but vexation at having made the promise. For some time past he had experienced, not exactly remorse, but a kind of weariness of his wicked course of life. These feelings, which accumulated rather in his memory than in his conscience, were renewed each time any new crime was committed, and each time they seemed more multiplied and intolerable. It was like constantly adding and adding to an already incommodious weight. A certain repugnance experienced on the commission of his earlier crimes, afterwards overcome and almost entirely excluded, again returned to make itself felt. But in his first misgivings, the image of a distant and uncertain future, together with the consciousness of a vigorous habit of body and a strong constitution, had only confirmed him in a supine and presumptuous confidence. Now, on the contrary, it was thoughts of the future that embittered the retrospect of the past. To grow old, to die, and then? It was worthy of notice that the image of death, which in present danger, when facing an enemy, usually only nerved his spirit, and inspired him with impetuous courage, this same image, when presented to his mind in the solemn stillness of the night, and in the security of his own castle, was always accompanied by a feeling of undefined horror and alarm. It was not death threatened by an enemy who was himself mortal. It was not to be repulsed by stronger weapons or a readier arm. It came alone, it was suggested from within. It might still be distant, but every moment brought it a step nearer, and even while he hopelessly struggling to banish the remembrance of this dreaded enemy, it was coming fast upon him. In his early days, the frequent examples of violence, revenge, and murder which were perpetually exhibited in his view, while they inspired him to daring emulation, served at the same time as a kind of authority against the voice of conscience. Now an indistinct but terrible idea of individual responsibility and judgment independent of example incessantly haunted his mind. Now the thoughts of his having left the ordinary crowd of wicked doers and surpassed them all sometimes impressed him with a feeling of dreadful solitude. That God, of whom he had once heard, but whom he had long ceased either to deny or acknowledge, solely occupied as he was in acting as though he existed not, now, at certain moments of depression without cause and terror without danger, he imagined he heard repeating within him, "Nevertheless I am." In the first heat of youthful passion, the laws which he had heard announced in his name had only appeared hateful to him. Now, when they returned unbidden to his mind, he regarded them in spite of himself as something which would have a fulfilment. But that he might suffer nothing of this new disquietude to be apparent either in word or deed, he carefully endeavoured to conceal it under the mask of deeper and more vehement ferocity, and by this means also he sought to disguise it from himself or entirely to stifle it. Envying, since he could neither annihilate nor forget them, the days in which he had been accustomed to commit iniquity without remorse and without further solicitude than for its success, he used every endeavour to recall them, and to retain or recover his former unfettered, daring, and undisturbed will, that he might convince himself he was still the same man. On this occasion, therefore, he had hastily pledged his word to Don Rodrigo that he might close the door against all hesitation. Feeling, however, on his visitor's departure, a failing of the resolution that he had summoned up to make the promise, and gradually overwhelmed with thoughts presenting themselves to his mind, which tempted him to break his word, and which, if yielded to, would have made him sink very low in the eyes of his friend, a secondary accomplice, he resolved at once to cut short the painful conflict, and summoned Nibio to his presence, one of the most dexterous and venturesome ministers of his enormities, and the one whom he was accustomed to employ in his correspondence with Egidio. With a resolute countenance he ordered him immediately to mount his horse, go straight to Monza, to inform Egidio of the engagement he had made, and to request his counsel and assistance in fulfilling it. The worthless messenger returned more expeditiously than his master expected, with Egidio's reply that the undertaking was easy and secure. If the unnamed would send a carriage which would not be known as his, with 2 or 3 well-disguised bravos, Egidio would undertake the charge of all the rest and would manage the whole affair. At this announcement, the unnamed, whatever might be passing in his mind, hastily gave orders to Nibio to arrange all as Egidio required, and to go himself, with 2 others whom he named, upon this expedition. Had Egidio been obliged to reckon only on ordinary means for the accomplishment of the horrible service he had been requested to undertake, he certainly would not thus readily have given so unhesitating a promise. But in that very asylum where it would seem all ought to have been an obstacle, the atrocious villain had a resource known only to himself, and that which would have been the greatest difficulty to others became an instrument to him. We have already related how the unhappy Signora on one occasion lent an ear to his addresses, and the reader may have understood that this was not the last time, that it was but the first step in a career of abomination and bloodshed. The same voice, rendered imperative and almost authoritative through guilt, now imposed upon her the sacrifice of the innocent creature who had been committed to her care. The proposal was frightful to Gertrude. To lose Luchia to an unforeseen accident, and without any fault on her part, would have seemed to her a misfortune, a bitter punishment. But now she was enjoined to deprive herself of her society by a base act of perfidy, and to convert a means of expiation into a fresh subject for remorse. The unhappy lady tried every method to extricate herself from the horrible command, every method except the only one which would have been infallible, and which still remained in her power. Guilt is a rigid and inflexible tyrant, against whom all are powerless but those who entirely rebel. On this Gertrude could not resolve, and she obeyed. It was the day fixed, the appointed hour approached. Gertrude retired with Lucia to her private apartment, and there lavished upon her more caresses than usual, which Lucia received and returned with increasing affection. As the lamb, trembling under the hand of the shepherd as he coaxes and gently urges it forward, turns to lick that very hand, unconscious that the butcher waits outside the sheepfold to whom the shepherd a moment before has sold it. I want you to do me a great service, one that nobody but you can do. I have plenty of persons ready to obey me, but none whom I dare trust. On some very important business, which I will tell you about afterwards, I want to speak to the Father Guardian of the Capuchins who brought you here to me, my poor Lucia, but it is absolutely necessary that no one should know that I have sent for him. I have nobody but you who can secretly carry this message." Lucia was terrified at such a request, and with her own native modesty, yet not without a strong expression of surprise, she endeavoured to dissuade her by adducing reasons which the Signora ought to have understood and foreseen. Without her mother, without an escort, by a solitary road, in an unknown country. But Gertrude, instructed in an infernal school, manifested much surprise and displeasure at finding this stubborn opposition in one whom she had greatly benefited, and pretended to think her excuses very frivolous. In broad daylight, a mere step, a road Lucia had travelled only a few days before, and which could be so described that even a person who had never seen it could not possibly go astray. In short, she said so much that the poor girl, touched at once with gratitude and shame, suffered the words to escape. "Well, what am I to do?" "Go to the convent of the Capuchins," and here she again described the road. "Ask for the Father Guardian, and tell him to come to me as quickly as possible, but not to let anyone know that he comes at my request." "But what shall I say to the portress, who has never seen me go out, and will therefore be sure to ask whither I am going?" "Try to get out without her seeing you, and if you can't manage it, tell her that you are going to such a church where you have vowed to offer up some prayers." Here was a new difficulty for Lucia, to tell a falsehood. But the Signora again showed herself so vexed by her repulses, and made her so ashamed of herself for interposing a vain scruple in the way of gratitude, that the poor girl, stupefied rather than convinced, and greatly affected by her words, replied, "Very well, I will go, and may God help me." And she set off. But Gertrude, who from her grated window followed her with a fixed and anxious look, no sooner saw her set foot on the threshold, than, overcome with an irresistible emotion, she exclaimed, "Listen, Lucia!" Lucia turned round and advanced towards the window, but another thought, the thought accustomed to predominate, had already prevailed over Gertrude's unhappy mind. Pretending that she was not yet satisfied with the instructions she had given, she again described to Lucia the road she must follow, and dismissed her, saying, "Do everything as I have told you, and return quickly." Lucia departed. End of chapter 20, part 1. Recording by Alan Mapstone in Oxford, England. Chapter 20, Part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro MANZONI. Chapter 20, Part 2. She passed the gate of the cloister unobserved, and took the road along the side of the wall, with her eyes bent to the ground. By the help of the direction she had received, and her own recollection, she found the city gate, and went out. Self-possessed, but still rather trembling, she proceeded along the high road, and shortly reached the turn to the convent, which she immediately recognized. This road was, and still is, buried like the bed of a river, between two high banks bordered with trees which spread their branches over it like a vaulted roof. Lucia felt her fears increase, and quickened her steps as she found herself quite alone on entering it. But a few paces further her courage revived on seeing a travelling carriage standing, and two travellers looking this way and that, as if uncertain of the road. On drawing nearer, she overheard one of them say, "Here is a good woman who will show us the way." In fact, when she had got opposite the carriage, the same person, with a more courteous manner than countenance, turned and addressed her. "My good girl, can you tell us which is the way to Monza?" "You have taken the wrong direction," replied the poor girl. "Monza is there," and turning to point it out with her finger, the other companion, it was Nibbio, seized her unexpectedly round the waist, and lifted her from the ground. Lucia, in great alarm, turned her head and uttered a scream. The ruffian pushed her into the carriage. A third, who was seated at the back of it, concealed from view, received her, and forced her, in spite of her struggles and cries, to sit down opposite him, while another put a handkerchief over her mouth and stifled her cries. Nibbio now hastily threw himself into the carriage, shut the door, and they set off at a rapid pace. The other, who had made the treacherous inquiry, remained in the road, and looked hurriedly around. No one was to be seen. He therefore sprang upon the bank, grasped a branch of the hedge which was planted upon the summit, pushed through the fence, and entering a plantation of green oaks, which, for a short distance, ran alongside the road, stooped down there that he might not be seen by the people who would probably be attracted by the cries. This man was one of Egidio's villains. He had been to watch near the gate of the monastery, had seen Lucia go out, had noticed her dress and figure, and had then run by a shorter way to wait for her at the appointed spot. Who can represent the terror, the anguish of the unfortunate girl, or describe what was passing in her mind? She opened her terrified eyes from anxiety to ascertain her horrible situation, and quickly closed them again with a shudder of fear at the sight of the dreadful faces that met her view. She writhed her body, but found that she was held down on all sides. She collected all her strength and made a desperate effort to push towards the door, but two sinewy arms held her as if she were nailed to the bottom of the carriage, while four other powerful hands supported her there. At every signal she gave of intending to utter a cry, the handkerchief was instantly stuffed into her mouth to smother the sound, while three infernal mouths, with voices more human than they were accustomed to utter, continued to repeat, "Be still, be still, don't be afraid, we don't want to do you any harm." After a few moments of agonized struggle, she seemed to become quieter. Her arms sank by her side, her head fell backwards, she half opened her eyelids, and her eyes became fixed. The horrible faces which surrounded her appeared to mingle and flock before her in one monstrous image. The colour fled from her cheek, the cold moisture overspread her face, her consciousness vanished, and she fainted away. "Come, come, courage," said Nibbio. "Courage, courage," repeated the other ruffians, but the prostration of every faculty preserved Lucia at that moment from hearing the consolations addressed to her by these horrible voices. She seems to be dead," said one of them. "If she's really dead—" "Faugh," said the other, "it's only a swoon, such as women often fall into. I know well enough that when I've wanted to send another, be it man or woman, to the other world, it has required something more than this." "Hold your tongue," said Nibbio. "Attend to your own business, and mind nothing else. Take your muskets from under the seat, and keep them in readiness, for there are always some villains hidden in the wood we are entering. Not in your hands, put them behind your backs, and let them lie there. Don't you see that she's cowardly chicken who faints for nothing? If she sees firearms, it will be enough to kill her outright. When she recovers, take good care you don't frighten her. Don't touch her unless I beckon to you. I am enough to manage her. And hold your tongues. Leave me to talk to her." In the meanwhile, the carriage, which was proceeding at a very rapid pace, entered the wood. After some time, the unhappy Lucia gradually began to come to her senses, as if awakening from a profound and troubled sleep, and slowly opened her eyes. At first she found it difficult to distinguish the gloomy objects that surrounded her, and collect her scattered thoughts, but she at last succeeded in recalling her fearful situation. The first use she made of her newly recovered, though still feeble, powers was to rush towards the door and attempt to throw herself out, but she was forcibly restrained, and had only time to get a glance at the wild solitude of the place through which they were passing. She again uttered a cry, but Nibbio, holding up the handkerchief in his dreaded hand, "Come," he said, in the gentlest tone he could command, "be quiet, and it will be better for you. We don't want to do you any harm, but if you don't hold your tongue, we'll make you." "Let me go! Who are you? Where are you taking me? Why have you seized me? Let me go! Let me go!" "I tell you, you don't need to be afraid. You're not a baby, and you ought to understand that we don't want to do you any harm. Don't you see that we might have murdered you 100 times if we had any bad intentions? So be quiet." "No, no, let me go, on my own business. I don't know you." "We know you, however." "O most holy Virgin, let me go for pity's sake. Who are you? Why have you taken me?" "Because we have been bid to do so." "Who? Who can have bid you?" "Hush," said Nibbio with a stern look. "You mustn't ask such questions." Lucia made a third attempt to throw herself suddenly out of the window, but finding it in vain, she again had recourse to entreaties, and with her head bent, her cheeks bathed with tears, her voice interrupted by sobs, and her hands clasped before her, "Oh," she cried, "for the love of God and the most holy Virgin, let me go. What harm have I done? I am an innocent creature, and I have done nobody any harm. I forgive you the wrongs you have done me, from the bottom of my heart, and will pray to God for you. If any of you have a daughter, a wife, a mother, think what they would suffer if they were in this state. Remember that we all must die, and that you will one day want God to be merciful towards you. Let me go. Leave me here. The Lord will teach me to find my way." "We cannot." "You cannot? Oh my God, why can't you? Where are you taking me? Why?" "We cannot. It's no use asking. Don't be afraid, for we won't harm you. Be quiet, and nobody will touch you." Overcome with distress, agony, and terror at finding her words made no impression, Lucia turned to him who holds the hearts of men in his hand, and can, when it pleaseth him, soften the most obdurate. She sank back into the corner where she had been placed, crossed her arms on her breast, and prayed fervently from the bottom of her heart. Then, drawing out her rosary, she began to repeat the prayers with more faith and devotion than she had ever done before in her life. From time to time she would turn to entreat her companions, in hopes that she might gain the mercy she implored, but she implored in vain. Then she fell back and again became senseless, only to wait to new anguish. But we have not the heart to relate these agonizing vicissitudes more at length. A feeling of overpowering compassion makes us hasten to the close of this mournful journey, which lasted for more than 4 hours, succeeding which we shall be obliged to describe many hours of still more bitter anguish. We will transport ourselves to the castle where the unhappy girl was expected. She was awaited by the unnamed with a solicitude and anxiety of mind which were very unusual. Strange, that he who had disposed of so many lives with an imperturbed heart, who in so many undertakings had considered as nothing the sufferings he inflicted, unless it were sometimes to glut his appetite with a fierce enjoyment of revenge, should now feel a recoiling, a regret, I might almost say a feeling of alarm at the authority he was exercising over this Lucia, a stranger, a poor peasant girl. From a lofty window in his castle he had been for some time watching the entrance of the valley. By and by the carriage made its appearance, slowly advancing along the road, for the rapid pace at which they had first started had curbed the mettle and cooled the ardor of the horses. And although, from the post where he stood and watched, the convoy looked no larger than one of those diminutive vehicles with which children are wont to amuse themselves, yet he hesitated not a moment to recognize it, and his heart began afresh to beat violently. "Will she be there?" thought he immediately, and he continued to say to himself, "What trouble this creature gives me! I will free myself from it." And he prepared to summon one of his men and dispatch him immediately to meet the carriage, with orders to Nibbio to turn round and conduct her at once to Don Rodrigo's palace. But an imperative no that instantly flashed across his mind made him at once abandon this design. Wearied at length by the desire of ordering something to be done, and intolerably tired of the idly waiting the approach of the carriage as it advanced slowly, step by step, like a traitor to his punishment, he at length summoned an old woman of his household. This person was the daughter of a former keeper of the castle, had been born within its walls, and had spent all her life there. All that she had seen and heard around her from her very infancy had contributed to impress upon her mind a lofty and terrible idea of the power of her masters, and the principal maxim that she had acquired from instruction and example was, that they must be obeyed in everything, because they were capable of doing either great good or great harm. The idea of duty, deposited like a germ in the hearts of all men, and mingled in hers with the sentiments of respect, dread, and servile devotion, was associated with, and solely directed to, these objects. When the unnamed became her lord, and began to make such terrible use of his power, she felt from the first a kind of horror, and at the same time a more profound feeling of subjection. In time she became habituated to what she daily saw and heard around her. The potent and unbridled will of such a signor was, in her idea, a kind of justice appointed by fate. When somewhat advanced in years, she had married a servant of the household, who, being sent on some hazardous expedition, shortly afterwards left his bones on the highway, and her a widow in the castle. The vengeance which the signor quickly took on the instruments of his death yielded her a savage consolation, and increased her pride at being under such protection. From that time forward she rarely set foot outside the castle, and, by degrees, retained no other ideas of human life than such as she had received within its precincts. She was not confined to any particular branch of service, but among such a crowd of ruffians, one or other was constantly finding her something to do, which furnished her with a never-failing subject for grumbling. Sometimes she would have clothes to repair, sometimes a meal to provide in haste for one who had returned from an expedition, and sometimes she was called upon to exercise her medical skill in dressing a wound. The commands, reproaches, and thanks of these ruffians were generally seasoned with jokes and rude speeches. "Old woman" was her usual appellation, while the adjuncts which were perpetually attached to it varied according to the circumstances and humour of the speaker. Crossed thus in her idleness, and irritated in her peevish temper, which were her two predominant passions, she sometimes returned these compliments with language in which Satan might have recognized more of his own spirit than in that of her tormentors. "You see that carriage down there?" said the signor to this amiable specimen of womankind. "I see it," she replied, protruding her sharp chin and staring with her sunken eyes, as if trying to force them out of their sockets. "Bid them prepare a litter immediately. Get into it yourself, and let it be carried to Malanotte instantly, that you may get there before the carriage. It is coming on at a funeral pace. In that carriage there ought to be, a young girl. If she's there, tell Nibbio it is my order that she should be put into the litter, and that she must come directly to me. You will come up in the litter with the girl, and when you get up here, take her into your own room. If she asks you where you are taking her, whom the castle belongs to, take care—" "Oh," said the old woman. "But," continued the unnamed, "try to encourage her." "What must I say to her?" What must you say to her? Try to encourage her, I tell you. Have you come to this age and you don't know how to encourage others when you want it? Have you ever known a sorrow of heart? Have you never been afraid? Don't you know what words soothe and comfort at such moments? Say those words to her. Find them in the remembrance of your own sorrows. Go, directly." As soon as she had taken her departure, he stood for a while at the window with his eyes fixed on the carriage, which had already considerably increased in size. Afterwards he watched the sun, at that moment sinking behind the mountain. Then he contemplated the fleecy clouds scattered above the setting orb, and from their usual greyish hue almost instantaneously assuming a fiery tinge. He drew back, closed the window, and began to pace up and down the apartment with the step of a hurried traveller. End of chapter 20, part 2. Recording by Alan Mapstone in Oxford, England.
Chapter 21, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro MANZONI. Chapter 21, Part 1. The old woman immediately hastened to obey and to give commands under the sanction of that name, which by whomsoever pronounced always set the whole household on alert, for it never entered the imagination of anyone that another person would venture to use it unauthorized. She reached Malanotte shortly before the carriage arrived, and on seeing it approach, got out of the litter, beckoned to the driver to stop, advanced towards the door, and whispered to Nebbio, who put his head out of the window, the wishes of his master. Lucia aroused herself, on feeling the carriage stop, and awakening from a kind of lethargy, was seized with renewed terror as she wildly gazed around her. Nebbio had pushed himself back on the seat, and the old woman, with her chin resting on the door, was looking at Lucia, and saying, "Come, my good girl, come, you poor thing, come with me, for I have orders to treat you well, and try to comfort you." At the sound of the female voice, the poor girl felt a ray of comfort, a momentary flash of courage, but she quickly relapsed into still more terrible fears. "Who are you?" asked she, in a trembling voice, fixing her astonished gaze on the old woman's face. "Come, come, you poor creature," was the unvaried answer she received. Nebbio and his two companions, gathering from the words and the unusually softened tones of the old hag what were intentions of their lord, endeavoured by kind and soothing words to persuade the unhappy girl to obey. She only continued, however, to stare wildly around, and though the unknown and savage character of the place, and the close guardianship of her keepers, forbade her indulging a hope of relief, she nevertheless attempted to cry out, but seeing Nebbio cast a glance towards the handkerchief, she stopped, trembled, gave a momentary shudder, and was then seized and placed in the litter. The old woman entered after her. Nebbio left the other two villains to follow behind as an escort, while he himself took the shortest ascent to attend to the call of his master. "Who are you?" anxiously demanded Lucia of her unknown and ugly visaged companion. "Why am I with you? Where am I? Where are you taking me?" "To one who wishes to do you good," replied the aged dame. "To a great... Happy are they to whom he wishes good. You are very lucky, I can tell you. Don't be afraid. Be cheerful. He bid me try to encourage you. You'll tell him, won't you, that I tried to comfort you? Who is he? Why, what does he want with me? Tell him where I am. Let me go. Bid these people let me go. Bid them carry me to some church. Oh, you are a woman. in the name of Mary the Virgin." This holy and soothing name, once repeated with veneration in her early years, and now for so long a time uninvoked, and perhaps unheard, produced in the mind of the unhappy creature, on again reaching her ear, a strange, confused, and distant recollection, like the remembrance of light and form in an aged person who has been blind from infancy. In the meanwhile, the unnamed, standing at the door of his castle, was looking downwards and watching the litter, as before he had watched the carriage, while it slowly ascended step by step, Nebbio rapidly advancing before it at a distance which every moment became greater. When he had at length attained the summit, "Come this way," cried the Signor, and taking the lead, he entered the castle, and went into one of the apartments. "Well," said he, making a stand. "Everything exactly right," replied Nebbio, with a profound obeisance. "The intelligence in time, the girl in time, nobody on the spot, only one scream, nobody attracted by it, the coachman ready, the horses swift, nobody met with, but what? But I will tell the truth. I would rather have been commanded to shoot her in the back, without hearing her speak, without seeing her face." "What? What do you mean?" "I mean that all this time, I've felt too much compassion for her." "Compassion? What do you know of compassion? What is compassion?" "I never understood so well what it was as this time. It is something that resembles fear. Let it once take possession of you, and you are no longer a man." "Let me hear a little of what she did to excite your compassion." "Oh, most noble Signor, such a time! Weeping, praying, and looking at one with such eyes, and becoming pale as death, and then sobbing, and praying again, and certain words. 'I won't have this creature in my house,' thought the unnamed. Meanwhile, to himself, 'In an evil hour I engaged to do it, but I've promised. When she's far away,' and raising his face with an imperious air towards Nebbio, 'Now,' said he, 'you must lay aside compassion, mount your horse, take a companion, two if you like, and ride away, till you get to the palace of this Don Rodrigo. You know, tell him to send immediately or else.' But another internal no, more imperative than the first, prohibited his finishing. 'No,' said he, in a resolute tone, almost as it were, to express to himself the command of this secret voice. 'No, go and take some rest, and to morrow morning you shall do as I will tell you.' This girl must have some demon of her own," thought he, when left alone, standing with his arms crossed on his breast, and his gaze fixed upon a spot on the floor, where the rays of the moon, entering through a lofty window, traced out a square of pale light, checkered like a draught board by the massive iron bars, and more minutely divided into smaller compartments by the little panes of glass. Some demon, or some angel who protects her. Compassion in Nebbio? Tomorrow morning, early she must be off from this. She must go to her place of destination, and she shall not be spoken of again. And," continued he to himself, with the resolution with which one gives a command to a rebellious child, knowing that it will not be obeyed, "and she shall not be thought of again either. That animal of a Don Rodrigo must not come to pester me with thanks, for I don't want to hear her spoken of any more. I have served him because I promised, and I promised because it was my destiny. But I am determined the fellow shall pay me well for this piece of service. Let me see a little." And he tried to devise some intricate undertaking to impose upon Don Rodrigo by way of compensation, and almost as a punishment. But the words again shot across his mind. "Compassion in Nebbio? What can this girl have done? continued he, following out the thought. I must see her. Yes, no, yes, I will see her. He went from one room to another, came to the foot of the flight of stairs, and irresolutely ascending, proceeded to the old woman's apartment. Here he knocked with his foot at the door. Who's there? Open the door. The old woman made 3 bounds at the sound of his voice. The bolt was quickly heard grating harshly in the staples, and the door was thrown wide open. The unnamed cast a glance around the room, as he paused in the doorway, and by the light of a lamp which stood on the 3-legged table, discovered Luchia crouched down on the floor in the corner farthest from the entrance. Who bid you throw her there, like a bag of rags, you civil old beldam? Said he to the aged matron, with an angry frown. She chose it herself, replied she, in a humble tone. I've done my best to encourage her. She can tell you so herself, but she won't mind me. Get up, said he to Luchia, approaching her. But she, whose already terrified mind had experienced a fresh and mysterious addition to her terror at the knocking, the opening of the door, his footsteps, and his voice, only gathered herself still closer into the corner, and with her face buried in her hands, remained perfectly motionless, excepting that she trembled from head to foot. Get up, I will do you no harm, and I can do you some good, repeated the Signor. Get up, thundered he forth at last, irritated at having twice commanded in vain. As if invigorated by fear, the unhappy girl instantly raised herself upon her knees, and joining her hands as she would have knelt before a sacred image, lifted her eyes to the face of the unnamed, and instantly dropping them, said, Here I am, kill me if you will. I have told you I would do you no harm, replied the unnamed, in a softened tone, gazing at her agonized features of grief and terror. Courage, courage, said the old woman. If he himself tells you he will do you no harm. And why? Rejoined Luchia, with a voice in which the daringness of despairing indignation was mingled with the tremor of fear. Why make me suffer the agonies of hell? What have I done to you? Perhaps they have treated you badly. Tell me. Treated me badly? They have seized me by treachery, by force. Why? Why have they seized me? Why am I here? Where am I? I'm a poor harmless girl. What have I done to you? In the name of God. God, God, interrupted the unnamed. Always God. They who cannot defend themselves, who have not the strength to do it, must always bring forward this God, as if they had spoken to him. What do you expect by this word? To make me? And he left the sentence unfinished. Oh, Signor, expect? What can a poor girl like me expect, except that you should have mercy upon me? God pardons so many sins for one deed of mercy. Let me go, for charity's sake. Let me go. It will do no good to one who must die, to make a poor creature suffer thus. Oh, you who can give the command, bid them let me go. They brought me here by force. Bid them send me again with this woman, and take me to where my mother is. Oh, most holy Virgin, my mother, for pity's sake, my mother. Perhaps she is not far from here. I saw my mountains. Why do you give me all this suffering? Bid them take me to a church. I will pray for you all my life. What will it cost you to say one word? Oh, see, you are moved to pity. Say one word. Oh, say it. God pardons so many sins for one's deed of mercy. Oh, why isn't she the daughter of one of those rascally dogs that outlawed me? Thought the unnamed. Of one of the villains who wished me dead, then I should enjoy her sufferings. But instead, don't drive away a good inspiration, continued Luchia, earnestly, reanimated by seeing a certain air of hesitation in the countenance and behavior of her oppressor. If you don't grant me this mercy, the Lord will do it for me. I shall die, and all will be over with me. But you, perhaps some day, even you. But no, no, I will always pray the Lord to keep you from every evil. What will it cost you to say one word? If you knew what it was to suffer this agony. Come, take courage, interrupted the unnamed, with a gentleness that astonished the old woman. Have I done you any harm? Have I threatened you? Oh no, I see that you have a kind heart, and feel some pity for an unhappy creature. If you chose, you could terrify me more than all the others. You could kill me with fear, but instead of that, you have rather lightened my heart. God will reward you for it. Finish your deed of mercy. Set me free. Set me free. Tomorrow morning. Oh, set me free now. Now. Tomorrow morning I will see you again, I say. Come in the meanwhile, be of good courage, take a little rest. You must want something to eat. They shall bring you something directly. No, no, I shall die. If anybody comes here, I shall die. Take me to a church. God will reward you for that step. A woman shall bring you something to eat, said the unnamed, and having said so, he stood wondering at himself how such a remedy had entered his mind, and how the wish had arisen to seek a remedy for the sorrows of a poor humble villager. And you, resumed he hastily, turning to the aged matron, persuade her to eat something, and let her lie down to rest on this bed, and if she is willing to have you as a companion, well, if not, you can sleep well enough for one night on the floor. Encourage her, I say, and keep her cheerful. Beware that she has no cause to complain of you. So saying, he moved quickly towards the door. Lucia sprang up and ran to detain him and renew her entreaties, but he was gone. Oh, poor me! Shut the door quickly. And having heard the door closed and the bolt again drawn, she returned to seat herself in her corner. Oh, poor me! repeated she, sobbing. Whom shall I implore now? Where am I? Do you tell me, for pity's sake, who is this Signor? He who has been speaking to me. Who is he, eh? Who is he? Do you think I may tell you? Wait till he tells you himself. You are proud because he protects you, and you want to be satisfied and make me your go-between. Ask him yourself. If I were to tell you this, I shouldn't get the good words he has just given you. I am an old woman, continued she, muttering between her teeth. Hang these young folks, who may make a fine show of either laughing or crying, just as they like, and yet are always in the right. But hearing Lucia's sobs and the commands of her master returning in a threatening manner to her memory, she stooped toward the poor crouching girl, and, in a gentle and more humane tone, resumed. Come, I have said no harm to you. Be cheerful. Don't ask me questions which I have no business to answer. But pluck up your heart, my good girl. Ah, if you knew how many people would be glad to hear him speak as he has spoken to you. Be cheerful, for he will send you something to eat just now, and I know, by the way he spoke, I'm sure it will be something good. And then you lie down, and you will leave just a little corner for me, added she, with an accent of suppressed rancour. I don't want to eat. I don't want to sleep. Let me alone. Don't come near me. But you won't leave the room. No, no, not I, said the old woman, drawing back and seating herself on an old armchair, whence she cast sundry glances of alarm, and at the same time of envy, towards the poor girl. Then she looked at the bed, vexed at the idea of being, perhaps, excluded from it for the whole night, and grumbling at the cold. But she comforted herself with the thoughts of supper, and with the hope that there might be some to spare for her. Lucia was sensible of neither cold nor hunger, and, almost as if deprived of her senses, had but a confused idea of her very grief and terror, like the undefined objects seen by a delirious patient. She roused herself, when she heard a knocking at the door, and raising her head, exclaimed, in much alarm, "Who's there? Who's there? Don't let any one in." "Nobody, nobody. Good news," said the old woman. "It's Martha bringing something to eat." Shut the door," cried Lucia. "Aye, directly," replied the old woman, and taking a basket out of Martha's hand, she hastily nodded to her, shut the door, and came and set the basket on a table in the middle of the room. She then repeatedly invited Lucia to come and partake of the tempting repast, and employing words which, according to her ideas, were most likely to be efficacious in restoring the poor girl's appetite, broke forth into exclamations on the excellence of the food. Morsels which, when common people have once got a taste, they don't forget in a hurry. Wine, which her master drank with his friends, when any of them happened to arrive, and they wanted to be merry. But seeing that all these charms produced no effect, "It is you who won't eat," said she. "Don't you be saying to morrow that I didn't try to persuade you. I'll eat something, however, and then there'll be more than enough left for you when you come to your senses, and are willing to do as you are bid." So saying, she applied herself with avidity to the refreshments. When she had satisfied herself, she rose, advanced towards the corner, and bending over Lucia, again invited her to take something, and then lie down. "No, no, I don't want anything," replied she, with a feeble and almost drowsy voice. Then with more energy she continued, "Is the door locked? Is it well secured?" And having looked around, she rose, and feeling with her hands, walked with a suspicious step towards the door. The old woman sprang thither before her, stretched out her hand to the lock, seized the handle, shook it, rattled the bolt, and made it grate against the staple that received and secured it. "Do you hear? Do you see? It is well locked. Are you content now?" "Oh, content! I content here," said Luchia, again arranging herself in her corner. "But the Lord knows I'm here. Come to bed. What would you do there, crouching like a dog? Did ever anybody see a person refuse comforts when he could get them? No, no, let me alone." "Well, it's your own wish, see? I'll leave you the best place. I'm lying here at the very edge. I shall be uncomfortable enough for your sake. If you want to come to bed, you know what you have to do. Remember, I've asked you very often." So saying, she crept, dressed as she was, under the counterpane, and soon all was silent. End of chapter 21, part 1. Chapter 21, part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 21, Part 2. Lucia remained motionless, shrunk up in the corner, her knees drawn close to her breast, her hands resting on her knees, and her face buried in her hands. She was neither asleep nor awake, but worn out with a rapid succession, a tumultuous alternation of thoughts, anticipations, and heart-throbbings, recalled in some degree to consciousness, and recollecting more distinctly the horrors she had seen and suffered that terrible day. She would now dwell mournfully on the dark and formidable realities in which she found herself involved. Then, her mind being carried onward into a still more obscure region, she had to struggle against the phantoms conjured up by uncertainty and terror. In this distressing state she continued for a long time, which we would here prefer to pass over rapidly. But at length, exhausted and overcome, she relaxed her hold on her benumbed limbs, and sinking at full length upon the floor, remained for some time in a state closely resembling real sleep. But suddenly awakening, as at some inward call, she tried to arouse herself completely, to regain her scattered senses, and to remember where she was, and how and why. She listened to some sound that caught her ear. It was the slow, deep breathing of the old woman. She opened her eyes and saw a faint light now glimmering for a moment, and then again dying away. It was the wick of a lamp, which, almost ready to expire, emitted a tremulous gleam, and quickly drew it back, so to say, like the ebb and flow of a wave on the seashore, and thus withdrawing from the surrounding objects ere there was time to display them in distinct colouring and relief. It merely presented to the eye a succession of confused and indistinct glimpses. But the recent impression she had received quickly returned to her mind, and assisted her in distinguishing what appeared so disorderly to her visual organs. When fully aroused, the unhappy girl recognized her prison. All the recollections of the horrible day that was fled, all the uncertain terrors of the future, rushed at once upon her mind. The very calm in which she now found herself after so much agitation, the sort of repose she had just tasted, the desertion in which she was left, all combined to inspire her with a new dread, till, overcome by alarm, she earnestly longed for death. But at this juncture she remembered that she could still pray, and with that thought there seemed to shine forth a sudden ray of comfort. She once more took out her rosary, and began to repeat the prayers, and in proportion as the words fell from her trembling lips, she felt an indefinite confiding faith taking possession of her heart. Suddenly another thought rushed into her mind, that her prayer might, perhaps, be more readily accepted and more certainly heard if she were to make some offering in her desolate condition. She tried to remember what she most prized, or rather, what she had once most prized, for at this moment her heart could feel no other affection than that of fear, nor conceive any other desire than that of deliverance. She did remember it, and resolved at once to make the sacrifice. Rising upon her knees, and clasping her hands from whence the rosary was suspended before her breast, she raised her face and eyes to heaven, and said, "O most holy Virgin, thou to whom I have so often recommended myself, and who hast so often comforted me, thou hast borne so many sorrows and art now so glorious. Thou who hast wrought so many miracles for the poor and afflicted, help me. Bring me out of this danger. Bring me safely to my mother, O Mother of our Lord, and I vow unto thee to continue a virgin. I renounce for ever my unfortunate betrothed, that from henceforth I may belong only to thee." Having uttered these words, she bowed her head, and placed the beads around her neck, almost as a token of her consecration, and, at the same time, as a safeguard, a part of the armour for the new warfare to which she had devoted herself. Seating herself again on the floor, a king of tranquillity, a more childlike reliance, gradually diffused themselves over her soul. The "tomorrow morning," repeated by the unknown nobleman, came to her mind, and seemed to her ear to convey a promise of deliverance. Her senses, wearied by such struggles, gradually gave way before these soothing thoughts, until at length, towards daybreak, and with the name of her protectress upon her lips, Luchia sank into a profound and unbroken sleep. But in this same castle there was one who would willingly have followed her example, yet who tried in vain, after departing, or rather escaping from Luchia, giving orders for her supper, and paying his customary visits to several posts in his castle, with her image ever vividly before his eyes, and her words resounding in his ears, the nobleman had hastily retired to his chamber, impetuously shut the door behind him, and hurriedly undressing had laid down. But that image, which now most closely than ever haunted his mind, seemed at that moment to say, "Thou shalt not sleep." What absurd womanly curiosity tempted me to go to see her, thought he. That fool of a Nibbio was right. One is no longer a man. Yes, one is no longer a man. Am I no longer a man? What has happened? What devil has got possession of me? What is there new in all this? Didn't I know before now that women always weep and implore? Even men do sometimes, when they have not the power to rebel. Have I never heard a woman cry before? And here, without giving himself much trouble to task his memory, it suggested to him, of its own accord, more than one instant in which neither entreaties nor lamentations availed to deter him from the completion of enterprises upon which he had once resolved. But these remembrances, instead of inspiring him with the courage he now needed to prosecute his present design as it would seem he expected and wished they might, instead of helping to dispel his feelings of compassion, only added to them those of terror and consternation, until they compelled him to return to that first image of Luchia, against which he had been seeking to fortify his courage. "She still lives," said he. "She is here. I am in time. I can yet say to her, 'Go and be happy.' I can yet see that countenance change. I can even say, 'Forgive me.' Forgive me! I ask for forgiveness? And of a woman, too? However, if one such word could do me good, could rid me of the demon that now possesses me, I would say it. Yes, I feel that I would say it. To what am I reduced? I am no longer a man, surely no longer a man. Away!" said he, turning himself with impetuosity on the couch which had now become so hard, under the covering which had now become so intolerable a weight. "Away! These are fooleries which have many a time passed through my head. This will take its flight too." And to effect such a riddance he began seeking some important subject, some of the many which often so busily occupied his mind, in hopes he might be entirely engrossed by it. But he sought in vain. All appeared changed. That which once most urgently stimulated his desires, now no longer possessed any charm for him. His passions, like a steed suddenly become restive at the sight of a shadow, refused to carry him any further. In reflecting on enterprises engaged in and not yet concluded, instead of animating himself to their completion, and feeling irritated at the obstacles interposed, for an anger at this moment would have been sweet to him, he felt regret, nay, almost consternation, at the steps already taken. His life presented itself to his mind devoid of all interest, deprived of all will, divested of every action, and only laden with insupportable recollections, every hour resembling that which now rolled so slowly and heavily over his head. He drew out before his fancy all his ruffians in a kind of battle array, and could contrive nothing of importance in which to employ one of them. Nay, the very idea of seeing them again, and mixing among them, was an additional weight, a fresh object of annoyance and detestation. and when he sought an occupation for the morrow, a feasible employment, he could only remember that on the morrow he might liberate his unfortunate prisoner. I will set her free, yes, I will. I will fly to her by daybreak and bid her depart safely. She shall be accompanied by, and my promise, my engagement, Don Rodrigo. Who is Don Rodrigo? Like one suddenly surprised by an unexpected and embarrassing question from a superior, the unnamed hastily sought for an answer to the query he had just put to himself, or rather which had been suggested to him by that new voice which had all at once made itself heard, and sprung up to be, as it were, a judge of his former self. He tried to imagine any reason which could have induced him, almost before being requested, to engage in inflicting so much suffering, without any incentive of hatred or fear, on a poor unknown creature, only to render a service to this man. But instead of succeeding in discovering such motives as he would now have deemed sufficient to excuse the deed, he could not even imagine how he had ever been induced to undertake it. The willingness, rather than the determination to do so, had been the instantaneous impulse of a mind obedient to its old and habitual feelings, the consequence of 1,000 antecedent actions. And to account for this one deed, the unhappy self-examiner found himself involved in an examination of his whole life, backwards from year to year, from engagement to engagement, from bloodshed to bloodshed, from crime to crime. Each one stood before his conscience-stricken soul, divested of the feelings which had induced him to will and commit it, and therefore appearing in all its monstrousness, which those feelings had, at the time, prevented his perceiving. They were all his own, they made up himself, and the horror of this thought, renewed with each fresh remembrance, and cleaving to all, increased at last to desperation. He sprang up impetuously in his bed, eagerly stretched out his hand towards the wall at his side, touched a pistol, grasped it, reached it down, and, at the moment of finishing a life which had become insupportable, his thoughts seized with terror and so as to say superstitious dread, rushed forward to the time which would still continue to flow on after his end. He pictured with horror his disfigured corpse lying motionless and in the power of his vilest survivor. The astonishment, the confusion of the castle in the morning, everything turned upside down, and he powerless and voiceless, thrown aside, he knew not whither. He fancied the reports that would be spread, the conversations to which it would give rise, both in the castle, the neighbourhood, and at a distance, together with the rejoicing of his enemies. The darkness and the silence around him presented death in a still more mournful and frightful aspect. It seemed to him that he would not have hesitated in open day, out of doors, and in the presence of spectators, to throw himself into the water and vanish. Absorbed in such tormenting reflections, he continued alternately snapping and unsnapping the cock of his pistol with a convulsive movement of his thumb, when another thought flashed across his mind. If this other life, of which they told me when I was a boy, of which everybody talks now, as if it were a certain thing, if there be not such a thing, if it be an invention of the priests, what am I doing? Why should I die? What matters all that I have done? What matters it? It is an absurdity. But if there really be another life, at such a doubt, at such a risk, he was seized with a blacker and deeper despair, from which even death afforded no escape. He dropped the pistol, and lay with his fingers twined among his hair, his teeth chattering and trembling in every limb. Suddenly the words he had heard repeated a few hours before rose to his remembrance. God pardons so many sins for one deed of mercy. They did not come to him with that tone of humble supplication in which they had been pronounced. They came with a voice of authority, which at the same time excited a distant glimmering of hope. It was a moment of relief. He raised his hands from his temples, and in a more composed attitude, fixed his mind's eye on her who had uttered the words. She seemed to him no longer like his prisoner and suppliant, but in a posture of one who dispenses mercy and consolation. He anxiously awaited the dawn of day, that he might fly to liberate her, and to hear from her lips other words of alleviation and life, and even thought of conducting her himself to her mother. And then, what shall I do tomorrow for the rest of the day? What shall I do the day after tomorrow? And the day after that again? And at night, the night which will return in 12 hours. Oh, the night! No, no, the night! And falling again into the weary void of the future, he sought in vain for some employment of time, some way of living through the days and nights. One moment he proposed leaving his castle and going into some distant country, where he had never been known or heard of. But he felt that he should carry himself with him. Then a dark hope would arise that he should resume his former courage and inclinations, and that this would prove only a transient delirium. Now he dreaded the light which would show him to his followers so miserably changed. Then he longed for it, as if it would bring light also to his gloomy thoughts. And lo, about the break of day, a few moments after Lucia had fallen asleep, while he was seated motionless in his bed, a floating and confused murmur reached his ear, bringing with it something joyous and festive in its sound. Assuming a listening posture, he distinguished a distant chiming of bells, and, giving still more attention, could hear the mountain echo, every now and then, languidly repeating the harmony and mingling itself with it. Immediately afterwards his ear caught another and still nearer peal, and then another and another. What rejoicings are these? What are they so merry about? What is their cause of gladness? He sprang from his bed of thorns, and, half dressing himself in haste, went to the window, threw up the sash, and looked out. The mountains were still wrapped in gloom. The sky was not so much cloudy, as composed of one entire lead-coloured cloud, but by the already glimmering light of day, he distinguished in the road at the bottom of the valley numbers of people passing eagerly along, some leaving their dwellings and moving on with the crowd, and all taking the same direction towards the outlet of the vale on the right of the castle. He could even distinguish the joyous bearing and holiday dress of the passengers. What is the matter with these people? What cause of merriment can there be in this cursed neighbourhood? And calling a confidential bravo who slept in the adjoining room, he asked him what was the cause of this movement. The man replied that he knew no more than his master, but would go directly to make inquiry. The Signor remained with his eyes riveted upon the moving spectacle, which increasing day rendered every moment more distinct. He watched crowds pass by, and new crowds constantly appear. Men, women, children, in groups, in couples, or alone, one, overtaking another, who was before him, walked in company with him, another, just leaving his door, accompanied the first he fell in with by the way, and so they proceeded together like friends in a preconcerted journey. Their behaviour evidently indicated a common haste and joy, and the unharmonious but simultaneous burst of the different chimes, some more, some less contiguous and distinct, seemed, so to say, the common voice of these gestures, and a supplement to the words which could not reach him from below. He looked and looked, till he felt more than common curiosity to know what could communicate so unanimous a will, so general a festivity, to so many different people. End of chapter 21, part 2.
Chapter 22, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Betrothed by Alessandro MANZONI. Chapter 22, Part 1. Shortly afterwards the bravo returned with the information that Cardinal Federigo Borromeo, Archbishop of Milan, had arrived the day before with the purpose of spending there that which was now just dawning. That the news of his arrival, which had been spread around for a considerable distance the preceding evening, had excited a desire in the people to go and see this great man, and that the bells were ringing, both to express their joy, and more widely to diffuse the glad intelligence. When again alone, the Signor continued to look down into the valley, still more absorbed in thought. For a man, everybody eager, everybody joyful at the sight of a man. And yet, doubtless, each has his own demon that torments him. But none will have one like mine. None will have passed such a night as I have. What has this man about him to make so many people merry? Some pence, perhaps, that he will distribute at random among them. But all these cannot be going for alms. Well, then, a few acknowledgments and salutations, a word or two. Oh, if he had any words for me that could impart peace. If! Why shouldn't I go too? Why not? I will go. What else can I do? I will go, and I will talk with him. Face to face I'll have some talk with him. What shall I say, though? Well, whatever. I'll hear first what the man has to say for himself. Having come to this vague determination, he hastily finished dressing himself, and put on over all a greatcoat, which had something of a military cut about it. He then took up the pistol which lay upon the bed, and secured it on one side of his belt, fastening at the other its fellow, which hung upon a nail in the wall, stuck a dagger into this same girdle, and taking a carabine from the wall, which was almost as famous as himself, swung it across his shoulders. Then he put on his hat, quitted the apartment, and repaired at once to that in which he had left Luchia. Setting down his carabine in a corner near the door, he knocked, at the same time letting them know by his voice who he was. The old woman sprang out of bed, threw some articles of clothing around her, and flew to open the door. The Signor entered, and casting a glance around the room, saw Luchia lying in her little corner, and perfectly quiet. "Does she sleep?" asked he in an undertone of the old woman. "What is she sleeping there? With these my orders, you old hag?" "I did all I could," replied the woman, "but she wouldn't eat, and she wouldn't come." "Let her sleep quietly. Take care you don't disturb her, and when she awakes, Martha shall wait in the next room, and you must send her to fetch anything that she may ask for. When she awakes, tell her that the master has gone out for a little while, that he will be back soon, and that he will do all that she wishes." The old woman stood perfectly astonished, thinking to herself, "This girl must surely be some princess." The signor then left the room, took up his carabine, sent Martha to wait in the adjoining apartment, and the first bravo whom he met to keep guard, that no one but this woman might presume to approach Lucia, and then, leaving the castle, took the descent with a rapid step. The manuscript here fails to mention the distance from the castle to the village where the cardinal was staying. It cannot, however, have been more than a moderate walk. We do not infer the proximity merely from the flocking thither of the inhabitants of the valley, since we find, in the histories of these times, that people came for 20 miles or more to get but one sight of Cardinal Federigo. From the circumstances that we are about to relate, as happening on this day, we may, however, easily conjecture that the distance cannot have been very great. The bravos whom he met ascending stopped respectfully as their lord passed, waiting to see if he had any orders to give, or if he wished of them to accompany him on some expedition, and seemed perfectly astonished at his countenance, and the glances he returned in answer to their salutations. When, however, he reached the base, and entered the public road, it was a very different matter. There was a general whispering among the first passengers who observed him, an exchange of suspicious looks, and an endeavour on each side to get out of his reach. For the whole length of the way he could not take 2 steps by the side of another passenger, for every one who found him quickly gaining upon him cast an uneasy look around, made him a low bow, and slackened his pace so as to remain behind. On reaching the village he found a large crowd assembled. His name spread rapidly from mouth to mouth the moment he made his appearance, and the throng fell back to make way for him. He accosted one of these prudent gentry, and asked where the cardinal was. "In the curate's house," replied the addressed party reverently, and at the same time pointing out the mansion. The signor went forward, entered a little court where many priests were assembled, all of whom regarded him with surprised and doubtful looks, and saw before him an open door which gave admission into a small hall, where there were also collected a considerable number of priests. Taking his carabine from his shoulders, he deposited it in one corner of the little court, and then entered the hall, where he was received with significant glances, murmurs, and his oft repeated name. Then all was silent. Turning to one of those who surrounded him, he asked where the cardinal was, and said that he wished to speak to him. "I am a stranger," replied the priest, but hastily glancing around, he called the chaplain and the cross-bearer, who, seated in a corner of the hall, was saying in an undertone to his companion, "This man, this notorious character, what can he have to do here? Make way." However, at this call, which resounded in the general silence, he was obliged to come forward. He made a lowly reverence to the unnamed, listened to his inquiry, raised his eyes with uneasy curiosity towards his face, and instantly bending them on the ground, stood hesitating for a moment, and then said, or rather stammered out, "I don't know whether his illustrious lordship just now is to be but I will go and see." And he very unwillingly carried the message into the adjoining room, where the cardinal was by himself. At this point in our story we cannot do less than pause for a little while, as the traveller, wearied and worn out with a lengthened journey through a wild and sterile country, retards his pace, and halts for a little time under the shade of a noble tree, reclining on the grassy bank of a stream of running water. We have now fallen upon a person whose name and memory, occurring when they will to the mind, refresh it with a calm emotion of reverence, and a pleasurable feeling of sympathy. How much more, then, after so many mournful pictures, after the contemplation of such fearful and hateful depravity? On the history of this personage we must absolutely expend a few words. He who cares not about hearing them, and is anxious to proceed with the story, may pass on at once to the succeeding chapter. Federigo Borromeo, born in 1564, was among those characters, rare in whatever age, who have employed singular talents, all the resources of great wealth, all the advantages of privileged rank, and an unwearying diligence in the search and exercise of the highest objects and principles. His life resembles a rivulet, which, issuing limpid from the rock, flows in a ceaseless and unruffled, though lengthened course, through various lands, and, clear and limpid still, falls at last into the ocean. Amidst comforts and luxuries, he attended even from childhood to those lessons of self-denial and humility, and those maxims on the vanity of worldly pleasures, and the sinfulness of pride, on true dignity and true riches, which, whether acknowledged or not in the heart, have been transmitted from one generation to another in the most elementary instruction in religion. He attended, I say, to these lessons and maxims. He received them in real earnest. He tried them, and found them true. He saw, therefore, that other and contrary lessons and maxims could not possibly be true, which yet were transmitted from age to age with the same asseveration, and sometimes by the same lips. And he resolved to take as the rule of his thoughts and actions those which were indeed right. By these he understood that life was not designed to be a burden to many, and a pleasure to only a few, but was intended as a time of employment for all, of which every one would have to give an account. And he began from a child to consider how he could render his useful and holy. In 1580 he declared his resolution of dedicating himself to the ministry of the Church, and received ordination from the hands of his cousin Carlo, whom long and universal suffrage had already signalised as a saint. Shortly afterwards he entered the college founded by this relative in Pavia, which still bears the name of their house. And here, while applying himself with assiduity to the occupations which were prescribed, he added to them 2 others of his own free will, and these were, to give instruction to the most ignorant and neglected among the population in the doctrines of the Christian religion, and to visit, assist, comfort, and relieve the sick and needy. He employed the authority conceded to him by all around in including his companions to second him in such works of charity, and set a noble example of spending, in every honest and beneficial employment, a preeminence which, considering his superior mind and talents, he would perhaps equally have attained had he been the lowest in rank and fortune. The advantages of a different nature, which the circumstances of fortune could have procured for him, he not only sought not after, but studiously neglected. He kept a table rather meagre than frugal, and wore a dress rather mean than decent, while the whole tenor of his life and behaviour was in conformity with these particulars. Nor did he think it necessary to alter it because some of his relatives exclaimed loudly against such a practice, and complained that by this means he would degrade the dignity of the house. He had also another warfare to maintain against his instructors, who stealthily, and as it were by surprise, endeavoured to place before, behind, and around him more noble appendages, something which might distinguish him from others, and make him appear the first in the place, either thinking by this means to ingratiate themselves with him in the long run, or influenced by that servile attachment which prides itself in, and rejoices at, the splendour of others, or being among the number of those prudent persons who shrink back with alarm from the extreme of virtue as well as vice, are for ever proclaiming that perfection lies in a medium between the two, and fix that medium exactly at the point which they have reached, and where they find themselves very much at their ease. Federigo not only refused these kindly offices, but rebuked the officious instruments, and that between the ages of childhood and youth. That, during the life of the Cardinal Carlo, his senior by 26 years, in his authoritative and, so to say, solemn presence, surrounded by homage and respectful silence, incited by the fame and impressed with the tokens of sanctity, Federigo, as a boy and a youth, should have endeavoured to conform himself to the behaviour and talents of such a cousin, is certainly not to be wondered at, but it is indeed much to be able to say that after his death no one could perceive that Federigo, then 20 years of age, had lost a guide and censor. The increasing fame of his talents, erudition, and piety, the relationship and connection of more than one powerful cardinal, the credit of his family, his very name, to which Carlo had almost annexed in people's minds an idea of sanctity and sacerdotal preeminence, all that should and all that could lead men to ecclesiastical dignities, concurred to predict them for him. But he, persuaded in heart of what no one who professes Christianity can deny with the lips, that there is no real superiority of a man over his fellow men, excepting in so far as he devotes himself to their service, both dreaded exaltation and sought to avoid it. Not indeed that he might shrink from serving others, for few lives have been more devoted to this object than his own, but because he considered himself neither worthy enough of so high and perilous a service, nor sufficiently competent for it. For these reasons, the Archbishopric of Milan being offered to him in 1595 by Clement VIII, he seemed much disturbed, and refused the charge without hesitation. He yielded afterwards, however, to the express command of the Pope. Such demonstrations, who knows it not, are neither difficult nor uncommon, and it requires no greater effort of subtlety for hypocrisy to make them, than for raillery to deride them and hold them cheap on every occasion. But do they, therefore, cease to be the natural expression of a wise and virtuous principle? One's life is the touchstone of profession, and the profession of this sentiment, though it may have been on the tongue of all the impostors and all the scoffers in the world, will ever be worthy of admiration when preceded and followed by a life of disinterested self-sacrifice. End of chapter 22, part 1. Recording by Martin Geeson. Chapter 22, part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Betrothed by Alessandro MANZONI. Chapter 22, part 2. In Federigo, as Archbishop, was apparent a remarkable and constant carefulness to devote to himself no more of his wealth, his time, his care, in short of his whole self, than was absolutely necessary. He said, as everybody says, that ecclesiastical revenues are the patrimony of the poor. How he showed he understood such a maxim in reality will be evident from this fact. He caused an estimate to be taken of the sum required for his own expenditure, and that of those in his personal service, and being told that 600 scudi would be sufficient. Scudo was at that time the name of a golden coin, which, retaining the same weight and value, was afterwards called a zecchino. He gave orders that this sum should annually be set apart out of his patrimonial estate for the expenses of the table. So sparing and scrupulous was he in his personal outlay, that he was careful never to leave off a dress which was not completely worn out, uniting, however, as was recorded by contemporary writers, to this habit of simplicity that of singular neatness, two remarkable qualities, in fact, in this age of ostentation and uncleanliness. That nothing again might be wasted of the remnants of his frugal table, he assigned them to a hospital for the poor, one of whom came daily, by his orders, to the dining apartment to gather up all that remained. Such instances of economy might perhaps suggest the idea of a close, parsimonious, over-careful virtue, of a mind wrapped up in attention to minutiae and incapable of elevated designs, were it not for the Ambrosian library, still standing, which Federigo projected with such noble magnificence, and executed from the foundations upwards with such munificent liberality, to supply which with books and manuscripts, besides the presentation of those he had already collected with great labour and expense, he sent 8 of the most learned and experienced men he could find, to make purchases throughout Italy, France, Spain, Germany, Flanders, Greece, Lebanon, and Jerusalem. By this means he succeeded in gathering together about 30,000 printed volumes and 14,000 manuscripts. To this library he united a college of doctors, 9 in number at first, and maintained at his charge while he lived. Afterwards, the ordinary income not sufficing for this expense, they were reduced to 2. Their office was to cultivate various branches of study, theology, history, polite literature, and the Oriental languages, obliging each one to publish some work on the subject assigned to him. To this he also added a college, which he called Trilingue, for the study of Greek, Latin, and Italian languages. a college of pupils for instruction in these several faculties and languages, that they might become professors in their turn, a printing office for the Oriental languages, for Hebrew, that is to say, Chaldaic, Arabic, Persian, and Armenian, a gallery of paintings, another of statues, and a school for the three principal arts of design. For these last he could find professors already existing, but as to the rest, we have seen the trouble it cost him to collect books and manuscripts. Undoubtedly it would be more difficult to meet with types in those languages, then much less cultivated in Europe than they are at present, and still more difficult than types would be men who understood them. Suffice it to say that out of 9 professors, 8 were taken from among the young pupils of the seminary, from which circumstance we may infer what was his opinion of the schools then established, and the celebrity gained in those days, an opinion agreeing with that which posterity seems to have formed of them, by suffering both one and the other to sink into oblivion. In the regulations which he left for the use and government of the library, a provision for perpetual utility is conspicuous, not only admirable in itself, but in many particulars judicious and elegant, far beyond the general ideas and habits of the age. He required the librarian to keep up a correspondence with the most learned men in Europe, that he might have information of the state of science, and intelligence of the best works on any subject that should be published, and immediately purchase them. He gave him in charge to point out to the students those works which might assist them in their designs, and ordered that the advantages of consulting the works here preserved should be open to all, whether citizens or strangers. Such a regulation will now appear quite natural, one and the same thing with the founding of a library, but in those days it was not so. In a history of the Ambrosian Library, written with the precision and elegance usual in that age, by one Pierpaolo Bosca, a librarian after the death of Federigo, it is expressly noted as a remarkable fact that in this library, built by a private individual almost entirely at his own expense, the books were accessible to the view of all, and brought to any one who should demand them, with liberty to sit down and study them, and the provision of pen, ink, and paper to take notes; while in some other celebrated public libraries in Italy, the volumes were not only not visible, but concealed in closets, where they were never disturbed, except when the humanity, as he says, of the presidents prompted them sometimes to display them, for a moment. As to accommodation and conveniences for study provided for those who frequented it, they had not the least idea of such a thing, so that to furnish such libraries was to withdraw books from the use of the public, one of those means of cultivation, many of which were and still are employed, that only serve to render the soil more sterile. It were useless to inquire what were the effects of this foundation of Borromeo on public education. It would be easy enough to demonstrate in 2 words, according to the general method of demonstration, that they were miraculous, or that they were nothing. But to investigate and explain, up to a certain point, what they really were, would be a work of much difficulty, little advantage, and somewhat ill-timed. Rather, let us think what a generous, judicious, benevolent, persevering lover of the improvement of mankind he must have been, who planned such an undertaking, who planned it on so grand a scale, and who executed it in the midst of ignorance, inertness, and general contempt of all studious application, and consequently, in spite of "what does it matter?" and "there's something else to think about," and "what a fine invention," and "this was certainly wanting," and similar remarks, which undoubtedly will have been more in number than the scudi expended by him in the undertaking, amounting to 105,000, the greatest part of his property. To style such a man beneficent and liberal in a high degree, it would be unnecessary, perhaps, that he should have spent much in the immediate relief of the needy. And there are, besides, many in whose opinion expenditure of the character we have described, and indeed I may say all expenditure, is the best and more beneficial almsgiving. But in Federigo's opinion, almsgiving, properly speaking, was a paramount duty. And here, as in everything else, his actions were in accordance with his principles. His life was one continual overflowing charity. On occasion of this very scarcity, to which our story has already alluded, we shall have presently to relate several traits which will exhibit the judgment and delicacy he knew how to employ, even in his liberality. Of the many remarkable examples which his biographers have recorded of this virtue, we will here cite but one. Having heard that a certain nobleman was using artifices and compulsion to force into a convent one of his daughters who wished rather to be married, he had an interview with her father, and drawing from him the acknowledgment that the true motive of this oppression was the want of 4,000 scudi, which, according to his idea, were necessary towards marrying his daughter suitably, Federigo immediately presented the required dowry. Some may perhaps think this an extravagant act of bounty, not well judged, and too condescending to the foolish caprices of a vain nobleman, and that 4,000 scudi might have been better employed in this or that manner. To which we have nothing to answer, excepting that it were devoutly to be wished that one could more frequently see excesses of a virtue so unfettered by prevailing opinion, every age has its own, and so free from the general tendency, as in this instance that must have been, which induced a man to give 4,000 scudi, that a young person might not be made a nun. The inexhaustible charity of this man appeared not only in his almsgiving, but in his whole behaviour. Easy of access to all, he considered a cheerful countenance and an affectionate courtesy particularly due to those in the lower ranks of life, and the more so in proportion as they were little thought of by the world. Here, therefore, he had to combat with the gentlemen of the ne quid nimis school, who were anxious to keep him within limits, i.e., within their limits. One of these, on occasion of a visit to a wild and mountainous country, when Federigo was teaching some poor children, and during the interrogations and instruction was fondly caressing them, besought him to be more cautious in handling such children, as they were dirty and repelling, as if the worthy gentleman supposed that Federigo had not discernment enough to make the discovery, or acumen enough to suggest this recondite counsel for himself. Such, in certain circumstances of times and things, is the misfortune of men exalted to high stations, that while they so seldom find any one to inform them of their failings, there is no lack of persons courageous enough to reprove them for doing right. But the good bishop, not without anger, replied, "They are my lambs, and perhaps may never again see my face, and would you not have me caress them?" Very seldom, however, did he exhibit any anger, being admired for his mild and imperturbable gentleness of behaviour, which might be attributed to an extraordinarily happy temperament of mind, while in truth it was the effect of constant discipline over a naturally hasty and passionate disposition. If ever he showed himself severe, nay, even harsh, it was towards those pastors under his authority whom he discovered guilty of avarice or negligence or any other conduct opposed to the spirit of their high vocation. Upon what might affect his own interest or temporal glory he never betokened either joy, regret, eagerness, or anxiety. Wonderful indeed if these emotions were not excited in his mind; more wonderful if they were. Not only in the many conclaves at which he assisted did he acquire the reputation of having never aspired to that lofty post so desirable to ambition and so terrible to piety, but on one occasion, when a colleague who possessed considerable influence came to offer him his vote and those of his, so alas it was termed, faction, Federigo refused the proposal in such a manner that his friend immediately abandoned the idea and turned his views elsewhere. This same humility, this dread of preeminence, was equally apparent in the more common occurrences of life. Careful and indefatigable in ordering and governing everything where he considered it his duty to do so, he always shrank from intruding into the affairs of others, and even when solicited, refused, if possible, to interfere. Discretion and temperance far from common, as everybody knows, in men as zealous in the cause of good as Federigo was. Were we to allow ourselves to prosecute the pleasing task of collecting together the remarkable points in his character, the result would certainly be a complication of virtues in apparent opposition to each other, and assuredly difficult to find combined. We cannot, however, omit to notice one more excellency in his excellent life. Replete as it was with action, government, functions, instruction, audiences, diocesan visitations, journeys, and controversies, he not only found time for study, but devoted as much to this object as a professor of literature would have required. Indeed, among many other and various titles of commendation, he possessed in a high degree among his contemporaries that of a man of learning. We must not, however, conceal that he held with firm persuasion, and maintained, in fact, with persevering constancy, some opinions which in the present day would appear to every one rather singular than ill-founded, even to such as would be anxious to consider them sound. For any one who would defend him on this head, there is the current and commonly received excuse that they were the errors of the age rather than his own. An excuse, to say the truth, which, when it results from the minute consideration of facts, may be valid and significant, but which generally, applied in the usual naked way, and as we must do in this instance, comes in the end to mean exactly nothing at all. And besides, not wishing to resolve complicated questions with simple formulae, we will venture to leave this unsolved, resting satisfied with having thus cursorily mentioned that in a character so admirable as a whole, we do not pretend to affirm that every particular was equally so, lest we should seem to have intended making a funeral oration. We shall not be doing injustice to our readers to suppose that some of them may inquire whether this person has left any monument of so much talent and erudition. Whether he has left any. The works remaining from him, great and small, Latin and Italian, published and manuscript, amount to about 100 volumes, preserved in the library he himself founded. Moral treatises, discourses, dissertations on history, sacred and profane antiquities, literature, arts, and various other subjects. And however does it happen, this inquirer may ask, that so many works are forgotten, or at least so little known, so little sought after? How is it that with such talents, such learning, such experience of men and things, such profound thought, such a sense of the good and the beautiful, such purity of mind, and so many other qualities which constitute the elegant author, how is it that out of 100 works he has not left even one to be considered excellent by those who approve not of the whole, and to be known by title even by those who have never read it? How is it that all of them together have not sufficed, at least by their number, to procure for his name a literary fame among posterity? The inquiry is undoubtedly reasonable, and the question sufficiently interesting, because the reasons of this phenomenon are to be found, or at least must be sought for, in many general facts, and when found would lead to the explanation of other similar phenomena. But they would be many and prolix, and what if they should not prove satisfactory? If they should make the reader turn away in disgust? So that it will be better to resume our walk through the story, and instead of digressing more at length on the character of this wonderful man, proceed to observe him in action under the conduct of our anonymous author. End of chapter 22. Part 2. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.
Section 45, Chapter 23, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni, Chapter 23, Part 1. Cardinal Federigo was employed, according to his usual custom in every leisure interval, in study, until the hour arrived for repairing to the church for the celebration of divine service, when the chaplain and cross-bearer entered with a disturbed and gloomy countenance. "A strange visitor, my noble lord, strange indeed." "Who?" asked the cardinal. "No less a personage than the signor," replied the chaplain, and pronouncing the syllables with a very significant tone, he uttered the name which we cannot give to our readers. He then added, "He is here outside in person, and demands nothing less than to be introduced to your illustrious grace." "He!" said the cardinal, with an animated look, shutting his book, and rising from his seat. "Let him come in directly." "But," rejoined the chaplain, without attempting to move, "your illustrious lordship must surely be aware who he is, that outlaw, that famous And is it not a most happy circumstance for a bishop that such a man should feel a wish to come and seek an interview with him? But, insisted the chaplain, we may never speak of certain things, because my lord says that it is all nonsense. But when it comes to the point, I think it is a duty. Zeal makes many enemies, my lord, and we know positively that more than one ruffian dared to boast that some day or other— And what have they done? Interrupted the cardinal. I say that this man is a plotter of mischief, a desperate character who holds correspondence with the most violent desperadoes, and who may be sent— Oh, what discipline is this? Again interrupted Federigo, smiling. For the soldiers to exhort their general to cowardice, then resuming a grave and thoughtful air, he continued, Saint Carlo would not have deliberated whether he ought to receive such a man. He would have gone to seek him. Let him be admitted directly. He has already waited too long. The chaplain moved towards the door, saying in his heart, There's no remedy. These saints are all obstinate. Having opened the door and surveyed the room where the signor and his companions were, he saw that the latter had crowded together on one side, where they sat whispering and cautiously peeping at their visitor, while he was left alone in one corner. The chaplain advanced towards him, eyeing him guardedly from head to foot, and wondering what weapons he might have hidden under that great coat, thinking at the same time that really before admitting him he ought at least to have proposed. But he could not resolve what to do. He approached him, saying, His Grace waits for your lordship. Will you be good enough to come with me? And as he preceded him through the little crowd, which instantly gave way for him, he kept casting glances on each side, which meant to say, What could I do? Don't you know yourselves that he always has his own way? On reaching the apartment, the chaplain opened the door and introduced the unnamed. Federigo advanced to meet him with a happy and serene look, and his hand extended, as if to welcome an unexpected guest, at the same time making a sign to the chaplain to go out, which was immediately obeyed. When thus left alone, they both stood for a moment silent and in suspense, though from widely different feelings. The unnamed, who had, as it were, been forcibly carried there by an inexplicable compulsion, rather than led by a determinate intention, now stood there also, as it were, by compulsion, torn by two contending feelings. On the one side, a desire and confused hope of meeting with some alleviation of his inward torment. On the other, a feeling of self-rebuked shame at having come thither, like a penitent, subdued and wretched, to confess himself guilty, and to make application to a man. He was at a loss for words, and indeed scarcely sought for them. Raising his eyes, however, to the archbishop's face, he became gradually filled with a feeling of veneration, authoritative and at the same time soothing, which, while it increased his confidence, gently subdued his haughtiness, and without offending his pride, compelled it to give way, and imposed silence. The bearing of Federigo was, in fact, one which announced superiority, and at the same time excited love. It was naturally sedate, and almost involuntarily commanding, his figure being not in the least bowed or wasted by age, while his solemn yet sparkling eye, his open and thoughtful forehead, a kind of virginal floridness, which might be distinguished even among grey locks, paleness, and the traces of abstinence, meditation, and labour, In short, all his features indicated that they had once possessed that which is most strictly entitled beauty. The habit of serious and benevolent thought, the inward peace of a long life, the love that he felt towards his fellow creatures, and the uninterrupted enjoyment of an ineffable hope, had now substituted the beauty, so to say, of old age, which shone forth more attractively from the magnificent simplicity of the purple. He fixed for a moment on the countenance of the unnamed a penetrating look. Long accustomed to gather from this index what was passing in the mind, and imagining he discovered under that dark and troubled mien something every moment more corresponding with the hope that he had conceived on the first announcement of such a visit. "Oh," cried he in an animated voice, "what a welcome visit is this, and how thankful I ought to be to you for taking such a step, although it may convey to me a little reproof." "Reproof?" exclaimed the signor, much surprised, but soothed by his words and manner, and glad that the cardinal had broken the ice, and started some sort of conversation. "Certainly, it conveys to me a reproof," replied the archbishop, "for allowing you to be beforehand with me when so often, and for so long a time, I might and ought to have come to you myself." "You come to me? Do you know who I am? Did they deliver in my name rightly? And the happiness I feel, and which must surely be evident in my countenance, do you think I should feel it at the announcement and visit of a stranger? It is you who make me experience it. You, I say, whom I ought to have sought. You whom I have at least loved and wept over, and for whom I have so often prayed. You among all my children, for each one I love from the bottom of my heart, whom I should most have desired to receive and embrace, if I had thought I might hope for such a thing. But God alone knows how to work wonders, and supplies the weakness and tardiness of his unworthy servants. The unnamed stood astonished at this warm reception, in language which corresponded so exactly with that which he had not yet expressed, nor indeed had fully determined to express, and affected, but exceedingly surprised, he remained silent. "Well," resumed Federigo, still more affectionately, "you have good news to tell me, and you keep me so long expecting it?" "Good news? I have hell in my heart. And can I tell you any good tidings? Tell me, if you know, what good news you can expect from such as I am." "That God has touched your heart, and would make you his own," replied the cardinal calmly. "God, God, God! If I could see him, if I could hear him, where is this God?" "Do you ask this? You? And who has him nearer than you? Do you not feel him in your heart, overcoming, agitating you, never leaving you at ease, and at the same time drawing you forward, presenting to your view a hope of tranquillity and consolation, a consolation which shall be full and boundless as soon as you recognize him, acknowledge and implore him? Oh, surely there is something within that oppresses, that consumes me. But God? If this be God, if he be such as they say, what do you suppose he can do with me?" These words were uttered with an accent of despair, but Federigo, with a solemn tone, as of calm inspiration, replied, "What can God do with you? What would he wish to make of you? A token of his power and goodness? He would acquire you through a glory such as others could not give him. The world has long cried out against you. Hundreds and thousands of voices have declared their detestation of your deeds. The unnamed shuddered, and felt for a moment surprised at hearing such unusual language addressed to him, and still more surprised that he felt no anger, but rather almost a relief. What glory, pursued Federigo, will thus redound to God? They may be voices of alarm, of self-interest, of justice, perhaps, a justice so easy, so natural. Some, perhaps, yea, too many, may be voices of envy of your wretched power, of your hitherto deplorable security of heart. But when you, yourself, rise up to condemn your past life, to become your own accuser, then indeed God will be glorified. And you ask what God can do with you? Who am I, a poor mortal, that I can tell you what use such a being may choose henceforth to make of you? How he can employ your impetuous will, your unwavering perseverance, when he shall have animated and invigorated them with love, with hope, with repentance? Who are you, weak man, that you should imagine yourself capable of devising and executing greater deeds of evil than God can make you will and accomplish in the cause of good? What can God do with you? Pardon you, save you, finish in you the work of redemption? Are not these things noble and worthy of him? Oh, just think, if I, an humble and feeble creature, so worthless and full of myself, I, such as I am, long so ardently for your salvation, that for its sake I would joyfully give, and he is my witness, the few days that still remain to me. Oh, think what, and how great must be the love of him who inspires me with this imperfect but ardent affection. How must he love you, what must he desire for you, who has bid and enabled me to regard you with a charity that consumes me? While these words fell from his lips, his face, his expression, his whole manner evinced his deep feeling of what he uttered. The countenance of his auditor changed from a wild and convulsive look, first to astonishment and attention, then gradually yielded to deeper and less painful emotions. His eyes, which from infancy had been unaccustomed to weep, became confused, and when the words ceased, he covered his face with his hands and burst into a flood of tears. It was the only and most evident reply. "Great and good God," exclaimed Federigo, raising his hands and eyes to heaven, "what have I ever done, an unprofitable servant, an idle shepherd, that thou shouldest call me to this banquet of grace, that thou shouldest make me worthy of being an instrument in so joyful a miracle?" So saying, he extended his hand to take that of the unnamed. "No," cried the penitent nobleman, "no, keep away from me. Defile not that innocent and beneficent hand. You don't know all that the one you would grasp has committed." "Suffer me," said Federigo, taking it with affectionate violence. "Suffer me to press the hand which will repair so many wrongs, dispense so many benefits, comfort so many afflicted, and be extended, disarmed, peacefully and humbly to so many enemies." "It is too much," said the unnamed, sobbing. "Leave me, my lord, good Federigo, leave me. A crowded assembly awaits you, so many good people, so many innocent creatures, so many come from a distance to see you for once, to hear you, and you are staying to talk. With whom? We will leave the 99 sheep, replied the cardinal. They are in safety upon the mountain. I wish to remain with that which was lost. Their minds are, perhaps, now more satisfied than if they were seeing their poor bishop. Perhaps God, who has wrought in you this miracle of mercy, is diffusing in their hearts a joy of which they know not yet the reason. These people are, perhaps, united to us without being aware of it. Perchance the Spirit may be instilling in their hearts an undefined feeling of charity, a petition which he will grant for you, an offering of gratitude of which you are, as yet, the unknown object. So saying, he threw his arms around the neck of the unnamed, who, after attempting to disengage himself and making a momentary resistance, yielded, completely overcome by this vehement expression of affection, embraced the cardinal in his turn, and buried in his shoulder his trembling and altered face. His burning tears dropped upon the stainless purple of Federigo, while the guiltless hands of the holy bishop affectionately pressed those members, and touched that garment which had been accustomed to hold the weapons of violence and treachery. Disengaging himself at length from this embrace, the unnamed again covered his eyes with his hand, and raising his face to heaven, exclaimed, God is indeed great. God is indeed good. I know myself now. Now I understand what I am. My sins are present before me, and I shudder at the thought of myself. Yet I feel an alleviation, a joy, yes, even a joy, such as I have never before known during the whole of my horrible life. It is a little taste, said Federigo, which God gives you to incline you to his service, and encourage you resolutely to enter upon the new course of life which lies before you, and in which you will have so much to undo, so much to repair, so much to mourn over. Unhappy man that I am, exclaimed the Signor. How many, oh, how many things for which I can do nothing besides mourn. But at least I have undertakings scarcely set on foot which I can break off in the midst, if nothing more. One there is which I can quickly arrest, which I can easily undo and repair. Federigo listened attentively while the unnamed briefly related, in terms of perhaps deeper execration than we have employed, his attempt upon Lucia, the sufferings and terrors of the unhappy girl, her importunate entreaties, the frenzy that these entreaties had aroused within him, and how she was still in the castle. Ah, then, let us lose no time, exclaimed Federigo, breathless with eagerness and compassion. You are indeed blessed. This is an earnest of God's forgiveness. He makes you capable of becoming the instrument of safety to one whom you intended to ruin. God bless you. Nay, he has blessed you. Do you know where our unhappy protégé comes from? The Signor named Lucia's village. It's not far from this, said the cardinal. God be praised, and probably... So saying, he went towards a little table and rang a bell. The cross-bearing chaplain immediately attended the summons with a look of anxiety, and instantly glanced towards the unnamed. At the sight of his altered countenance, and his eyes still red with weeping, he turned an inquiring gaze upon the cardinal, and perceiving amidst the invariable composure of his countenance a look of solemn pleasure and unusual solicitude, he would have stood with open mouth in a sort of ecstasy, had not the cardinal quickly aroused him from his contemplations by asking whether, among the parish priests who were assembled in the next room, there were one from— "There is, your illustrious grace," replied the chaplain. "Let him come in directly," said Federigo, "and with him the priest of this parish." The chaplain quitted the room, and on entering the hall where the clergy were assembled, all eyes were immediately turned upon him, while with a look of blank astonishment, and a countenance in which was still depicted the rapture he had left, he lifted up his hands, and waving them in the air, exclaimed, "Signori, signori, haec mutatio dextere excelsi." And he stood for a moment without uttering another word. Then, assuming the tone and language of a message, he added, "His most noble and very reverend lordship desires to speak with the Signor Curate of this parish and the Signor Curate of—" The first party summoned immediately came forward, and at the same time there issued from the midst of the crowd an eye drawled forth with an intonation of surprise. "Are you not the Signor Curate of—" replied the chaplain. "I am, but his most noble and very reverend lordship asks for you." "Me?" again replied the same voice, clearly expressing in this monosyllable, "What can they want with me?" But this time, together with the voice, came forth the living being, Don Abbondio himself, with an unwilling step, and a countenance between astonishment and disgust. The chaplain beckoned to him with his hand, as if he meant to say, "Come, let us go. Is it so very alarming?" And escorting them to the door, he opened it, and introduced them into the apartment. The cardinal relinquished the hand of the unnamed, with whom, meanwhile, he had been concerting arrangements, and, withdrawing a little aside, beckoned to the curate of the village. Briefly relating the circumstances, he asked whether he could immediately find a trustworthy woman who would be willing to go to the castle in a litter and fetch away Luchia, a kind and clever person who would know how to conduct himself in so novel an expedition, and whose manners and language would be most likely to encourage and tranquillize the unfortunate girl, to whom, after so much anguish and alarm, even liberation itself might be an additional cause of apprehension. After a moment's thought, the curate said that he knew just the very person, and then took his departure. The cardinal, now calling to him the chaplain, desired him to have a litter and bearers immediately prepared, and to see that 2 mules were saddled for riders, and as soon as he had quitted the apartment, turned to Don Abbondio. This worthy gentleman, who had kept tolerably close to the archbishop, that he might be at a respectful distance from the other signor, and had, in the meantime, been casting side glances first to one and then to the other, dubitating the while within himself whatever all this strange manoeuvring might mean, now advanced a step forward, and, making a respectful bow, said, "I was told that your most illustrious lordship wanted me, but I think there must be some misunderstanding." "There is no misunderstanding, I assure you," replied Federigo. "I have glad news to give you, and a pleasant and most agreeable task to impose upon you. One of your parishioners, whom you must have lamented at lost, Lucia Mondella, is again found, and is near at hand, in the house of my good friend here, and you will go now with him and a woman, whom the Signore Curate of this place has gone to seek. You will go, I say, to fetch thence one of your own children, and accompany her hither." Don Abbondio did his best to conceal the vexation, what shall I say? The alarm, the dismay excited by this proposal or command, and unable any longer to restrain or dismiss a look of inexpressible discontent already gathering in his countenance, he could only hide it by a profound reverence in token of obedient acceptance, nor did he again raise his face, but to make another equally profound obeisance to the unnamed, with a piteous look which seemed to say, "I am in your hands, have pity on me, parcere subjectis." The cardinal then asked him what relations Lucia had. "Of near relations with whom she lives, or might live, she has only a mother," replied Don Abbondio. "Is she at home?" "Yes, my lord." "Well," replied Federigo, "since this poor girl cannot be so directly restored to her own home, it will be a great consolation to see her mother as quickly as possible. So if the signor curate of this village doesn't return before I get to church, I request you will tell him to find a cart, or some kind of conveyance, and dispatch a person of discretion to fetch her mother here." "Had not I better go?" said Don Abbondio. "No, no, not you. I've already requested you to undertake another commission," replied the cardinal. "I proposed it," rejoined Don Abbondio, "to prepare her poor mother for the news. She is a very sensitive woman, and it requires one who knows her disposition, and how to go to work with her in the right way, or he will do her more harm than good. And therefore I have requested you to acquaint the signor curate of my wish, that a proper person should be chosen for this office. You will do better elsewhere," replied the cardinal. And he would willingly have added, "That poor girl at the castle has far more need of shortly seeing a known and trusted countenance after so many hours of agony and in such terrible ignorance as to the future." But this was not a reason to be so clearly expressed before the present third party. Indeed, the cardinal thought it very strange that it had not immediately occurred to Don Abbondio, that he had not thought of it himself, and the proffer he had made, and so warmly insisted upon, seemed so much out of place that he could not help suspecting there must be something hidden beneath. He gazed upon his face, and there readily detected his fear of journeying with that terrible person, and of being his guest even for a few moments. Anxious, therefore, entirely to dissipate these cowardly apprehensions, yet unwilling to draw the curate aside and whisper with him in secret, while his new friend formed the third of their party, he judged that the best plan would be to do what, indeed, he would have done without such a motive, that is, address the unnamed himself, and thus Don Abbondio might at length understand from his replies that he was no longer an object of fear. He returned, therefore, to the unnamed, and addressing him with that frank cordiality which may be met with a new and powerful affection, as well as in an intimacy of long standing, "Don't think," said he, "that I shall be content with this visit for to-day. You will return, won't you, with this worthy clergyman?" "Will I return?" replied the unnamed. "Should you refuse me, I would obstinately remain outside your door, like the beggar. I want to talk with you. I want to hear you, to see you. I deeply need you." Federigo took his hand and pressed it, saying, "Do the clergyman of this village, then, and me, the favor of dining with us to-day. I shall expect you. In the meanwhile I must go to offer up prayers and praises with the people, and you to reap the first fruits of mercy." Don Abbondio at these demonstrations stood like a cowardly child who watches a person boldly petting and stroking a large, surly, shaggy dog with glaring eyes, and a notoriously bad name for biting and growling, and hears its master say that his dog is a good and very quiet beast. He looks at the owner and neither contradicts nor assents. He looks at the animal, afraid to approach him for fear the very gentle beast should show his teeth, were it only from habit, and equally afraid to run away lest he should be thought a coward, and can only utter an internal aspiration, "Would that I were safe in my own house." End of chapter 23, part 1. Section 46, Chapter 23, Part 2. Chapter 23, Part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 23, Part 2. In quitting the apartment, in company with the unnamed, whose hand he still grasped, the cardinal cast another glance upon the poor man who remained behind, looking very awkward and mortified, and with a doleful expression of countenance. Thinking that possibly his vexation arose from being apparently overlooked, and left, as it were, in a corner, particularly in contrast with the notoriously wicked character now so warmly received and welcomed, he turned towards him in passing, and hung back for a moment, and said to him with a friendly smile, "Signor Curate, thou wert ever with me in the house of our kind father, but this one, perierat et inventus est." "Oh, how glad I am to hear it," said Don Abbondio, making a profound reverence to the two together. The Archbishop then went on, gave a slight push to the door, which was immediately opened from without by two servants who stood outside, and the notable pair stood before the longing eyes of the clergy assembled in the apartment. They gazed with interest upon their two countenances, both of which bore the traces of a very different but equally profound emotion, a grateful tenderness, an humble joy, on Federigo's venerable features, and on those of the unnamed, confusion tempered with consolation, a new and unusual modesty, and a feeling of contrition, through which the vigour of his wild and fiery temper was nevertheless still apparent. It was afterwards found that the passage in the prophet Isaiah had occurred to more than one of the spectators. "The wolf and the lamb shall feed together, and the lion shall eat straw like the bullock." Isaiah 1 XV 25. Behind them came Don Abbondio, to whom no one paid any attention. When they had reached the middle of the room, the cardinal's groom of the chamber entered on the opposite side, and informed his master that he had executed all the orders communicated to him by the chaplain, that the litter and mules were in readiness, and they only waited the arrival of the female whom the curate was to bring. The cardinal bid him tell the priest when he came back that Don Abbondio wished to speak with him, and then all the rest was left under the direction of the latter and the unnamed, whom the cardinal again shook warmly by the hand on taking leave, saying, "I shall expect you." Then turning to salute Don Abbondio with a bow, he set off in the direction of the church, followed by the clergy, half grouped and half in procession, while the fellow travellers remained alone in the apartment. The unnamed stood wrapped up in his own thoughts, and impatient for the moment when he might go to liberate his Lucia from her sufferings and confinement, his now in a very different sense from that in which she was so the day before, and his face expressed a feeling of intense agitation, which to Don Abbondio's suspicious eye might easily appear something worse. He peeped and glanced at him from the corner of his eye, and longed to start some friendly conversation. But what can I say to him? Thought he. Must I say again, I am glad? Glad of what? That having been hitherto a devil, he has at last resolved to become a gentleman like others? A fine compliment indeed. However I may turn the words, I am glad can mean nothing else. And after all, will it be true that he has become a gentleman, so on a sudden? There are so many displays made in the world, and from so many motives. What do I know about it? And in the meantime I have to go with him, and to that castle. Oh, what a tale! What a tale! What a tale is this to tell! Who would have told me this morning? Ah, if I can but escape in safety, my Lady Perpetua shan't soon hear the end of it from me, for having sent me here by force when there was no necessity for it, out of my own parish, with her fine plausible reasons, that all the priests for many a mile round would flock hither, even those who were further off than I, and that I mustn't be behindhand, and this, that, and the other, and then to embark me in a business of this sort. Oh, poor me! But I must say something to this man, and he had just thought of that something, and was on the point of opening his mouth to say, I never anticipated the pleasure of being thrown into such honourable company, when the groom of the chamber entered with the curate of the parish, who announced that the woman was waiting in the litter, and then turned to Don Abbondio to receive from him the further commission of the cardinal. Don Abbondio delivered himself as well as he could in the confusion of mind under which he was labouring, and then, drawing up to the groom, said to him, Pray give me, at least, a quiet beast, for to tell the truth, I am but a poor horseman. You may imagine, replied the groom, with a half-smile, it is the secretary's mule, who is a very learned man. That will do, replied Don Abbondio, and he continued to ruminate. Heaven send me a good one. The signor had readily set off the moment he had heard the announcement, but on reaching the door and perceiving that Don Abbondio was remaining behind, he stood still to wait for him. When he came up, hastily, with an apologizing look, the signor bowed and made him pass on first, with a courteous and humble air, which somewhat reanimated the spirits of the unfortunate and tormented man. But scarcely had he set foot in the courtyard when he saw a new object of alarm, which quickly dissipated all his reviving confidence. He beheld the unnamed go towards the corner, take hold of the barrel of his carabine with one hand, and of the strap with the other, and with a rapid motion, as if performing the military exercise, swing it over his shoulder. Alas! Alas! Woe is me, thought Don Abbondio. What would he do with that weapon? Suitable sackcloth, truly, fine discipline for a new convert, and supposing some fancy should take him. Oh, what an expedition! What an expedition! Could this signor have suspected for a moment what kind of thoughts they were which were passing through his companion's mind? It is difficult to say what he would not have done to reassure him, but he was far enough away from such a suspicion, and Don Abbondio carefully avoided any movement which would distinctly express, I don't trust your lordship. On reaching the door into the street, they found the two animals in readiness. The unnamed mounted one which was held for him by a hostler. "Isn't it vicious?" said Don Abbondio to the valet, as he stood with one foot suspended on the stirrup and the other still resting on the ground. "You may go with a perfectly easy mind. It's a very lamb," replied the man. And Don Abbondio, grasping the saddle and assisted by the groom, gradually mounted upwards, and at last found himself safely seated on the creature's back. The litter, which stood a few paces in advance, and was borne by 2 mules, moved forward at the word of the attendant, and the party set off. They had to pass before the church, which was full to overflowing with people, and through a little square, also swarming with the villagers, and newly arrived visitors whom the building could not accommodate. The glad news had already spread, and on the appearance of the party, and more especially of him who only a few hours before had been an object of terror and execration, but was now the object of joyful wonder, there arose from the crowd almost a murmur of applause, and as they made their way for him, even their eagerness was hushed in the desire to obtain a near view of him. The litter passed on, the unnamed followed, and when he arrived before the open door of the church, took off his hat and bowed his hitherto dreaded forehead, till it almost touched the animal's mane, amidst the murmur of 100 voices exclaiming, "God bless you." Don Abbondio also took off his hat, and bending low recommended himself to heaven. But hearing the solemn harmony of his brethren as they chanted in chorus, he was so overcome with a feeling of envy, a mournful tenderness of spirit, and a sudden fervour of heart, that it was with difficulty he restrained his tears. When they got beyond the habitations into the open country, and in the often entirely deserted windings of the road, a still darker cloud overspread his thoughts. The only object on which his eye could rest with any confidence was the attendant on the litter, who, belonging to the cardinal's household, must certainly be an honest man, and who, besides, did not look like a coward. From time to time passengers appeared, sometimes even in groups, who were flocking to see the cardinal, and this was a great relief to Don Abbondio. It was, however, but transitory, and he was advancing towards that tremendous valley where he should meet none but the vassals of his companion. And what vassals! He now, more than ever, longed to enter into conversation with this companion, both to sound him a little more, and to keep him in good humour. But even this wish vanished on seeing him so completely absorbed in his own thoughts. He must then talk to himself, and we will present the reader with a part of the poor man's soliloquy during his journey, for it would require a volume to record the whole. It is a fine thing, truly, that saints as well as sinners must have quicksilver in their compositions, and cannot be content with fussing about and busying themselves, but must also bring into the dance with them the whole world, if they can, and that the greatest busybodies must just come upon me, who never meddle with anybody, and drag me by the hair into their affairs. Me, who ask for nothing but to be left alone. That mad rascal of a Don Rodrigo, what does he want to make him the happiest man in the world, if he had but the least grain of judgment? He is rich, he is young, he is respected and courted, he is sick with too much prosperity, and must needs go about making trouble for himself and his neighbour. He might follow the ways of St. Michael. Oh no, my gentleman doesn't choose. He chooses to set up the trade of molesting women. The most absurd, the most vile, the most insane business in the world. He might ride to heaven in his carriage, and chooses rather to walk halting to the devil's dwelling. And this man? And here he looked at him, as if he suspected he could hear his very thoughts. This man, after turning the world upside down with his wickedness, now he turns it upside down with his conversion. If it prove really so, in the meanwhile it falls to me to make the trial. So it is that when people are born with this madness in their veins, they must always be making a noise. Is it so difficult to act an honest part all one's life as I have done? Oh no, my good sir, they must kill and quarter, play the devil. Oh, poor me. And then comes a great stir, even when doing penance. Repentance, when there is an inclination to it, can be performed at home, quietly, without so much show, without giving so much trouble to one's neighbours. And his illustrious lordship, instantly, with open arms, calling him his dear friend, and this man listens to all he says as if he had seen him work miracles, and then he must all at once come to a resolution and rush it to hand and foot, 1 minute here, the next there. We at home should call this precipitation. And to deliver a poor curate into his hands without the smallest security, this may be called playing with a man at great odds. A holy bishop as he is ought to value his curates as the apple of his eye. It seems to me there might be a little moderation, a little prudence, a little charity along with sanctity. Supposing this should be all a mere show, who can tell all the intentions of men, and particularly of such a man as this? To think that it is my lot to go with him to his own house. There may be some underwork of the devil here. Oh, poor me. It is best not to think about it. How is Lucia mixed up with all this? It is plain Don Rodrigo had some designs upon her. What people, and suppose it is exactly thus, how then has this man got her into his clutches? Who knows? I wonder. It is all a secret with my lord, and to me, whom they are making trot about in this way, they don't tell a word. I don't care about knowing other people's affairs, but when I have to risk my skin in the matter, I have a right to know something. If it be only to go and fetch away this poor creature, Patience, though he could easily enough bring her straight away himself. And besides, if he is really converted, if he has become a holy father, what need is there of me? Oh, what a chaos! Well, it is heaven's will it should be thus. It will be a very great inconvenience, but patience, I shall be glad too for this poor Luchia. She also must have escaped some terrible issue. Heaven knows what she must have suffered. I pity her, but she was born to be my ruin. At least I wish I could look into his heart and see what he is thinking about. Who can understand him? Just look now. 1 minute he looks like St. Anthony in the desert. The next he is like Holofernes himself. Oh, poor me, poor me. Well, heaven is under an obligation to help me, since I didn't get myself into this danger with my own good will. In fact, the thoughts of the unnamed might be seen, so to say, passing over his countenance, as in a stormy day the clouds flit across the face of the sun, producing every now and then an alternation of dazzling light and gloomy shade. His soul, still quite absorbed in reflection upon Federigo's soothing words, and as it were renewed and made young again with fresh life, now rose with cheerful hope at the idea of mercy, pardon, and love, and then again sank beneath the weight of the terrible past. He anxiously tried to select those deeds of iniquity which were yet reparable, and those which he could still arrest in the midst of their progress. He considered what remedies would be most certain and expeditious, how to disentangle so many knots, what to do with so many accomplices, but it was all obscurity and difficulty. In this very expedition, the easiest of execution, and so near its termination, he went with a willingness mingled with grief at the thought that in the meanwhile the poor girl was suffering. God knew how much, and that he, while burning to liberate her, was all the while the cause of her suffering. At every turn or fork in the road, the mule driver looked back for directions as to the way. The unnamed signified it with his hand, and at the same time beckoned to him to make haste. They entered the valley. How must Don Abbondio have felt then? That renowned valley of which he had heard such black and horrible stories, to be actually within it. Those men of notorious fame, the flower of the bravos of Italy, men without fear and without mercy, to see them in flesh and blood, to meet 1, 2, or 3 at every turn of a corner. They bowed submissively to the signor, but their sunburnt visages, their rough mustachios, their large fierce eyes, they seemed to Don Abbondio's mind to mean, "Shall we dispatch that priest?" So that in a moment of extreme consternation the thought rushed into his mind, "Would that I had married them! Worse could not befall me." In the meanwhile they went forward along a gravelly path by the side of the torrent. On one hand was a view of isolated and solid rocks, on the other a population which would have made even a desert seem desirable. Dante was not in a worse situation in the midst of Malebolga. They passed the front of Malanotta, where bravos were lounging at the door, who bowed to the signor and gazed at his companion and the litter. They knew not what to think. The departure of the unnamed in the morning by himself had already seemed extraordinary, and his return was not less so. Was it a captive that he was conducting? And how had he accomplished it alone? And what was the meaning of a strange litter? And whose could this livery be? They looked and looked, but no one moved, because such was the command they read in his eye and expression. They climbed the ascent and reached the summit. The bravos on the terrace and round the gate retired on either side to make room for him. The unnamed motioned to them to retreat no farther, spurted forward and passed before the litter, beckoned to the driver and Don Abbondio to follow him, entered an outer court and thence into a second, went towards a small postern, made signs to a bravo who was hastening to hold his stirrup to keep back, and said to him, "You there, and no one nearer." He then dismounted, and holding the bridle advanced towards the litter, addressed himself to the female who had just drawn back the curtain, and said to her in an undertone, "Comfort her directly. Let her understand at once that she is at liberty and among friends. God will reward you for it." He then ordered the driver to open the door and assist her to get out. Advancing then to Don Abbondio with a look of greater serenity than the poor man had yet seen, or thought it possible he could see on his countenance, in which there might now be traced joy at the good work which was at length so near its completion, he lent him his arm to dismount, saying to him at the same time in a low voice, "Signor Curate, I do not apologize for the trouble you have had on my account. You are bearing it for one who rewards bountifully, and for this his poor creature." This look and these words once more put heart into Don Abbondio, and drawing a long breath, which for an hour past had been striving ineffectually to find vent, he replied, whether or not in a submissive tone, it need not be asked, "Is your lordship joking with me? But, and accepting the hand which was so courteously offered, he slid down from the saddle as he best could. The unnamed took the bridle and handed it with his own to the driver, bidding him wait there outside for him. Taking a key from his pocket, he opened the postern, admitted the curate and the woman, followed them in, advanced to lead the way, went to the foot of the stairs, and they all three ascended in silence. End of chapter 23, part 2.
Chapter 24, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro MANZONI. Chapter 24, Part 1. Lucia had aroused herself only a short time before, and part of that time she had been striving to awaken herself thoroughly, and to sever the disturbed dreams of sleep from the remembrances and images of a reality which too much resembled the feverish visions of sickness. The old woman quickly made up to her, and, with a constrained voice of humility, said, "Ah, have you slept? You might have slept in bed. I told you so often enough last night." And receiving no reply, she continued, in a tone of pettish entreaty, "Just eat something. Do be prudent. Oh, how wretched you look! You must want something to eat. And then if, when he comes back, he's angry with me." "No, no, I want to go away. I want to go to my mother. Your master promised I should," he said. "Tomorrow morning. Where is he?" "He's gone out, but he said he'd be back soon, and would do all you wished." "Did he say so? Did he say so? Very well. I wish to go to my mother. Directly, directly." And behold, the noise of footsteps was heard in the adjoining room, then a tap at the door. The old woman ran to it, and asked, "Who's there?" "Open the door," replied the well-known voice gently. The old woman drew back the bolt, and with a slight push, the unnamed half opened the door, bid her come out, and hastily ushered in Don Rodrigo and the good woman. He then nearly closed the door again, and, waiting himself outside, sent the aged matron to a distant part of the castle, as he had before dismissed the other one, who was keeping watch outside. All this bustle, the moment of expectation, and the first appearance of strange figures, made Lucia's heart bound with agitation, for, if her present condition was intolerable, every change was an additional cause of alarm. She looked up and beheld a priest and a woman. This somewhat reanimated her. She looked more closely. Is it he or not? At last she recognized Don Rodrigo, and remained with her eyes fixed, as if by enchantment. The female then drew near, and bending over her, looked at her compassionately, taking both her hands, as if to caress and raise her at the same time, and saying, "Oh, my poor girl, come with us, come with us." "Who are you?" demanded Lucia, but without listening to the reply, she again turned to Don Rodrigo, who was standing 2 or 3 yards distant, even his countenance expressing some compassion. She gazed at him again, and exclaimed, "You, it is you, the Señor Curate. Where are we? Oh, poor me, I have lost my senses." "No, no," replied Don Rodrigo. "It is indeed I. Take courage. Don't you see we are here to take you away? I am really your curate, come hither on purpose on horseback." As if she had suddenly regained all her strength, Lucia precipitately sprang upon her feet. Then again fixing her eyes on those two faces, she said, "It is the Madonna, then, that has sent you." "I believe indeed it is," said the good woman. "But can we go away?" Can we really go away?" resumed Lucia, lowering her voice and assuming a timid and suspicious look. "And all these people," continued she, with her lips compressed and quivering with fear and horror, "and that lord, that man, he did indeed promise. He is here himself in person, came on purpose with us," said Don Abbondio. "He is outside waiting for us. Let us go at once. We mustn't keep a man like him waiting." At this moment he of whom they were speaking opened the door, and showing himself at the entrance, came forward into the room. Lucia, who, but just before, had wished for him, nay, having no hope in any one else in the world, had wished for none but him, now, after having seen and listened to friendly faces and voices, could not restrain a sudden shudder. She started, held her breath, and throwing herself on the good woman's shoulder, buried her face in her bosom. At the first sight of that countenance, on which the evening before he had been unable to maintain a steady gaze, now rendered more pale, languid, and dejected by prolonged suffering and abstinence, the unnamed had suddenly checked his steps. Now, at the sight of her impulse of terror, he cast his eyes on the ground, stood for a moment silent and motionless, and then replying to what the poor girl had not expressed in words, "It is true," exclaimed he. "Forgive me. He has come to set you free. He's no longer what he was. He has become good. Don't you hear him asking for your forgiveness?" said the good woman in Lucia's ear. "Could he say more? Come, lift up your head. Don't be a baby. We can go directly," said Don Abbondio. Lucia raised her face, looked at the unnamed, and seeing his head bent low and his embarrassed and humble look, she was seized with a mingled feeling of comfort, gratitude, and pity, as she replied, "Oh, my lord, God reward you for this deed of mercy, and you 1,000-fold for the good you do me by these words." So saying, he turned round, went towards the door, and led the way out of the room. Lucia, completely reassured, followed, leaning on the worthy female's arm, while Don Abbondio brought up the rear. They descended the staircase, and reached the little door that led into the court. The unnamed opened it, went towards the litter, and, with a certain politeness, almost mingled with timidity, two novel qualities in him, offered his arm to Lucia to assist her to get in, and afterwards to the worthy dame. He then took the bridles of the two mules from the driver's hand, and gave his arm to Don Abbondio, who had approached his gentle steed. "Oh, what condescension!" said Don Abbondio, as he mounted much more nimbly than he had done the first time, and as soon as the unnamed was also seated, the party resumed their way. The Signor's brow was raised, his countenance had regained its customary expression of authority. The ruffians whom they passed on their way, discovered indeed, in his face the marks of deep thought and an extraordinary solicitude, but they neither understood, nor could understand, more about it. They knew not yet anything of the great change which had taken place in their master, and undoubtedly none of them would have divined it merely from conjecture. The good woman immediately drew the curtains over the little windows, and then, affectionately taking Lucia's hands, she applied herself to comfort her with expressions of pity, congratulation, and tenderness. Seeing, then, that not only fatigue from the suffering she had undergone, but the perplexity and obscurity of all that had happened, prevented the poor girl from being sensible of the joy of her deliverance, she said all she could think of most likely to recall her recollection, and to clear up and set to rights, so to say, her poor scattered thoughts. She named the village she came from and to which they were now going. "Yes," said Lucia, who knew how short a distance it was from her own. "Ah, most holy Madonna, I praise thee, my mother, my mother." "We will send to fetch her directly," said the good woman, not knowing that it was already done. "Yes, yes, and God will reward you for it. And you, who are you? How have you come?" "Our curate sent me," said the good woman, "because God has touched this signor's heart. Blessed be his name. And he came to our village to speak to the Signor Cardinal Archbishop, for he is there in his visitation, that holy man of God, and he has repented of his great sins and wished to change his life, and he told the Cardinal that he had caused a poor innocent to be seized, meaning you, at the instigation of another person, who had no fear of God, but the curate didn't tell me who it could be." Lucia raised her eyes to heaven. "You know who it was, perhaps," continued the good woman. "Well, the Signor Cardinal thought that, as there was a young girl in the question, there ought to be a female to come back with her, and he told the curate to look for one, and the curate, in his goodness, came to me." "Oh, the Lord recompense you for your kindness. Well, just listen to me, my poor child, and the Signor Curé bid me encourage you, and to try to comfort you directly, and point out to you how the Lord has saved you by a miracle." "Ah, yes, by a miracle indeed, through the intercession of the Madonna." "Well, that you should have a right spirit, and forgive him who has done you this wrong, and be thankful that God has been merciful to him. Yes, and pray for him too, for, besides that you will be rewarded for it, you will also find your heart lightened." Lucia replied with a look which expressed assent as clearly as words could have done, and with a sweetness which words could not have conveyed. "Noble girl," rejoined the woman, "and your curate too, being at our village, for there are numbers assembled from all the country round to elect 4 public officers. The Signor Cardinal thought it better to send him with us, but he has been of little use. I had before heard that he was a poor spirited creature, but, on this occasion, I couldn't help seeing that he was as frightened as a chicken in a bundle of hemp." "And this man," asked Lucia, "this person who has become good, who is he?" "What, don't you know him?" said the good woman, mentioning his name. "Oh, the mercy of the Lord!" exclaimed Lucia. How often had she heard that name repeated with horror in more than one story, in which it always appeared as, in other stories, that of the monster Orcus; and at that thought of having once been in his dreaded power, and being now under his merciful protection, at the thought of such fearful danger and such unlooked for deliverance, and at the remembrance of whose face it was that had at first appeared to her so haughty, afterwards so agitated, and then so humbled, she remained in a kind of ecstasy, only occasionally repeating, "Oh, what a mercy!" "It is a great mercy indeed," said the good woman. "It will be a great relief to half the world, to all the country round, to think how many people he kept in fear, and now, as our curate told me, and then, only to see his face, he is become a saint, and the fruits are seen so directly." To assert this worthy person did not feel much curiosity to know rather more explicitly the wonderful circumstances in which she was called upon to bear a part, would not be the truth. But we must say, to her honour, that, restrained by respectful pity for Lucia, and feeling, in a manner, the gravity and dignity of the charge which had been entrusted to her, she never even thought of putting an indiscreet or idle question, throughout the whole journey. Her words were those of comfort and concern for the poor girl. "Heaven knows how long it is since you have eaten anything." "I don't remember. Not for some time." "Poor thing, you must want something to strengthen you." "Yes," replied Lucia in a faint voice. "Thank God, we shall get something at home directly. Take heart, for it's not far now." Lucia then sank languidly to the bottom of the litter, as if overcome with drowsiness, and the good woman left her quietly to repose. To Don Abbondio, the return was certainly not so harassing as the journey thither not long before, but, nevertheless, even this was not a ride of pleasure. When his overwhelming fears had subsided, he felt at first as if relieved from every burden, but very shortly 100 other fancies began to haunt his imagination, as the ground whence a large tree had been uprooted remained bare and empty for a time, but is soon abundantly covered with weeds. He had become more sensitive to minor causes of alarm, and in thoughts of the present as well as the future, failed not to find only too many materials for self-torment. He felt now, much more than in coming, the inconveniences of a mode of travelling to which he was not at all accustomed, and particularly in the descent from the castle to the bottom of the valley. The mule driver, obedient to a sign from the unnamed, drove on the animals at a rapid pace. The two riders followed in a line behind, with corresponding speed, so that, in sundry steep places, the unfortunate Don Abbondio, as if forced up by a lever behind, rolled forward, and was obliged to keep himself steady by grasping the pommel of the saddle, not daring to request a slower pace, and anxious also to get out of the neighbourhood as quickly as he could. Besides this, wherever the road was on an eminence, on the edge of a steep bank, the mule, according to the custom of its species, seemed as if aiming, out of contempt, always to keep on the outside, and to set its feet on the very brink. And Don Abbondio saw, almost perpendicularly beneath him, and a good leap, or, as he thought, a precipice. "Even you," said he to the animal in his heart, "have a cursed inclination to go in search of dangers, when there is such a safe and wide path." And he pulled the bridle to the opposite side, but in vain, so that, grumbling with vexation and fear, he suffered himself, as usual, to be guided at the will of others. The ruffians no longer gave him so much alarm, now that he knew for certain how their master regarded them. But, reflected he, if the news of this grand conversion should get abroad among them while we are still here, who knows how these fellows would take it? Who knows what might arise from it? What if they should get an idea that I am come hither as a missionary? Heaven preserve me! They would martyr me. The haughty brow of the unnamed gave him no uneasiness. To keep these visages there in awe, thought he, it needs no less than this one here. I understand that myself, but why has it fallen to my lot to be thrown among such people? But enough. They reached the foot of the descent, and at length also issued from the valley. The brow of the unnamed became gradually smoother. Don Abbondio, too, assumed a more natural expression, released his head somewhat from imprisonment between his shoulders, and stretched his legs and arms, tried to be a little more at ease, which, in truth, made him look like a different creature, drew his breath more freely, and, with a calmer mind, proceeded to contemplate other and remoter dangers. What will that villain of a Don Rodrigo say? To be left in this way, wronged and open to ridicule. Just fancy whether that won't be a bitter dose. Now's the time when he'll play the devil outright. It remains to be seen whether he won't be angry with me because I have been mixed up with this business. If he has already chosen to send these two demons to meet me on the high road with such an intimation, what will he do now? Heaven knows. He can't quarrel with his illustrious lordship, for he's rather out of his reach. He'll be obliged to gnaw the bit with him. But all the while the venom will be in his veins, and he will be sure to vent it upon somebody. How will all these things end? The blow must always fall somewhere. The lash must be uplifted. Of course his illustrious lordship intends to place Luchia in safety. That other unfortunate misguided youth is beyond reach, and has already had his share. So behold, the lash must fall upon my shoulders. It will indeed be cruel if, after so many inconveniences and so much agitation, without my deserving it, too, in the least, I should have to bear the punishment. What will his most illustrious grace do now to protect me, after having brought me into the dance? Can he ensure that this cursed wretch won't play me a worse trick than before? And, besides, he has so many things to think of. He puts his hand to so many businesses. How can he attend to all? Matters are sometimes left more entangled than at first. Those who do good do it in the gross. When they have enjoyed this satisfaction, they've had enough, and won't trouble themselves to look after the consequences. But they who have such a taste for evil doings are much more diligent. They follow it up to the end and give themselves no rest, because they have an ever devouring canker within them. Must I go and say that I came here at the express command of his illustrious grace, and not with my own good will? That would seem as if I favoured the wicked side. O sacred heaven! I favour the wicked side. For the pleasure it gives me, well, the best plan will be to tell Perpetua the case as it is, and then leave it to her to circulate it, provided my lord doesn't take a fancy to make the whole matter public, and bring even me into the scene. At any rate, as soon as ever we arrive, if he's out of church, I'll go and take my leave of him as quickly as possible. If he's not, I'll leave an apology and go off home at once. Luchia is well attended to. There's no need for me, and after so much trouble, I too may claim a little repose. And besides, what if my lord should feel some curiosity to know the whole history, and it should fall to me to give an account of that wedding business? This is all that is wanting to complete it. And if he should come out on a visit to my parish, oh, let it be what it will, I will not trouble myself about it beforehand. I have troubles enough already. For the present, I shall shut myself up at home. As long as his grace is in this neighbourhood, Don Rodrigo won't have the face to make a stir. And afterwards, oh, afterwards, I see that my last years are to be spent in sorrow. The party arrived before the services in the church were over. They passed through the still assembled crowd, which manifested no less emotion than on the former occasion, and then separated. The two riders turned aside into a small square, at the extremity of which stood the curate's residence, while the litter went forward to that of the good woman. Don Abbondio kept his word. Scarcely dismounted, he paid the most obsequious compliments to the unnamed, and begged him to make an apology for him to his grace, as he must return immediately to his parish on urgent business. He then went to seek for what he called his horse, that is to say his walking stick, which he had left in a corner of the hall, and set off on foot. The unnamed remained to wait till the cardinal returned from church. The good woman, having accommodated Lucia with the best seat in the best place in her kitchen, hastened to prepare a little refreshment for her, refusing, with a kind of rustic cordiality, her reiterated expressions of thanks and apology. Hastily putting some dry sticks under a vessel which she had replaced upon the fire, and in which floated a good capon, she quickly made the broth boil, and then, filling from it a porringer, already furnished with sops of bread, she was at length able to offer it to Lucia, and on seeing the poor girl refreshed at every spoonful, she congratulated herself aloud that all this had happened on a day when, as she said, the cat was not sitting on the hearthstone. "Everybody contrives to set out a table to day," added she, "unless it be those poor creatures who can scarcely get bread of vetches, and a polenta of millet. However, they all hope to beg something to day, from such a charitable Signor. We, thank heaven, are not so badly off. What with my husband's business, and a little plot of ground, we can live very well, so that you needn't hesitate to eat with a good appetite. The chicken will soon be done, and you can then refresh yourself with something better." And receiving the little porringer from her hand, she turned to prepare the dinner, and to set out the table for the family. End of chapter 24, part 1.